Silver Scream. Edited by David J. Schow. DB 105538. Copyright David J. Schow, 2020. Read by Stephen Carpenter. Approximate reading time, 15 hours, 45 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, the front matter, contents, introduction, stories, conclusion, and supplement, and at Level 2, the chapters and sections. Library of Congress Annotation. A collection of horror stories originally published in the 1980s, featuring the bizarre lives and often brutal deaths of the men and women working in television and the movies, includes an introduction by Tobe Hooper, the director of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, violence, strong language, and descriptions of sex. 2020. From the Book Jacket. The iconic classic, now in a special new widescreen digital edition. Starring Mark Arnold, Clive Barker, Robert Bloch, Stephen R. Boyett, Edward Bryant, Ramsey Campbell, John M. Ford, Mick Garris, Ray Garton, Joe R. Lansdale, Richard Christian Matheson, Robert McCammon, Jay Sheckley, John Skipp, Craig Spector, Karl Edward Wagner, Chet Williamson, F. Paul Wilson, Douglas E. Winter. Please take your seat for the midnight show. They're all here from the heyday of splatterpunk, in the first and best anthology of cinema horror, the ultimate haunted theater of the imagination, showcasing grindhouses, 3-for-1 flea pits, porn castles, werewolf circuit drive-ins, snuff movies, peep shows, fly-by-night video rental shacks, has-been actors, never-was ingenues, Tinseltown burnouts, film cults, immortal stars, film school dorks, media mutants, and even that bastard little brother, television. Edited by David J. Schow, with an introduction by Tobe Hooper, director of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. About the editor. David J. Schow would prefer not to be remembered solely for writing the screenplay for The Crow, assembling the exhaustive Outer Limits Companion, a life work, or coining the term splatterpunk, although he is perversely proud of getting that word into the Oxford English Dictionary. But if that's his epitaph, so be it. His short fiction has been regularly selected for more than 40 years' best anthologies across 3 decades so far, and have won the World Fantasy Award, the ultra-rare Twilight Zone Dimension Award, and the newly inaugurated Splatterpunk Award in 2019 for his Greatest Hits volume DJ Stories. He has also won 2 Rondo Hatton Classic Horror Awards for his curatorship of The Outer Limits, a Saturn Award from the Academy of Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Horror Films for same, and the International Horror Guild Award for Wild Hares, his compendium of justly notorious raving and drooling columns written for Fangoria magazine. He has written extensively for films, Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, The Hills Run Red, and television, Tales from the Crypt, Perversions of Science, The Hunger, Masters of Horror, Mob City, Creepshow. DJS has been a contributor to Storm King Comics' annual John Carpenter's Tales for a Halloween Night since its very first issue in 2015. In 2018, Storm King released his 5-issue series for John Carpenter's Tales of Science Fiction, The Standoff. As expert witness, you can see DJS talking and moving around on documentaries and DVDs for everything from Creature from the Black Lagoon, Incubus, and The Shawshank Redemption, to Scream and Scream Again, a BBC 4 special about the horror film boom of the 80s available on YouTube, Never Sleep Again, Beast Wishes, The Psycho Legacy, and King Cohen, The Wild World of filmmaker Larry Cohen. He co-produced supplements for such DVDs as Reservoir Dogs, From Hell, I, Robot, The Dirty Dozen Special Edition, and The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. As audio commentator, you can hear him divulge deep background on the DVD set for the TV series Thriller, Image Entertainment, Both seasons of The Outer Limits, DVD and Blu-ray from Kino Lorber and Viavision, the Shout Factory Blu-ray of the 1964 William Castle Joan Crawford camp classic Strait Jacket, and Severin Films' remaster of the Robert Bloch portmanteau film Asylum, among others. For more, you can find him on the usual suspect social media portals. Google him, by all means. Other books by David J. Schow. Novels: The Kill Riff, The Shaft, Rock Breaks, Scissors Cut, Bullets of Rain, Gunwork, Hunt Among the Killers of Men, Internecine, Upgunned, The Big Crush. Short story collections: Seeing Red, Lost Angels, Black Leather Required, Crypt Orchids, I, Zombie Jam, Havoc Swims Jaded, A Little Aqua Book of Creature Tales, DJ Sturbia, DJ Stories, Monster Movies, Sweet 13. As editor: The Lost Block, The Devil with You, The Lost Block, Hell on Earth, The Lost Block, Crimes and Punishments, Elvis Land by John Ferris. Nonfiction: The Outer Limits, The Official Companion, Wild Hares, Essays, The Art of Drew Struzan, The Outer Limits at 50, The Last Outer Limits Companion. Showtimes. Introduction by Tobe Hooper, page Roman numeral 9. Preflash by John M. Ford, page 1. Cuts by F. Paul Wilson, page 25. The Movie People by Robert Bloch, page 47. Sinema by Ray Garton, page 61. Son of Celluloid by Clive Barker, page 103. The Answer Tree by Stephen R. Boyett, page 141. Night They Missed the Horror Show by Joe R. Lansdale, page 167. More Sinned Against by Karl Edward Wagner, page 187. Return of the Neon Fireball by Chet Williamson, page 203. Night Calls the Green Falcon by Robert McCammon, page 219. Bargain Cinema by J. Sheckley, page 265. Lifecast by Craig Spector, page 273. Sirens by Richard Christian Matheson, page 289. Hell by Richard Christian Matheson, page 295. A Life in the Cinema by Mick Garris, page 303. Splatter, A Cautionary Tale by Douglas E. Winter, page 323. Film at 11 by John Skip, page 337. The Show Goes On by Ramsey Campbell, page 357. The Cutter by Edward Bryant, page 371. Pilgrims to the Cathedral by Mark Arnold, page 387. End Sticks by David J. Schow, page 429. Introduction, starring Tobe Hooper. Fade in, Hollywood Mansion, night. The home of a famous horror film director. It is the infamous Dark and Stormy Night. Camera tracks ominously up to the parlor window. Dissolve through to the horror film director, bearded, bemused, composed, devilish, seated in a wing-back chair. He's been waiting for us. Impish humor dances in his eyes like firelight. His name is Tobe. Tobe. I am often asked, what scares me? He looks around as camera pushes into medium close shot as he confides in the audience. Tobe. I can quite frankly respond that in this particular instance, being sandwiched between the covers of this book in the company of these writers scares me. Cut to grainy black and white flashback footage. Tobe Hooper was very nearly born in a movie theater. His parents owned a number of hotels throughout Texas, and on the day of his birth his mother was in attendance at a theater next door to one of the hotels in Austin, when she determined it was time to report to the delivery room. Thus it can be said that the cinema's influence on Hooper was prenatal, and the theater frequently functioned as his babysitter during his early youth. He later realized his eye had become trained, as though I was seeing the world through a viewfinder. He never really allowed for any other career choice after that. Upon graduation from the University of Texas Film School, he directed documentaries, short films, and commercials, amassing many awards from film festivals in Australia, France, San Francisco, Atlanta, and New York. He completed an independent feature, Eggshells, an American freak illumination, followed by his first assault on the world of commercial film, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which critic Rex Reed deemed the most horrifying film I have ever seen, and which became the highest-grossing independent film ever made. Resume Tobe. Tobe, steepling fingers. The sheer force and intensity of the written word has always had the unique feature of stimulating the reader to image their own visions of an author's intended reality, a mind's-eye movie, if you will. Horror and fantasy stories have the additional quality of stimulating images that are surreal. Lightning strikes visibly through the window. Camera begins to track around Toby's position, relentlessly moving, constantly changing the angle and thus our perspective on Tobe. Tobe, continuing. The commonality of the tales in Silver Scream is that they all touch in some way on an aspect of that specific netherworld of moving light and shadow, Sinema. Resume flashback simultaneously with the next lightning strike. Originally titled Leatherface by Hooper, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre was derived from the exploits of Plainfield, Wisconsin mass killer Ed Gein, and set a new standard of intensity for all horror films to follow. For more than a dozen years, Gein kept busy with the pursuits of multiple murder, grave robbing, dismemberment, fratricide, and cannibalism, while living in a town of less than 700 people. He stored severed heads in his fridge and mounted skulls on his bedposts. A heart was found simmering in a pot on his stove, its waiting bowl a skullcap. He stitched together a belt of human nipples and a lampshade from flesh. He executed rituals intended to raise his mother from the dead, while wearing the faces, hair, and hides of his victims. Hooper broadened Gein's psychopathy to encompass an entire homicidal family, the hitchhiker, grandfather, the old man, and that chainsaw-wielding superstar Leatherface. Hooper's visual approach to such exploitational material was astonishing. His artful use of lighting, complex tracking shots, constantly varying camera angles, and subtle use of color not only amplified the film's sheer visceral impact, but also established Hooper's wide-ranging cinematic vocabulary. Resume Tobe. An unflinching full shot. It's him and us. Tobe. Just as frequently I'm asked what movies scare me. Many films have influenced me in profound or elemental ways. Pause. A Place in the Sun, for instance. Snaps fingers. On finger snap, commence full-frame excerpts. As though we are staring dead ahead into a movie screen filled with one film clip after another, Toby's voice continues over as Raymond Burr, playing a D.A., declaims like a tent revivalist. Tobe, V.O. It had a marked effect on me as a child, that dark wind-up to a guy who's not really guilty, except in his heart, as he goes to the electric chair. I then found that dreams of being executed were pretty common for second graders, once we discovered the idea of capital punishment. Clip B. Elizabeth Taylor in all her Southern Belle beauty. Tobe, V.O. When I saw Raintree County, for some reason at that moment I decided I wanted to make films for a living. I think it might have been the first film I ever saw in 70mm, with a stereo-magnetic soundtrack. Beat. Or Night of the Hunter. When you look at it now, it doesn't seem made that well, but when I saw it, I was the same age as Pearl and her brother, and there are a few shots in that movie I'll never forget. Clip C. Extreme close-up of the words love and hate on Robert Mitchum's knuckles. Tobe, V.O. Hammer Monster movies caused me to pull out an 8mm movie camera for the first time. The Curse of Frankenstein and Horror of Dracula. Clips D&D. Christopher Lee drops violently into the acid bath, then rots to dust in a spray of sunlight. Tobe, V.O. I promptly shot my own Frankenstein film and my own Dracula film. Beat. I think the first film that really scared me was Howard Hawks' The Thing. Clip F. James Arness bursts into flames, howling. Toby, V.O. Vertigo I could watch over and over. Its mood really got to me. It was... Clip G. Jimmy Stewart suffers a blast of acrophobia. Toby, V.O. A tonal thing. A cloak that Hitchcock draped over me. Psycho is probably my favorite. As Janet Leigh eats the bread knife of doom. Clip H. We shock cut back to the flashback footage. Chainsaw was not really based on Psycho, Hooper asserts. All I knew about Ed Gein was from relatives who lived 20 miles from Plainfield, who used to spook me with stories about Gein's house. Robert Bloch had based his novel Psycho on other aspects of the Gein case. Later, said Hooper, our family doctor told me that when he was a pre-med student, he once skinned a cadaver's face and wore it as a mask to a Halloween party of med school guys. That's where Leatherface came from. We weren't consciously doing Gein and had done no Gein research. In fact, we found out most of the real information after Chainsaw was finished. Resume film clip montage. Picking up speed like a jet on a runway, gradually dissolving through to Toby speaking so he appears beyond the images, ghostly at first, then attaining solidity. At the close of the final clip, we have returned to the original medium shot. Toby. I'm quite fond of Freaks, The Manchurian Candidate, and Seconds, by Frankenheimer, Portrait of Jenny, The Haunting, and the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Curse of the Demon just stuck in my head, and The Exorcist, Friedkin, of course. Montage. The armless, legless man squirms through the rain with a knife in his teeth. Frank Sinatra sees blood and brains splatter a photo of Stalin in a nightmare fugue. Rock Hudson, screaming, is dragged off to be recycled. Joseph Cotton watches Jennifer Jones age before his eyes. Julie Harris gets stranded on the spiral iron staircase. Kevin McCarthy and Dana Winter hide from the pod people in a Bronson Caverns mine shaft, and a skyscraper-tall gargoyle makes short work of demonologist Neil McGuinness. Then Linda Blair lets fly with a pea soup attack. Just as Toby comes into full focus, we cut sharp to the flashback footage. It should be startling. Hooper completed editing on Chainsaw just prior to seeing The Exorcist for the first time. As the first step in his future association with William Friedkin, he arranged with Todd A.O. to utilize some of the sound effects tracks in Chainsaw. The sound of Regan's bed springs, for example, is also the sound of the chicken cage that attracts the attention of the Terry character in Chainsaw, right before she bites the big one. Resume Toby. New angle. He hefts the book in his lap and thumbs through the pages. Toby. Silver Screen presents an equally varied array of cinema horrors. What is unique to this anthology is a sort of tail-chasing-the-dog effect. It is with a cinematic consciousness that these authors spin their stories. In turn, each tale becomes a catalyst for the reader to project the images that interpret the story's concepts onto their own mind's eye screen. The rain outside is coming down hard now, and it is clear that Toby is alone inside the house. Rack focus to reveal a TV set as it pops on by itself. The static melts through to a music video in mid-play. It is Billy Idol's Dancing with Myself. Visible around the singer are props from Funhouse and Poltergeist. There is no sound. Truck back to settle on an extreme close-up of Toby. His attention is still focused toward frame, toward us. He is used to TVs coming on by themselves. Toby. A wide range of that cinematic mindset and imagery is represented here. Indicates book. He begins flipping the pages, scanning. There are the harsh realities of film as business, as observed by Mick Garris in A Life in the Cinema, a tale that moves from sardonic wit to an absolutely bizarre conclusion infused with deranged eroticism. Flip. And Son of Celluloid, featuring Clive Barker's film-gobbling cancer mutating itself into John Wayne. Grins. Flips again. Here we have the perverse indoctrination of a young boy into becoming a kind of film director in Ray Garton's Sinema. The book seems to cast a faint phosphorescence. We can see the turning pages reflected in Toby's glasses. Toby. Could sexual fantasies actualize themselves? Richard Christian Matheson asks, what if? Flip. Or an exotic blend of movie serial fantasy, adventure, and suspense in actual serial chapters found in Robert R. McCammon's Night Calls the Green Falcon. Camera pushes in tight on the TV during the above dialogue. Now the TV screen fills the frame. The video is interrupted by a fast montage in black and white, emulating the style of the flashbacks. The man who began with an anti-war Vietnam film and, for PBS, a film protesting the destruction of architectural landmarks and a documentary on Peter, Paul, and Mary, now continued to mine the motherlode of fright with all of his subsequent films: Eaten Alive, the 4-hour TV miniseries Salem's Lot, Funhouse, the blockbuster hit Poltergeist, Life Force, based on the Colin Wilson book Space Vampires, the big-budget remake of the cult classic Invaders from Mars, and then the nerve-shattering sequel to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Even as you read, Tobe Hooper is out there, somewhere, making movies, fabricating fresh terrors, and it's too late for you to escape. Resume Tobe. He rises from his chair in his host mode. The TV is blank, black. The rain continues its chainsaw razzing against the window panes. Tobe, I invite you to draw open the curtain on your own mind's eye screen. Let the house lights dim, and allow the shadow plays to form. We dim down, as per above, until only Toby's face is visible within a dwindling circle of candle flame light. Tobe, 70mm Super Panavision, and THX Dolby Stereo sound optional, of course. Fade to black. Cut sharp to Preflash by John M. Ford. Exterior. Hospital. Day. Fischetti pushes Griffin's wheelchair out the door and to the street. Pietra Malaric is at the curb, leaning against her Chevy wagon, a brand-new Ariflex under her arm. Malaric smiles as Griffin looks up. She hands him the camera. "Welcome back, A.D.," she says. Griffin checks the Arri. It is a double to the one he lost in the accident. There is a 400-foot magazine of Ektachrome commercial already loaded. The battery belt is in Malaric's hand. Griffin stands up, aware that Fish and Malaric are both waiting for him to fall down again. He doesn't. He says goodbye to Fischetti, and Fish nods and wheels the chair back. Griffin shoulders the camera. The balance is strange. It has been 8 months since he has had a camera on his shoulder, since the accident. That is a long time not to be whole. His vision is still blurry with flashes of phosphine light, but he frames Fischetti pushing the chair, small against the face of stone and little windows, and he presses the trigger. "How is it, A.D.?" Malaric asks. Malaric is as good a cameraman as Griffin ever was, and will know that he is lying when he says it's perfect, but that's what he says anyway. They get into Malaric's car. Griffin shoots through the window until the magazine is gone. People on the street see the lens and smile and wave and make obscene gestures. The sun makes darting after-images in Griffin's eyes. It was explained to Griffin that his skull has splintered internally, spalled like concrete, and the bone chips in his brain cannot be removed without either killing him or turning him into a vegetable, probably a cabbage. Griffin, not wanting to be either dead or dead and breathing, therefore agreed to sign the malpractice waiver. They did not operate. He would not sue. There is no one to collect the money anyway. As they drive through the sunlight, a good place for cabbages, Griffin puts the Arri down and turns to look at Malaric. She is wearing the standard-issue bush jacket with pockets full of photo goodies over a deep-cut cotton blouse. That is what she is wearing down the right side of Griffin's vision. Down the left, she appears in grainy black and white, lying on a bed, wearing a bathrobe over underwear. There are dark stains on her skin and clothing, and something blurred. Griffin thinks that if he were editing this film he would slow it down for a better look, and it slows down. The blurred object is a crowbar. A man dark against vertical strips of light is swinging it. There is a barely discernible line between the color frame and the monochrome that wobbles when Griffin tries to focus on it. Griffin puts a hand to his temple. There is brilliant light like a lens flare, and then the black and white film is gone. "Are you okay, A.D.?" Malaric says. He demounts the Arri magazine and labels it, so she will know he's all right. "So what you going to do?" Malaric says. "Been awful quiet in the pool without you and Carrick." "Got some offers to do music videos." "Music videos? You?" "I can't go into the bush anymore, Pia. Who'd buy me a ticket?" "Music videocy. You. The whole thing's dying." "Everything dies," Griffin says. When Griffin was 19 years old and independently wealthy, he was sitting in a Miami bar chain-smoking Russian cigarettes. The TV was showing a half-hour news special on the Salvador War. Nobody was watching it. A guy came into the bar. He looked like a street bum, dust all over army surplus clothes, week's beard. There was a still camera around his neck. As he pushed up to the bar, Griffin saw it was a Leica. $1,000 camera with a $1,000 lens around this bum's dirty neck. Griffin had only paid $800 cash for the suit he was wearing. The guy with the camera ordered a black bush with water on the side. He looked at Griffin. "So what do you do, kid?" "Just like that." "Oh, a bunch of shit," Griffin said. "This is one of the things I do." He lit a fresh cigarette with a $5 bill. "So what do you do, man?" The grubby guy pointed at the television set. The camera was bouncing through the jungle, following a squad of soldiers. One of the grunts got hit, went down. The camera spun, paused over him. Just a glance at the soldier, but enough to tell you he was dead. No. More. Enough to be a little ceremony, an amen over his death. Griffin felt a pain in his hand. The cigarette had dropped from his lips and burned him. He looked around, saw that everybody in the bar was staring at the TV. "Shot that 2 days ago," the guy said. "Film beat me here." This guy had done that with 15 seconds of film? On a fucking television set? "My name's Carrick," he said. "If you're Griffin, somebody told me you were good." Yeah, Griffin said. "Yeah, I'm good." "Fair enough. How'd you like to be good at something?" Griffin was in the hospital 4 weeks before he was conscious. For another 4 after that, he couldn't move, couldn't feed himself, couldn't do any of the stuff that adults are supposed to do for themselves. He could think, naturally, and he could talk. He could scream, too, but no one listened to that, so he didn't do it for very long. "So how come you guys go down to wars and get shot at?" Fischetti said, easing a bite of mashed potatoes into Griffin's mouth. "I mean, it ain't like somebody was giving you orders." Griffin chewed and swallowed as if he were thinking hard, which he wasn't. He said, "It is, though, at least at first. You start out by following somebody." "A.D., this is Susie Lodi." Griffin is being introduced to a tall, thin woman in a straight mesh dress. He braces himself for the sight of her death, as he has learned to do since leaving the hospital, rehearsing the possibilities. Suicide, he supposes, or a fast car full of hamburger, or the ever-popular cocaine heartburst. Can he really be the only one who sees this? He has imagined cutting people open, looking for the hidden cameras. Griffin looks up, at large eyes, a pointed chin, a look of vulnerability. There is no film. After a moment, Griffin catches himself straining to see, and pulls back from the edge in an almost physical sense. No film. It is as if a terrible beating has suddenly stopped. "I've been looking forward to meeting you," Susie Lodi says. Somehow her voice retains most of its recorded quality, the depth, the energy. She is like a clean mountain waterfall rushing through the coked-out, juiced-out, smacked-out people in this $5,000 suite, overlooking. Griffin cannot remember what city they are in. Maybe Paris. Jesus Christ, in Panavision she is beautiful. Is she straight? Her first album had a single called Preference Me that was number 11 until someone decided it was obscene, which drove it to number 3 with a bullet. So, Lodi says, you know what they say the AD stands for? He knows. In movies, it means assistant director. In print, art director. In history books, the godless are trying to replace it with CE. But when people talk about Griffin, it means already dead. The AD actually stands for Absalom David because Griffin's mother was an illiterate who couldn't keep her Bible stories straight. There were no books in Griffin's house. There was no newspaper. There were magazines, if they had enough pictures. And there was television, most of the hours of the day. Dodie Griffin's entire print vocabulary was of products whose names were writ large on the glass while an announcer spoke them. She could read Dial and Oreo and every major brand of beer. When A.D. Griffin was 15, he came home to find that his mother had mistaken a bottle of ant poison for cough syrup. She was sitting half upright, her lap full of vomit, in front of the cartoon adventures of Rambo. Griffin found the car keys, loaded the old Buick with what he thought he could hawk, and drove off. Susie Lodi leads Griffin into another room of the suite and points to a man all in black, 5 feet and a couple of inches tall. Jesse Rain, my lyricist, also my manager. Rain has black hair just to his collar, and his clothes are entirely black, denim jeans, silk shirt, boots, and hard-worn leather jacket. A black scarf wraps his throat. He is drinking Perrier from the bottle. Rain's face is hard and planar, like a cliff, his cheeks hollow and gray with beard stubble. He wears black wayfarers and a ring carved entirely from some smooth black stone. Griffin thinks of a Karsh photograph. He expects the film of Rain's death to look like double vision, monochrome both sides. But there is no film. The relief is lesser than with Susie, but it is still there, and cool, and pleasant. Rain sips his mineral water, looks shade-eyed at Griffin.
Hello, A.D. You're interested in shooting some tape of Susie.
His voice is very measured, like an actor speaking blank verse. I don't work in tape, Griffin says. Only film.
Film, then.
Aren't you going to ask why? Griffin is aware that he is staring, but there is no film. Not of Lodi, not of Rain. He looks at another party-goer just to make sure. And indeed there it is, perforated ulcer, hemorrhage until Griffin's fingers against his temple break the frame with light. But not of Lodi, not of Rain. Jesse Rain says,
Do you ask why Susie sings with words?
You got me.
I think I might,
Rain says seriously, and Griffin doesn't know what the hell he means by it.
But I'll want to see a sample first. One of the songs from Susie's first album, Middle Distance, at our expense.
If you're going to pay for it anyway, why don't we just—
It isn't that I don't trust you,
Rain says.
It's that not everyone can shoot Susie Lodi. See these?
Carrick said to Griffin, holding up a yard of 16mm in a cotton-gloved hand.
Edge numbers. That's what it's all about. We're all doing edge numbers, dancing right on the sprocket-hold brink.
I know how to edit, for Christ's sake.
Sure. Bet you've read every word Comrade Eisenstein ever wrote, all about how it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that montage. Look here, A.D., me lad.
He swept his hand across 24 lengths of film hanging in a cloth-lined editing bin.
You can pick up a piece of film and look at it and say, yeah, here's where this one fits. You can put it together with your hands, understand? On tape, well, there's a time code in there somewhere. Say the magic word SMPTY and it all fits, but you can't see time codes. You can't see anything on tape, because there isn't anything on tape but some oxide particles with a religious orientation. Tape is attitudinal, A.D., but film grabs that hot, raw light coming through the gate and makes something out of it.
That's bullshit.
It sure is, A.D., but it's my bullshit.
The space between the accident and 4 weeks later in the hospital is dark. Not totally dark, and not empty. There are half-lit shapes there. Griffin believes, that he could enter the darkness, see the things close, touch them, know them. The thought terrifies him. The faith is worse. Susie Lodi wears black against an overexposed white background. Her tight leather dress is an ink blot, her bare arms enveloped by light like fog. Put the wires into my nerves and brain. Wash my body down with Novocaine. If the treatment doesn't ease the pain, pull the plug and start again. You've got to cut wide open, rub salt in your soul. You've got to crawl through fire, naked on the coal. You've got to breathe deep water, draw until you drown. You've got to reach for heaven, pull the temple down. As she moves in front of the front projection screen, the light absorbs her limbs, gives them back. She is dancing, but dancing with nothing. Drive the nails into my hands and feet, daily paper for my winding sheet. If the hammer doesn't wake the street, draw the stake, resume the beat. You've got to cut. Jesse Rain stops the projector, turns up the room lights, taps his black ring on the black tabletop. He takes a sip from the glass of Cold Spring at his elbow and smiles. Without the sunglasses, his eyes are colorless, like spring water. I like it, A.D., he tells Griffin. I like it very much. There are 9 songs on the new album. What do you feel like committing to? There is something in the way Rain says committing that makes Griffin think of distance. Griffin and Carrick and one of the BBC guys were out in the Guatemalan bush when a bunch of Green Berets stumbled over them. No officers, just a couple of shot-up fire teams looking for home and mother. They said there were Cubans behind them, at least 80,000 reinforced with tanks and planes and Erwin Rommel and Genghis Khan. There were some shots. The grunts, not all that paralyzed, shot back. Finally, Carrick said to Griffin, Enough of this shit. I am not getting killed by these wieners. And he picked up his camera, just exactly like Duke Wayne hefting a machine gun, yelled, Okay, men, let's make movies. They all got up and followed him, the grunts shouting and shooting, until they crashed into 5 Cubans with a disassembled mortar. The Berets killed them all. One of the soldiers got the Bronze Star. Remember, Carrick said to Griffin when all the noise was over, use this power only for good. I hear you've got a contract, Malarick says. They are sitting in the TWA private lounge at Kennedy, over margaritas and bowls of little pretzels. In half an hour, Malarick will take off for the Persian Gulf. Another ship has been sunk. What goes around comes around. The lounge is a long curved room with a cathedral ceiling and ruffled white curtains hiding its windows, since the people here pay $200 a year to forget that this is an airport. Griffin keeps looking past Malarick at the high drapes, because when he looks at her he sees a crowbar crushing her skull, over and over in coarse monochrome, lit by high, thin windows. We're going to do 3 off the new record, Windriding. If those work, Jesse Rain wants to do a full video album. That's nice, Malarick says, and Griffin can hear that it isn't quite a lie. Beats staring at the ceiling. Doug Lebknecht says that any time you want a field job... Tell Doug I said thanks. You tell him, Malarick says, bitterness on the soundtrack. I've got work to do. They have another drink on Malarick's network, and then her plane is called. Griffin puts a hand behind his head and pinches, and through light, kisses Malarick. How does he tell her to frisk guys for crowbars before letting them into her bedroom? He aches for her himself. 8 months is a long time not to be whole, but the face of the man with the iron is blurred. There is the usual American pantomime of security. One of the toy soldiers at the checkpoint will die in a hit-and-run in Washington Square Park. The other has her respirator switched off by a man who is not wearing a doctor's coat, and is grinning as he pulls the plug. Who knows? Maybe both the killers are international terrorists. Griffin watches the plane go, comforted in knowing it cannot crash. "Some days I think it's all going to come back to us," Griffin said to Carrick once between firefights. "The detachment, I mean. Keeping distance has to have a price."
"Molto wrongo," Carrick said. "Nobody ever paid for keeping a distance. Nobody ever got shot who wasn't in the line of fire."
"But you've always been as close as anybody."
"So I'll get shot,"
Carrick said. Griffin's crew has responded to the decline in the promo clip market. They have met the challenge of spiraling costs, of the American drive to find a better way. They have come to Toronto to shoot. "Once you played with line and color, threw the paint against the wall, and your scribbled name was hanging under hot lights in the hall, but now the studio's empty and the gallery's closed, and you can hear the doors are slamming no matter where you go. Fashions you thought you were in, gone before they quite begin. Tell me how long you have been alone." There is something in Susie Lodi that does not want to be filmed. It is easy to ignore this because she is beautiful. There is enough for the camera there, and all the directors before Griffin have been satisfied with it, to dance with her image. Griffin has instead used long lenses and tight apertures to stretch the field, to go deep. For a softly bitter ballad someone else would have shot in black and white, with smooth, slow camera movements, Griffin has used a series of jumping still frames in hyper-saturated color. "Once you drew and cast the numbers, dealt the red upon the black, and no matter how you lost it, one more play would win it back. But now the pot of gold's empty and the banks are all closed, and no one's got a dime to lend you. Just look how much you owe. Take your chips and cash them in. Leave the table, you can't win. Tell me how long have you been alone?" Red paint and green felt and empty blue skies tear holes in the retinas. Blacks and whites are slabs applied with a palette knife. There is no relief anywhere, not even in Susie Lodi's voice, calm as it is. The reviewer for Rolling Stone says, when she asks how long have you been alone, there isn't any doubt who left the guy. There was a time for conversation in your educated way. There was an audience just waiting for whatever you would say. But now the words are so empty and your mind is so closed, and you believe there's someone listening, but you don't really know. Razor wit can cut too thin, voices fading in the din. Tell me how long have you been alone? The single goes platinum in 11 days. The following week there is a rumor that returns of engagement rings are up 30%. But there are always rumors. In the seconds before darkness, Griffin was looking through his viewfinder at 4 Iowa Nazis in brown shirts with stars and stripes armbands. Griffin was behind what was being called a safety line. The Iowa Nazis agreed that they would not cross the line if the counter-demonstrators and the press and the cops did not cross it. What the Nazis were doing today in the public eye was killing pigs with spears. A boar hunt, they called it, and issued a statement with some crap about the bold traditions of the Teutonic Knights. One of the countermarchers had a sign reading, "Alexander Nevsky had the right idea." It also seemed to be related to a manhood ritual from South Africa, another land of right ideas. Griffin felt flashed back to the good old days. He was shooting Mondo Cane in the Corn Belt. The 4 he was watching had rifles. This was supposed to be all right, too. As the film wound out, one raised his gun. Griffin's Araflex exploded next to his temple, into it. He plunged into shadow. Griffin's clip for Susie Lodi's Paper Corridors has been blamed for an increase in draft evasion, despite that the song has nothing to do with the draft. Griffin has been accused of using subliminals. His reply is that subliminals are bullshit, which is quoted, at least all but the last 4 letters, in most of the national journals. "Have you ever thought," Griffin says to Jesse Rain one quiet afternoon, not really knowing how to say it, "of writing Susie something political?"
"Do you mean something polemical?"
Rain picks up a guitar, begins knocking out the bouncing chords of 60s beach rock. He sings,
"So keep your eye on the Russians, 'cause I think that they're gonna invade now. You've got to hide in your shelter, till the fallout has gone and decayed now. Now every girl loves a soldier, so I sure hope we're gonna get laid now. And we'll have guns, 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 till atomics blow the commies away." "On Susie's first EP,"
Rain says as the ringing dies,
"I gave her a song called An East Wind Coming, all about Chernobyl. I put everything I had into it. It bored people blind."
"Did that make it not worth doing?"
"Yeah,"
Rain says.
"It did."
After the accident, Griffin was comatose for 4 weeks. The first face he saw was Fichetti's. The second was Malaric's. He had expected to see Carrick, but Carrick was dead. He had been blown out of the sky, leaving Yemen. Yemen, for God's sake. Griffin did not weep until Malaric had kissed him and gone, and then he began to cry uncontrollably. His arms would not respond properly. His hands were no goddamn use at all. Fish came in and dried his face without saying a word. Griffin understood that none of this was new to Fischetti. He wondered how Fish kept distance, how far the distance was. The line of those waiting to enter Club Glare is half a block long in cold Manhattan drizzle. Jessie Rain, Susie Lodi, and Griffin walk past the line to another door and are admitted instantly. The club's sound system is loud enough to ignite paper. Its lighting carries enough wattage to give a small African nation all the blessings of civilization. The DJ in the glass booth overhead goes by the name of Rack Focus. She reminds Griffin of Ming the Merciless in red leather. She is tipped to Susie's presence, makes the announcement, the applause almost drowns the music, and puts on Griffin's clip of Paper Corridors. It was shot in darkened government buildings in Ottawa, using pre-flashed film. The raw stock had been briefly exposed to light, making it more sensitive. There is a cost in haziness, but they can shoot in darker corners. Griffin and Lodi and Rain get a table with a good view of the crowd, and vice versa. Griffin and Lodi order Veuve Clicquot. Rain gets straight Perrier, without even a twist. Griffin looks at the giant video screen, but he's seen that. He looks at the crowd. Film flips by. Death, death, death. He looks at Susie, and that is calming at first, and then,
"I'm going upstairs," Jessie Rain says. "See you when?"
"Night, Jess," says Susie. "He's going to sleep up there?" "No, talk to somebody, I think. But that's the last we'll see of him tonight." Griffin cannot think of a stranger place to do business than inside this jukebox, and he has seen business done where revolutions per minute referred to the transfer of power.
"Is everything all right, Miss Lodi?"
says the voice of a BBC announcer. Griffin looks up. There is a 7-foot Haitian in a Club Glare t-shirt looking back at him. "Just fine, Robert. A.D., this is Rather Rotten Robert. Robert's job is to break the arms of anybody who hassles us, right, Robert?" Robert smiles, showing more gold than teeth, and says in the perfect Oxbridge purr,
"That's quite correct, Miss Lodi."
Through his left eye, Griffin sees the huge man kick a .44 out of a Zipunk's hand, and then throw the Zipunk out the door one-handed. As Robert turns, a bald girl with fishhooks in her lips picks up the big pistol and fires it twice, punching Robert's heart out of his body, taking off a corner of his skull. Rather Rotten Robert says, "Oh, now, why, lady?" And then there is blue light, neon through a beer bottle.
"May I bring you another bottle, sir, madam?"
Robert says. "I think we're going early tonight," Susie says. "Would you call the car?"
"Certainly, Miss Lodi."
Griffin looks at Susie Lodi, and there is no film. It has been a long time not to be whole. They go out past the line of those who cannot enter, and for once what they're thinking is right. It's never like one expects, but even more so tonight. No Tom or throne clothing, no dominance or submission beyond a little friendly "no, I'm on top," no kinks and very little perspiration, as clean as a really good porn film, Just the sweet, uncomplicated joy of an exchange of tenderness between two people who don't give a damn for each other. Griffin goes home early the next afternoon to find a message on his answering machine from Malarick, in town again, and wanting to talk to him, and he doesn't even feel guilty. There is a knock at Griffin's door. Standing in the hall is a man in a bulky coat, a hat half across his face. He looks straight at Griffin, and the face is empty of anything like expression. The medium, in this case, is the message. Griffin turns away before he looks any closer.
"Are you fully recovered from your injury, Mr. Griffin?"
the man says, and again it is not the words but the tone.
"I'm doing all right." "Very glad to hear that, Mr. Griffin. Glad to see you found productive work. You are enjoying your work?"
"Sure."
"No desire to return to your former job?"
"This pays better."
"Yes," the man says. "I'd keep that in mind. Should anyone make any sort of counteroffer to you, do remember the difference in pay."
Griffin stares. He can't help it, perhaps. The film rolls. Griffin sees the man being knifed in a narrow street, buildings with an East European look. The camera looks down on him as he lurches, holding his stomach in his hands, bumps against a street sign. "Be careful on Kalinenstrasse," Griffin says.
"I hope you're listening to me, Mr. Griffin,"
the man says in color right frame, while in left frame he falls and makes a splash in his own blood. The man is puzzled. He is used to people being afraid of him, and to their standing up bravely to him, but Griffin's response has him stymied. "You too," Griffin says, and looks, until the man turns around and goes. Griffin shuts the door and manages not to vomit until he reaches the bathroom. One look away, one voice that won't stop screaming, one wish that keeps on coming true, one lonely day, one night of lucid dreaming, one coded message coming through, breaking through to blue. Malarick keeps looking at the bar television during the Susie Lodi clip. She is fascinated, so much so she keeps not telling Griffin what it is that was so important this morning. One barren place, one scent that always lingers, one introspective point of view, one hidden face, one hand with 7 fingers, one wired instruction what to do, breaking through to blue. "But I think I got tape of somebody's missiles in somebody else's cargo holds," Malarick says suddenly. "I held the camera on the stenciling, and the bills of lading, and if they're all readable—"
"Pia,"
Griffin says slowly,
"has a man—"
The crowbar falls and falls and falls before the thin windows. "A man what?"
"Be careful,"
Griffin says, and leaves her, no doubt, wondering. Griffin knows he must have film of Carrick somewhere. He knows that he shot it, as tests, as jokes, as remembrance, for any reason except the one he has in mind now. Tape will not do. Tape is attitudinal, a cool medium at a safe distance. He finds a reel, jams it onto the editor spools, slaps off the lights and begins to crank. There is Carrick, moving, living in the light. This is Guatemala film. And down the left side of Griffin's vision, Yemeni film. The crew is getting out. A Hercules is waiting to take them all home. They crowd aboard the Hercules. It takes off. There is a round of gallows jokes and straight shots of whiskey. The plane reaches altitude. There is a bright light as if the film has broken, the lamp unconfined through the gate, and then nothing. Griffin runs the film back, slows it down. The light contracts to a sphere, to a point. It goes out, leaving a knapsack in a seat. It was all over in 3 frames, 1/8 of a second. No one felt a thing. Griffin stops the projection again, counts the passengers. There are 12. He runs back to the boarding, counts again. 13. The one with the knapsack in his hand does not take a seat. He drops the bag, turns as if going after more gear. Griffin stops the film. The man's face is blurred with motion, but Griffin has seen it that way before, in Kalinenstrasse, and behind a swinging crowbar. In the next to last frame before the fogged footage, the Iowa Nazi raised his automatic rifle. Bits of film camera crumpled into Griffin's head, but the man with the rifle did not fire it. Griffin has filmed men shooting rifles on 4 continents, including directly at him, and this one did not. Griffin wonders who was standing next to him, behind the safety line, but he has no film of that. He looks at the telephone. He knows the digits that in the right sequence will connect him with Malaric, but what after that? The phone rings. Griffin picks it up.
A.D.,
Jesse Raines says.
Couple of things I'd like to discuss with you.
Get the hell out of here, Griffin, the high school principal told the 15-year-old. I don't know what you bother to come to school for. Because I run your audiovisual department better than that drunk Haley ever did, and you don't have to pay me. The principal swung the yardstick in his hand at Griffin. Griffin grabbed it and snapped it in half. He ran. He'd been told to get out, after all. He ran home because that was the only place he had to run. When he got there, he paused, and thought, and gathered, and kept on running. Rain takes Griffin to the club glare, and upstairs. Here the floor hums with the sound for those below, and sometimes the light flashes through the windows like lightning, but they are isolated. Rain looks down at the dance floor, the keystoned video screen. They are above even Rack the DJ. When they sit down, Griffin has a pint glass of Guinness at the proper temperature. Rain one of Vichy water. Rain says,
What do you see when you look at me, A.D.?
The words rhyme so that for a moment Griffin thinks it is a new lyric for Susie. Then he hears them properly. After a moment, he says,
What am I supposed to see? You're an artist. I'd hoped you could tell me.
I make movies.
You know it's more than that,
Rain says.
You work with light, while some of us...
Rain's lips are moving. Griffin cannot hear the words, if they are words, only a soft whistling. Rain dips 2 fingers into the straight-sided glass. There is a flare of light from his ring, with star filter points. The water glass is empty, and a black-furred mouse clutches the back of Rain's hand. It runs up his sleeve, perches on his shoulder.
Look hard at the mouse,
Jesse Raines says.
See anything?
Griffin looks. The mouse looks back, curious little eyes. There is no film.
I'm going to throw him under a truck when we're done here,
Raines says.
Anything yet?
No. The mouse licks Rain's ear. Raines says,
I know your work. You know mine. Technique.
Griffin looks Rain straight in the colorless eyes. Rain feeds a peanut to the mouse, says,
A.D., can you see me?
To the beat of the Who song. No. Lightning strikes in Griffin's brain, and he pulls at his drink. So this isn't how Carrick did it after all, Griffin had thought. But no, this is different. Rain says,
It doesn't have to hurt. It can be more fun than anything. Anything. You just need to work on your technique.
His face is a test card, and his voice is a click track. The mouse snuggles down on Rain's shoulder. Surely a mouse has to die. Everything dies. Rain says,
Did she act like a puppet? Was there any lack of spontaneity?
No. Griffin's crotch tightens at the thought.
Technique.
Rain stands up. the mouse crawling into his jacket. He says,
"Let's go. I can only stand so much of this place."
They descend into the noise and go out. Rather rotten Robert clears a way for them. Every time Griffin looks up, he sees the bullet opening Robert's skull, so he looks mostly down. On the street, there is a line of people waiting to be approved for entry. A glance shows Griffin clips of stopped hearts and fried brains and overturned cars, and a bent propeller taking hungry bites. Griffin touches his jaw joint, and the film breaks, white light through the gate, painful but clean. Rain says,
"This way. Easy now. You get thrown in the drunk tank, and you're in for a long and visionary night."
The neon blurs and goes out. Griffin realizes he is being bundled into a stretch limo. Plush and leather caress him. Dark glass soothes his eyes. Rain puts a cold beer into Griffin's hand, and he suckles it.
"Where are we going?"
Griffin says finally.
"Where do you want to go? Remember, we have a clip to shoot in the morning. Want to do it in Paris? We'll pick up Susie, be on the jet by 2. Susie likes Paris. That's where she met you, remember?"
"Take me up to East 92nd. Rain twists the cap off a bottle of Evian. They drive north. Griffin sold the family car, which he wasn't licensed to drive anyway, and pawned the household goods. The Hawk Shop had a 16mm movie camera, a Canon Scoopik. Griffin bought it, and a reel-to-reel tape recorder.
"Nobody uses this stuff no more. They all make videotape,"
the pawnbroker said.
"What you gonna be, Cecil B. DeMille?"
"Herschel Gordon Lewis," Griffin said. But the pawnbroker didn't get it. 4 years later, A.D. Griffin was producing, directing, scripting, and lensing hardcore for the inner-city markets and the occasional softcore splatter for the drive-ins. He had a before-tax income of $30,000 and an after-tax income of $30,000. He had neither a credit card nor a checking account, and had never written a ledger entry in his life. Most of the people he dealt with thought he was just a runner for the real A.D. Griffin. He didn't care. He had everything. He thought he had everything, until Carrick showed up. What goes around comes around. Fichetti's fingers dug deep into Griffin's back, working out the pain, putting Griffin's mind back in touch with his vacationing limbs. Griffin thought about things in order, said,
"You know who Eisenstein was, Fish?" "Sure. He was a Jew that built atom bombs."
Rain's limousine lets Griffin off at the steps to Malaric's brownstone. It has begun to rain. Rain says nothing as Griffin leaves the car. When Griffin turns back for a moment, the limo is gone. He climbs the stairs to a high double door, wire in its glass panes. To his right is a column of glowing doorbell buttons. Malaric's is the third up. Griffin glances up, through the rain. The building has high, narrow windows. Griffin stops. Either he can change what is happening up there, or he cannot. Either he has been seeing the truth, or he has not. If a man cannot trust himself, trusting God is a small consolation. Griffin looks away from the door, high crane shot of the sidewalk below. There is a young couple, teens, walking past, drenched, nuzzling, not feeling the rain. In Griffin's left eye, the boy kills the girl with a potato peeler. The state electrocutes him. What goes around comes around. She is wearing an oversized T-shirt, plastered to her breasts with rain. It reads, "Choose life." Griffin spins around, panning over the lighted doorbells. He stumbles down the steps. Water splashes into his shoes. A man comes out from between the buildings, coat turned up against the rain. He is whistling to himself. He might be on his way to the corner for a paper, but he isn't. Griffin stares at him, and stares, watching the film of his death over and over. It isn't enough. The man has a chalk mark on his shoulder now, a broad white M. All around him are scrapings and thuds and footsteps. Hands reach up from sewer gratings. The underworld pursues the murderer, for if the police cannot, who else is left? Griffin tilts up. The sign on the lamp-post no longer reads Kalinenstrasse. Beneath it, the man is just as dead. So, Griffin takes a few squelching steps. He sees a little man in a long black coat just ahead. The man snaps his arm out straight. Griffin barely sees the blur of black fur before it disappears beneath a passing truck. He can hear the crunch of tiny bones. The man in black walks away. Griffin turns another way. So much water. He will bind Susie Lodi in black cloth and soak her with water, so that her movements are struggling and slow. Filters and lighting will show each drop in high contrast as it rolls down her face, her body, to the pool that rises past her hips, black as oil. In the last bars of the song it will reach her chin and still rise, until there is only a silver ripple on darkness. Jesse Rain will write a lyric and it will sell 1 million pressings. Kids will drown and not be missed. Double platinum. A siren shrieks. The cars pull up. The cops pile out. So someone did hear something. Say something. Down left frame, one of them is shotgunned in the face by a stockinged masked bandit. Another hangs himself dressed in women's lingerie. Fog and darkness make the right frame seem as colorless as the left, except for the red and blue flares of light. Griffin saves the image for a future video. There will be music. Griffin turns his back. A little further on, Griffin's transportation is waiting, calmly pawing the pavement with its 8-inch claws. It turns its head and dips it, clicking the eagle beak, as submissive as such a creature might ever appear. Griffin climbs on his namesake's back, running a hand over the feathers of the head, the stiff but smooth fur on the huge shoulders. He is taken into the night sky. They bank over the city smoother than a gyro-stabled helicopter mount. It's more fun than anything. The street where they are clustering round death is only one square of an endless dark grid, and at every point of the grid there are police, firemen, ambulances, lights sparking hopelessly against the night. So he doesn't have Carrick's gift. So what? He has his own. And Rain has shown him what it's good for. Griffin will go back now, to the people he can stand to look at, because they have nothing inside them. Regret dies last, but everything dies. Cuts by F. Paul Wilson. July 1988. It started in Milo's right foot. He awoke in the dark of his bedroom with a pins and needles sensation from the lower part of his calf to the tips of his toes. He sat up, massaged it, walked around the bedroom. Nothing helped. Finally, he took a Darvocet and went back to bed. He managed to get to sleep, but was awake again by dawn, this time with both feet tingling. In the wan light, he inspected his lower legs. A thin, faintly red line around each leg about 3 inches up from the ankle. Milo snapped on the night table light for a closer look. He touched the line. It was more than a line, an indentation, actually, like something left after wearing a pair of socks too tight at the top. But it felt as if the constricting band were still there. He got up and walked around. It felt a little funny to stand on partially numb feet, but he couldn't worry about it now. In just a couple of hours he was doing a power breakfast at the Polo with Regenstein from TriStar, and he had to be sharp. He padded into the kitchen to put on the coffee. As he wove through LA's morning commuter traffic, Milo envied the drivers with their tops down. He would have loved to have his 380SL opened up to the bright early morning sun. Truthfully, he would have been glad for an open window. But for the sake of his hair, he stayed bottled up with the AC on. He couldn't afford to let the breeze blow his toupee around. It had been especially stubborn about blending in with his natural hair this morning, and he didn't have any more time to fuss with it. And this was his good piece. His backup had been stolen during a robbery of his house last week, an occurrence that still baffled the hell out of him. He wished he didn't have to worry about wearing a rug. He had heard about a new experimental lotion that was supposed to start hair growing again. If that ever panned out, he'd be first on line to... His right hand started tingling. He removed it from the wheel and fluttered it in the air. Still, it tingled. The sleeve of his sports coat slipped back, and he saw a faint indentation running around his forearm just above the wrist. For a few heartbeats, he studied it in horrid fascination.
What's happening to me?
Then he glanced up and saw the looming rear of a truck rushing toward his windshield. He slammed on the brakes and slowed to a screeching stop, inches from the tailgate. Gasping and sweating, Milo slumped in the seat and tried to get a grip. Bad enough he was developing mysterious little constricting bands on his legs, and now his arm. He had almost wrecked the new Mercedes. This sucker cost more than his first house back in the 70s. When traffic started up again, he drove cautiously, keeping his eyes on the road and working the fingers of his right hand. He had some weird shit disease, he just knew it, but he couldn't let anything get between him and this breakfast with Regenstein.
"Look, Milo,"
Howard Regenstein said through the smoke from his third cigarette in the last 20 minutes.
"You know that if it was up to me, the picture would be all yours. You know that, man."
Milo nodded, not knowing that at all. He had used that same line himself 1,000,000 times, maybe 2,000,000 times. If it was up to me. Yeah, right. The great cop-out. I'm a nice guy, and I have all the faith in the world in you, but those money guys, those faithless, faceless Philistines who hold the purse strings, won't let guys with vision like you and me get together and make a great film. Well, what's the problem, Howie? I mean, give it to me straight.
All right,
Howie said, showing his chiclet caps between his thin lips. He was deeply tanned, wore thick horn-rimmed glasses. His close-cropped curly hair was sandy-colored and lightly bleached.
Despite my strong, and Milo, I do mean strong, recommendation, the money boys looked at the grosses for the hut and got scared away.
Well, that explained a lot of things, especially this crummy table half hidden in an inside corner. The real power players, the ones who wanted everybody else in the place to see who they were doing breakfast with, were out in the middle or along the windows. Regenstein probably had 3 breakfasts scheduled for this morning. Milo was wondering what tables had been reserved for the others when a sharp pain stabbed his right leg. He winced and reached down.
"Something wrong?"
Regenstein said.
"No, just a muscle cramp."
He lifted his trouser leg and saw that the indentation above his ankle was deeper. It was actually a cut now. Blood oozed slowly, seeping into his sock. He straightened up and forced a smile at Regenstein.
"The hut, Howie? Is that all?"
Milo said with a laugh.
"Don't they know that project was a loser from the start? The book was a bad property, a piece of cliched garbage. Don't they know that?"
Howie smiled too.
"Afraid not, Milo. You know their kind. They look at the bottom line and see that Universal's going to be 20 mil in the hole on the hut, and in their world that means something. And maybe they remember those PR pieces you did a month or so before it opened. You never even mentioned that the film was based on a book. Had me convinced the story was all yours, whole cloth."
Milo clenched his teeth. That had been when he had thought the movie was going to be a smash.
"I had a concept, Howie, one that cut through the bounds and limitations of the novel. I wanted to raise the level of the material, but the producers stymied me at every level."
Actually, he had been pretty much on his own down there in Haiti. He had changed the book a lot, made loads of cuts and condensations. He had made it to Milo Girl film. But somewhere along the way he had lost it. Unanimously hostile 1-star reviews with leads like "Shut the Hut" and "New Girl Picks the Pits" hadn't helped. 20th had been pushing an offer in its television division, and he had been holding them off. Who wanted to do TV when you could do theatricals? But as the bad reviews piled up and the daily grosses plummeted, he grabbed the TV offer. It was good money, had plenty of prestige, but it was still television. Milo wanted to do films, and very badly wanted in on the new package Regenstein was putting together for TriStar. Howie had Jack Nicholson, Bobby De Niro, and Kathy Turner firm, and was looking for a director. But he wasn't going to be it. He knew that now. Well, at least he could use the TV job to pay the bills and keep his name before the public until the hut was forgotten. That wouldn't be long. A year or two at most, and he'd be back directing another theatrical. Not a package like Regenstein's, but something with a decent budget where he could do the screenplay and direct. That was the way he liked it. Full control on paper and on film. He shrugged at Regenstein and put on his best good-natured smile. "What can I say, Howie? The world wasn't ready for the hut. Someday they'll appreciate it." "Yeah, right," he thought, as Regenstein nodded noncommittally. At least Howie was letting him down easy, letting him keep his dignity here. That was important. All he had to do now was... Milo screamed as pain tore into his left eye like a bolt of lightning. He lurched to his feet, upsetting the table as he clamped his hands over his eye in a vain attempt to stop the agony. Pain! Oh, Christ, pain as he had never known it was shooting from his eye straight into his brain. This had to be a stroke. What else could hurt like this? Through his good eye he had a whirling glimpse of everybody in the dining room standing and staring at him as he staggered around. He pulled one hand away from his eye and reached out to steady himself. He saw a smear of blood on his fingers. He took the other hand away. His left eye was blind, but with his right he saw the dripping red on his palm. A woman screamed. "My God, Milo," Regenstein said, his chalky face swimming into view. "Your eye! What did you do to your eye?" He turned to a gaping waiter. "Get a doctor! Get a fucking ambulance!" Milo was groggy from the Demerol they had given him. In the blur of hours since breakfast, he'd been wheeled in and out of the emergency room so many times, poked with so many needles, examined by so many doctors, x-rayed so many times, his head was spinning. At least the pain had eased off. "I'm admitting you onto the vascular surgery service, Mr. Girl," said the bearded doctor as he pushed back one of the white curtains that shielded Milo's gurney from the rest of the emergency room. His badge said Edward Jansen, M.D., and he looked tired and irritable. Milo struggled up the Demerol downgrade. "Vascular surgery? But my eye—" "As Dr. Birch told you, Mr. Girl, your eye can't be saved. It's ruined beyond repair. But maybe we can save your feet and your hand if it's not too late already." "Save them?" "If we're lucky. I don't know what kind of games you've been into, but getting yourself tied up with piano wire is about the dumbest thing I've ever heard of." Milo was growing more alert by the second now. Over Dr. Jansen's shoulder he saw the bustle of the emergency room personnel, saw an old black mopping the floor in slow rhythmic strokes. But he was only seeing it with his right eye. He reached up to the bandage over his left. Ruined? He wanted to cry, but Dr. Jansen's piano wire remark suddenly filtered through to his consciousness. "Piano wire? What are you talking about?" "Don't play dumb. Look at your feet." Dr. Edwards pulled the sheet free from the far end of the gurney. Milo looked. The nail beds were white, and the skin below the indentations was a dusky blue. And the indentations had all become clean, straight, bloody cuts right through the skin and into the meat below. His right hand was the same. "See that color?" Jansen was saying. "That means the tissues below the wire cuts aren't getting enough blood. You're going to have gangrene for sure if we don't restore circulation soon." Gangrene? Milo levered up on the gurney and felt his toes with his good hand. Cold. "No, that's impossible." "I'd almost agree with you," Dr. Jansen said, his voice softening for a moment as he seemed to be talking to himself. Behind him, Milo noticed the old black moving closer with his mop. "When we did x-rays, I thought we'd see the wire embedded in the flesh there, but there was nothing. Tried zero soft tissue technique in case you had used fishing line or something, but that came up negative too. Even probed the cuts myself, but there's nothing in there. Yet the arteriograms clearly show that the arteries in your lower legs and right forearm are compressed to the point where very little blood is getting through. The tissues are starving. The vascular boys may have to do bypasses." "I'm getting out of here. Milo said. "I'll see my own doctor."
"I'm afraid I can't allow that."
"You can't stop me. I can walk out of here any time I want."
"I can keep you 72 hours for purposes of emergency psychiatric intervention."
"Psychiatric?"
"Yeah, self-mutilation. Your mind worries me almost as much as your arteries, Mr. Girl. I'd like to make sure you don't poke out your other eye before you get treatment."
"But I didn't—"
"Please, Mr. Girl, there were witnesses. Your breakfast companion said he had just finished giving you some disappointing news when you screamed and rammed something into your eye."
Milo touched the bandage over his eye again. How could they think he had done this to himself? "My God, I swear I didn't do this."
"That kind of trauma doesn't happen spontaneously, Mr. Girl, and according to your companion, no one was within reach of you. So one way or the other, you're staying. Make it easy on both of us, and do it voluntarily."
Milo didn't see that he had a choice. "I'll stay," he said. "Just answer me one thing. You ever seen anything like this before?" Jansen shook his head.
"Never. Never heard of anything like it either."
He took a sudden deep breath and smiled through his beard, with what Milo guessed was supposed to be doctorly reassurance.
"But hey, I'm only an ER doc. The vascular boys will know what to do."
With that, he turned and left, leaving Milo staring into the wide-eyed black face of the janitor. "What are you staring at?" Milo said.
"A man in big trouble,"
the janitor said in a deep, faintly accented voice. He was pudgy, with a round face, watery eyes, and 2 days' worth of silvery growth on his jowls. With a front tooth missing on the top, he looked like Leon Spinks gone to seed for 30 years.
"These doctors can't be helping what you got. You got a Bokor mad at you, and only a Hungon can fix you."
"Get lost," Milo said. He lay back on the gurney and closed his good eye to shut out the old man and the emergency room. He hunted for sleep as an escape from the pain and the gut-roiling terror, praying he'd wake up and learn that this was all just a horrible dream. But those words wouldn't go away. Bokor, Hungon. He knew them somehow. Where? And then it hit him like a blow. The Hut. They were voodoo terms from the novel The Hut. He hadn't used them in the film. He'd scoured all mention of voodoo from his screenplay. But the author had used them in the book. If Milo remembered correctly, a Bokor was an evil voodoo priest, and a Hungon was a good one. Or was it the other way around? Didn't matter. They were all part of Bill Franklin's bullshit novel. Franklin, wouldn't he like to see me now? Milo thought. Their last meeting had been anything but pleasant. Unforgettable, yes. His mind did a slow dissolve to his new office at 20th 2 weeks ago. "Some conference!" The angry voice startled Milo, and he spilled hot coffee down the front of his shirt. He leaped up from behind his desk and bent forward, pulling the steaming fabric away from his chest. "Jesus, H." But then he looked up and saw Bill Franklin standing there, and his anger cooled like fresh blood in an Arctic breeze. Maggie's anxious face peered over Franklin's narrow shoulder. "I tried to stop him, Mr. Girl. Honest I did, but he wouldn't listen." "You've been ducking me for a month, girl," Franklin said in his nasal voice. "No more tricks." Maggie said, "Shall I call security?" "I don't think that will be necessary, Mags," he said quickly, grabbing a Kleenex from the oak tissue holder on his desk and blotting at his stained shirt front. Milo had moved into this office only a few weeks ago, and the last thing he needed today was an ugly scene with an irate writer. He could tell from Franklin's expression that he was ready to cause a doozy. Better to bite the bullet and get this over with. "I'll talk to Mr. Franklin. You can leave him here." She hesitated, and he waved her toward the door. "Go ahead, it's all right." When she had closed the door behind her, he picked up the insulated brass coffee urn and looked at Franklin. "Coffee, Billy boy?" "I don't want coffee, girl. I want to know why you've been ducking me." "But I haven't been ducking you, Billy," he said, refreshing his own cup. He would have to change this shirt before he did lunch later. "I'm not with Universal anymore. I'm with 20th now, so naturally my offices are here." He swept an arm around him. "Not bad, eh?" Milo sat down and tried his best to look confident, at ease. Inside, he was anything but. Right now, he was a little afraid of the writer stalking back and forth before the desk like a caged tiger. Nothing about Franklin's physical appearance was the least bit intimidating. He was fair-haired and tall, with big hands and feet attached to a slight gangly frame. He had a big nose, a small chin, and a big Adam's apple. Milo had noticed on their first meeting 2 years ago that he could slant a perfectly straight line along the tips of those 3 protuberances. A moderate overbite did not help the picture. Milo's impression of Franklin had always been that of a patient, retiring, rational man who never raised his voice. But today, he was barging about with a wild look in his eyes, shouting, gesticulating, accusing. Milo remembered an old saying his father used to quote to him when he was a boy, "Beware the wrath of a patient man." Franklin had paused and was looking around the spacious room with its indirect lighting, its silver-gray floor-to-ceiling louvered blinds and matching carpet, the chrome and onyx wet bar, the free-form couches, the abstract sculptures on the lucite coffee table and on Milo's oversized desk.
"How did you ever rate this after perpetrating a turkey like the Hut?"
20th recognizes talent when it sees it, Billy.
"My question stands,"
Franklin said. Milo ignored the remark. "Sit down, Billy boy. What's got you so upset?" Franklin didn't sit. He resumed his stalking.
"You know damn well what. My book."
"You've got a new one?" Milo said, perfectly aware of which book he meant.
"No, I mean the only book I've ever written. The Hut, and the mess you made out of it."
Milo had heard quite enough nasty criticism of that particular film to last him a lifetime. He felt his anger flare, but suppressed it. Why get into a shouting match? "I'm sorry you feel that way, Billy, but let's face facts." He spread his hands in a consoling gesture. "It's a dead issue. There's nothing more to be done. The film has been shot, edited, released, and—"
"And withdrawn,"
Franklin shouted.
2 weeks in general release and the theater owners sent it back. It's not just a flop, it's a catastrophe."
"The critics killed it."
"Bullshit. The critics blasted it just like they blasted other flops, like Flashdance and Top Gun and Ernest Goes to Camp. What killed it, girl, was word of mouth. Now I know why you wouldn't screen it until a week before it opened. You knew you'd botched it."
"I had trouble with the final cut. I couldn't—"
"You couldn't get it to make sense. As I walked out of that screening, I kept telling myself that my negative feelings were due to all the things you'd cut out of my book, that maybe I was too close to it all, and that the public would somehow find my story in your massive pretensions. Then I heard a guy in his early 20s say, 'What a boring waste of time,' and I knew it wasn't just me."
Franklin's long bony finger stabbed through the air.
"It was you. You raped my book."
Milo had had just about enough of this. "You novelists are all alike," he said with genuine disdain. "You do fine on the printed page, so you think you're experts at writing for the screen. But you're not. You don't know the first goddamn thing about visual writing."
"You cut the heart out of my story. The Huts was about the nature of evil and how it can seduce even the strongest among us. The plot was like a house of cards, girl, built with my sweat. Your windbag script blew it all down, and after I saw the first draft of the script, you were suddenly unavailable for conference."
Milo recalled Franklin's endless stream of nitpicking letters, his deluge of time-wasting phone calls. "I was busy, damn it. I was writer-director. The whole thing was on my shoulders."
"I warned you that the house of cards was falling due to the cuts you made. I mean, why did you remove all the mention of voodoo and zombieism from the script? They were the 2 red herrings that held the plot together."
"Voodoo, zombies. That's old hat. Nobody would pay to see a voodoo movie."
"Then why set the movie in Haiti, for Christ's sake? Might as well have been in Pasadena. And that monster you threw in at the end? Where in hell did you come up with that? It looked like the Incredible Hulk in drag. I spent years in research. I slaved to fill that book with terror and dread. All you brought to the screen were cheap shocks."
"If that's your true opinion, and I disagree with it absolutely, you should be glad the film was a flop. No one will see it." Franklin nodded slowly.
"That gave me comfort for a while, until I realized that the movie isn't dead. When it reaches the video stores and the cable services, tens of millions of people will see it, not because it's good, but simply because it's there and it's something they've never heard of before and certainly have never seen. And they'll be directing their rapt attention at your corruption of my story, and they'll see based on the novel by William Franklin and think that the pretentious, incomprehensible mishmash they're watching represents my work. And that makes me mad, girl. Fucking A, crazy mad.
The ferocity that flashed across Franklin's face was truly frightening. Milo rushed to calm him. "Billy, look. Despite our artistic differences, and despite the fact that the Hut will never turn a profit, you were paid well into 6 figures for the screen rights. What's your beef?" Franklin seemed to shrink a little. His shoulders slumped, and his voice softened.
"I didn't write it for money. I live off a trust fund that provides me with more than I can spend. The Hut was my first novel, maybe my only novel ever. I gave it everything. I don't think I have any more in me."
"Of course you do," Milo said, rising and moving around the desk toward the subdued writer. Here was his chance to ease Franklin out of here. "It's just that you've never had to suffer for your art. You've had it too soft, too cushy for too long. Things came too easy on that first book. First time at bat you got a major studio film offer that actually made it to the screen. That hardly ever happens. Now you've got to prove it wasn't just a fluke. You've got to get out there and slog away on that new book. Deprive yourself a little. Suffer."
"Suffer?"
Franklin said, a weird light starting to glow in his eyes.
"I should suffer?"
"Yes," Milo said, guiding him toward the office door. "All great artists suffer."
"You ever suffer, Milo girl?"
"Of course. Especially this morning, listening to you."
"Look at this office. You don't look like you're suffering for what you did to the Hut."
"I did my suffering years ago. The anger you feel about the Hut is small change compared to the dues I've had to pay." He finally had Franklin across the threshold. "I'm through suffering," he said, as he slammed the door and locked it. From the other side of the thick oak door, he thought he heard Franklin say,
"No, you're not."
"Missing any personal items lately, mister?"
said a voice. Milo opened his good eye and saw the big black guy standing over him, leaning on his mop handle. What was wrong with this old fart? What was his angle? "If you don't leave me alone, I'm going to call—" He paused. "What do you mean, personal items?"
"You know, clothing, nail clippings, a brush or comb that might hold some of your hair. That kind of stuff."
A chill swept over Milo's skin like an icy breeze in July. The robbery. Such a bizarre thing. A pried-open window, a few cheap rings gone, his drawers and closets ransacked, an old pair of pajamas missing, and his toupee, the second-string hairpiece, gone. Who could figure it? But he had been shaken up enough to go out and buy a .38 for his night table. Milo laughed. This was so ludicrous. "You're talking about a voodoo doll, aren't you?" The old guy nodded.
"It got other names, but that'll do."
"Who the hell are you?"
"Name's Andre, but folks call me Andy. I got connections you gonna need."
"You need your head examined."
"Maybe, but that doctor said he was looking for the wires that was cutting into your legs and your arm, but he couldn't find them. That's because the wires are somewheres else. They're on the legs and arm of a doll somebody made of you."
Milo tried to laugh again, but found he couldn't. He managed a weak, "Bullshit."
"You'll believe me soon enough, and when you do, I'll take you to a Hunglong who can help you out."
"Yeah," Milo said, "like you really care about me." The old black showed his gap-toothed smile.
"Oh, I won't be doing you a favor, and neither will the Hunglong. You'll be wanting money for pulling your fat out the fire."
"And you'll get a finder's fee." The smile broadened.
"That's right."
That made a little more sense to Milo, but still he wasn't buying.
"Forget it."
"I be around till 3. I'll keep checking up on you case you change your mind. I can get you out here when you want to go."
"Don't hold your breath." Milo rolled on his side and closed his eyes. The old fart had some nerve trying to run that corny scam on him, and in a hospital yet. He'd report him, have him fired. This was no joke. He'd lost his eye already. He could be losing his feet, his hand. He needed top medical center-level care, not some voodoo mumbo-jumbo. But no one seemed to know what was going on, and everyone seemed to think he'd put his own eye out. God, who could do something like that to himself? And his hand and his feet. The doc had said they were going to start rotting off if blood didn't get flowing back into them. What on earth was happening to him? And what about that weird robbery last week? Only personal articles had been stolen. All the high-ticket stereo and video stuff had been left untouched. God, it couldn't be voodoo, could it? Who'd even... Shit! Bill Franklin! He was an expert on it after all those years of research for The Hut. But he wouldn't. He couldn't. Franklin's faintly heard words echoed in Milo's brain. No, you're not. Agony suddenly lanced through Milo's groin, doubling him over on the gurney. Gasping with the pain, he tore at the clumsy, stupid nightshirt they'd dressed him in and pulled it up to his waist. He held back the scream that rose in his throat when he saw the thin red line running around the base of his penis. Instead, he called out a name. Andy! Andy! Milo coughed and peered through the dim little room. It smelled of dust and sweat and charcoal smoke and something else. Something rancid. He wondered what the hell he was doing here. He knew if he had any sense he'd get out now, but he didn't know where to go from here. He wasn't even sure he could find his way home. The setting sun had been a bloody blob in Milo's rearview mirror as he'd hunched over the steering wheel of his Mercedes and followed Andy's rusty red pickup into one of L.A.'s senior districts. Andy had been true to his word. He'd spirited Milo out of the hospital, back to the house for some cash and some real clothes, then down to the garage near the Polo where his car was parked. After that it was on to Andy's Hungong, and maybe an end to this agony. It had to end soon. Milo's feet were so swollen he was wearing old slippers. He had barely been able to turn the ignition key with his right hand. And his dick. God, his dick felt like it was going to explode. After what seemed like a 10-mile succession of left and right turns, during which he saw not a single white face, they had pulled to a stop before a dilapidated storefront office. On the cracked glass was painted, Monsieur Trieste, Hungong. Andy had stayed outside with the car while Milo went in. Mr. Girl? Milo started at the sound and turned toward the voice. A balding, wizened old black, 6'2" at least, stood next to him. His face was a mass of wrinkles. He was dressed in a black suit, white shirt, and thin black tie. Milo heard his own voice quaver. Yes, that's me. You are the victim of the Bokor? His voice was cultured and accented in some strange way. Milo pushed back the sleeve of his shirt to expose his right wrist. I don't know what I'm the victim of, but Andy says you can help me. You've got to help me. He stared at the patch over Milo's eye. May I see? Milo leaned away from him. Don't touch that. It had finally stopped hurting. He held his arm higher. Monsieur Trieste examined Milo's hand, tracing a cool, dry finger around the clotted, circumferential cut at the wrist. This is all? Milo showed him his legs, then, reluctantly, opened his fly. You have a powerful enemy in this Bokor, Monsieur Trieste said finally. But I can reverse the effects of his doll. It will cost you $500. Do you have it with you? Milo hesitated. Let's not be too hasty here. I want to see some results before I fork over any money. He was hurting, but he wasn't going to be a sucker for this clown. Monsieur Trieste smiled. He had all his teeth. I have no wish to steal from you, Mr. Girl. I shall accept no money from you unless I can effect a cure. However, I do not wish to be cheated either. Do you have the money with you? Milo nodded. Yes. Very well. Monsieur Trieste struck a match and lit a candle on a table Milo hadn't realized was there. Please be seated. he said, and disappeared into the darkness. Milo complied and looked around. The wan candlelight picked up an odd assortment of objects around the room. African ceremonial masks hung side by side with crucifixes on the wall. A long conga drum sat in a corner to the right, while a statue of the Virgin Mary, her small plaster foot trotting a writhing snake, occupied the one on his left. He wondered when the drums would start and the dancers appear. When would they begin chanting and daubing him with paint and splattering him with chicken blood? God, he must have been crazy to come here. Maybe the pain was affecting his mind. If he had any smarts, he'd—
"Hold out your wrist," Monsieur
Trieste said, suddenly appearing in the candlelight opposite him. He held what looked like a plaster coffee mug in his hand. He was stirring its contents with a wooden stick. Milo held back. "What are you going to do?"
"Help you, Mr. Girl. You are the victim of a very traditional and particularly nasty form of voodoo. You have greatly angered a Bokor, and he is using a powerful law, via a doll, to lop off your hands and your feet and your manhood."
"My left hand's okay," Milo said, gratefully working the fingers in the air.
"So I have noticed,"
Monsieur Trieste said with a frown.
"It is odd for one extremity to be spared, but perhaps there is a certain symbolism at work here that we do not understand. No matter. The remedy is the same. Hold your arm out on the table."
Milo did as he was told. His swollen hand looked black in the candlelight. Is this going to hurt?"
"When the pressure is released, there will be considerable pain as the fresh blood rushes into the starved tissues."
That kind of pain Milo could handle. "Do it." Monsieur Trieste stirred the contents of the cup and lifted the wooden handle. Instead of the spoon he had expected, Milo saw that the man was holding a brush. It gleamed redly. Here comes the blood, he thought, but he didn't care what was in the cup as long as it worked.
"Andre told me about your problem before he brought you here. I made this up in advance. I will paint it on the constrictions, and it will nullify the influence of the law of the doll. After that, it will be up to you to make peace with this Bokor before he visits other afflictions on you."
Sure, Milo said, thrusting his wrist toward Monsieur Trieste. "Let's just get on with it." Monsieur Trieste daubed the bloody solution onto the incision line. It beaded up like water on a freshly waxed car and slid off onto the table. Milo glanced up and saw a look of consternation flit across the wrinkled black face towering above him. He watched as the red stuff was applied again, only to run off as before.
"Most unusual,"
Monsieur Trieste muttered, as he tried a third time with no better luck.
"I've never—"
He put the cup down and began painting his own right hand with the solution.
"This will do it. Hold up your hand."
As Milo raised his arm, Monsieur Trieste encircled the wrist with his long dripping fingers and squeezed. There was an instant of heat, and then Monsieur Trieste cried out. He released Milo's wrist and dropped to his knees, cradling his right hand against his breast.
"The poisons,"
he cried.
"Oh, the poisons!"
Milo trembled as he looked at his dusky hand. The bloody solution had run off as before.
"What poisons?" "Between you and this Bokor. Get out of here!"
"But the doll, you said you could—"
"There is no doll,"
Monsieur Trieste said. He turned away and retched.
"There is no doll."
With his heart clattering against his chest wall, Milo pushed himself away from the table and staggered to the door. Andy was leaning on his truck at the curb.
"What's the matter?"
he said, straightening off the fender as he saw Milo. "Didn't he—" "He's a phony, just like you!" Milo screamed, letting his rage and fear focus on the old black. "Just another goddamn phony!" As Andy hurried into the store, Milo started up his Mercedes and roared down the street. He'd drive until he found a sign for one of the freeways. From there he could get home. And from home, he knew where he wanted to go. Where he had to go.
Franklin? Where are you, Franklin?"
Milo had finally found Bill Franklin's home in the Hollywood Hills. Even though he knew the neighborhood fairly well, Milo had never been on this particular street, and so it had taken him a while to track it down. The lights had been on inside, and the door had been unlocked. No one had answered his knocking, so he'd let himself in.
"Franklin, goddammit!"
he called, standing in the middle of the cathedral-ceilinged living room. His voice echoed off the stucco walls and hardwood floor.
"Where are you?"
In the ensuing silence, he heard a faint voice say,
"Milo, is that you?"
Milo tensed. Where had that come from?
"Yeah, it's me. Where are you?"
Again, ever so faintly.
"Down here. In the basement."
Milo searched for the cellar door, found it, saw the lights ablaze from below, and began his descent. His slippered feet were completely numb now, and he had to watch where he put them. It was as if his feet had been removed and replaced with giant sponges.
"That you, Milo?"
said a voice from somewhere around the corner from the stairwell. It was Franklin's voice, but it sounded slurred, strained.
"Yeah, it's me."
As he neared the last step, he pulled the .38 from his pocket. He had picked it up at the house, along with a pair of wire cutters, on his way here. He had never fired it, and he didn't expect to have to tonight. But it was good to know it was loaded and ready if he needed it. He tried to transfer it to his right hand, but his numb, swollen fingers couldn't keep hold of the grip. He kept it in his left and stepped onto the cellar floor, and felt his foot start to roll away from him. Only by throwing himself against the wall and hugging it did he save himself from falling. He looked around the unfinished cellar. Bright, reflective objects were scattered all along the naked concrete floor. He sucked in a breath as he saw the hundreds of sharp, curved angles of green glass poking up at the exposed ceiling beams. They looked like shattered wine bottles, big green 4-liter wine bottles smashed all over the place, and in among the shards were scattered thousands of marbles.
"Be careful," said
Franklin's voice.
"The basement's mined."
The voice was there, but Franklin was nowhere in sight.
"Where the hell are you, Franklin?" "Back here in the bathroom. I thought you'd never get here."
Milo began to move toward the rear of the cellar, where brighter light poured from an open door. He slid his slippered feet slowly along the floor, pushing the green glass spears ahead of him, rolling the marbles out of the way.
"I've come for the doll, Franklin."
Milo heard a hollow laugh.
"Doll? What doll, Milo? There's just me and you, old buddy."
Milo shuffled around the corner into view of the bathroom, and froze. The gun dropped from his fingers and further shattered some of the glass at his feet.
"Oh, my God, Franklin! Oh, my God!"
William Franklin sat on the toilet wearing Milo's rings, his old slippers, his stolen pajamas, and his other hairpiece. His left eye was patched, and his feet and his right hand were as black and swollen as Milo's. There was a maniacal look in his remaining eye as he grinned drunkenly and sipped from a 4-liter green glass bottle of white wine. The cuts in his flesh were identical to Milo's, except that a short length of twisted copper wire protruded from each. A screwdriver and a pair of pliers lay in his lap. Monsieur Trieste's parting words screamed through his brain.
"There is no doll." "See,"
Franklin said in a slurred voice.
"You said I had to suffer."
Milo wanted to be sick.
"Christ, what have you done?" "I decided to suffer, but I didn't think I should suffer alone, so I brought you along for company. Sure took you long enough to figure it out."
Milo bent and picked up the pistol. His left hand wavered and trembled as he pointed it at Franklin.
You...
He couldn't think of anything to say. Franklin casually tossed the wine bottle out onto the floor, where it shattered and added to the spikes of glass. Then he pulled open the pajama top.
"Right here, Milo, old buddy,"
he said, pointing to his heart.
"Do you really think you want to put a slug into me?"
Milo thought about that. It might be like putting a bullet into his own heart. He felt his arm drop.
Why? How? I don't deserve...
Franklin closed his eye and grimaced. He looked as if he were about to cry.
I know, he said. It's gone too far. Maybe you really don't deserve all this. I've always known I was a little bit crazy, but maybe I'm a lot crazier than I ever thought I was.
Then for God's sake, man, loosen the wires.
No!
Franklin's eyes snapped open. The madness was still there.
I entrusted my work to you. That's a sacred trust. You are responsible for the hut's integrity when you took on the job of adapting it to the screen.
But I'm an artist, too. Why was he arguing with this nut? He slipped the pistol into his front pocket and reached around back for the wire cutters.
All the more reason to respect another man's work. You didn't own it. It was only on loan to you.
The contract
means nothing. You had a moral obligation to protect my work, one artist to another.
You're overreacting.
Am I? Imagine yourself a parent who has sent his only child to a reputable nursery school, only to learn that the child has been raped by the faculty. Then you will understand some of what I feel. I've come to see it as my sacred duty to see to it that you don't molest anyone else's work.
Enough of this bullshit. If Franklin wouldn't loosen the wires, Milo would cut them off. He pulled the wire cutters from his rear pocket and began to shuffle toward Franklin, sweeping the marbles and daggers of glass ahead of him.
Stay back!
Franklin cried. He grabbed the pliers and pushed them down toward his lap, grinning maliciously.
Didn't know I was left-handed, did you?
He twisted something. Searing pain knifed into Milo's groin. He doubled over, but kept moving toward Franklin. Less than a dozen feet to go. If he could just... He saw Franklin drop the pliers and pick up the screwdriver, saw him raise it toward his right eye, the good eye. Milo screamed, "No!" And then agony exploded in his eye, in his head, robbing him of the light, sending him reeling back in sudden impenetrable blackness. As he felt his feet roll across the marbles, he reached out wildly. His legs slid from under him, and despite the most desperate flailings and contortions, there was nothing to grasp on the way down but empty air. The Movie People by Robert Bloch. 2,000 stars. 2,000 stars, maybe more, set in the sidewalks along Hollywood Boulevard, each metal slab inscribed with the name of someone in the movie industry. They go way back, those names. From Bronco Billy Anderson to Adolf Zukor, everybody's there. Everybody but Jimmie Rodgers. You won't find Jimmy's name because he wasn't a star, not even a bit player, just an extra.
But I deserve it, he told me. I'm entitled if anybody is. Started out here in 1920 when I was just a punk kid. You look close, you'll spot me in the crowd shots in The Mark of Zorro. Been in over 450 pictures since, and still going strong. Ain't many left who can beat that record. You'd think it would entitle a fella to something.
Maybe it did, but there was no star for Jimmie Rodgers, and that bit about still going strong was just a crock. Nowadays, Jimmy was lucky if he got a casting call once or twice a year. There just isn't any spot for an old-timer with a white muff, except in a Western barroom scene. Most of the time, Jimmy just strolled the boulevard, a tall, soldierly erect incongruity in the crowd of tourists, fags, and freakouts. His home address was on Las Palmas, somewhere south of Sunset. I'd never been there, but I could guess what it was. One of those old-frame bungalow court sweatboxes put up about the time he crashed the movies, and still standing somehow by the grace of God and the disgrace of the housing authorities. That's the sort of place Jimmy stayed at, but he didn't really live there. Jimmie Rodgers lived at the Silent Movie. The Silent Movie is over on Fairfax, and it's the only place in town where you can still go and see The Mark of Zorro. There's always a Chaplin comedy, and usually Laurel and Hardy, along with a serial starring Pearl White, Elmo Lincoln, or Houdini. And the features are great. Burley Griffith and DeMille, Barrymore in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Lon Chaney in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Valentino in Blood and Sand, and 100 more. The bill changes every Wednesday, and every Wednesday night Jimmie Rodgers was there plunking down his 90 cents at the box office to watch The Black Pirate, or Son of the Sheik, or Orphans of the Storm, to live again. Because Jimmy didn't go there to see Doug and Mary, or Rudy, or Clara, or Gloria, or the Gish sisters. He went there to see himself in the crowd shots. At least that's the way I figured it the first time I met him. They were playing The Phantom of the Opera that night, and afterward I spent the intermission with a cigarette outside the theater, studying the display of stills. If you asked me under oath, I couldn't tell you how our conversation started, but that's where I first heard Jimmy's routine about the 450 pictures, and still going strong.
"Did you see me in there tonight?"
he asked. I stared at him and shook my head. Even with the shabby hand-me-down suit and the white beard, Jimmie Rodgers wasn't the kind you'd spot in an audience. "Guess it was too dark for me to notice," I said.
"But there were torches,"
Jimmy told me.
"I carried one."
Then I got the message. He was in the picture. Jimmy smiled and shrugged.
"Hell, I keep forgetting. You wouldn't recognize me. We did The Phantom way back in 25. I looked so young they slapped a mustache on me and makeup and a black wig. Hard to spot me in the catacomb scenes, all long shots. But there at the end, where Chaney is holding back the mob, I show up pretty good in the background just left of Charlie Zimmer. He's the one shaking his fist. I'm waving my torch. Had a lot of trouble with that picture, but we did this shot in one take."
In weeks to come, I saw more of Jimmie Rodgers. Sometimes he was up here on the screen, though truth to tell, I never did recognize him. He was a young man in those films of the 20s, and his appearances were limited to a flickering flash, a blurred face glimpsed in a crowd. But always Jimmy was in the audience, even though he hadn't played in the picture. And one night I found out why. Again, it was intermission time, and we were standing outside. By now, Jimmy had gotten into the habit of talking to me, and tonight we'd been seated together during the showing of The Covered Wagon. We stood outside, and Jimmy blinked at me.
"Wasn't she beautiful?"
he asked.
"They don't look like that anymore."
I nodded. "Lois Wilson? Very attractive."
"I'm talking about June."
I stared at Jimmy, and then I realized he wasn't blinking. He was crying.
"June Logan. My girl. This was her first bit, the Indian attack scene. Must have been 17. I didn't know her then. It was 2 years later we met over at First National, but you must have noticed her. She was the one with the long blonde curls."
"Oh, that one." I nodded again. "You're right, she was lovely." And I was a liar, because I didn't remember seeing her at all, but I wanted to make the old man feel good.
"Junie's in a lot of the pictures they show here, and from 25 on we played in a flock of 'em together. For a while we talked about getting hitched, but she started working her way up, doing bits, maids and such, and I never broke out of extra work. Both of us had been in the business long enough to know it was a no-go, not when one of you stays small and the other is headed for a big career."
Jimmy managed a grin as he wiped his eyes with something which might once have been a handkerchief.
"You think I'm kidding, don't you? About the career, I mean. But she was going great. She would have been playing second leads pretty soon."
"What happened?" I asked. The grin dissolved and the blinking returned.
"Sound killed her."
"She didn't have a voice for talkies?" Jimmy shook his head.
"She had a great voice. I told you she was all set for second leads. By 1930 she'd been in a dozen talkies. Then sound killed her."
I'd heard the expression 1,000 times, but never like this. Because the way Jimmy told the story, that's exactly what had happened. June Logan, his girl Junie, was on the set during the shooting of one of those early all-talking, all-singing, all-dancing epics. The director and camera crew, seeking to break away from the tyranny of the stationary microphone, rigged up one of the first traveling mics on a boom. Such items weren't standard equipment yet, and this was an experiment. Somehow, during a take, it broke loose, and the boom crashed, crushing June Logan's skull. It never made the papers, not even the trades. The studio hushed it up, and June Logan had a quiet funeral.
"Damn near 40 years ago," Jimmy said, "and here I am crying like it was yesterday. But she was my girl."
And that was the other reason why Jimmy Rogers went to the silent movie, to visit his girl.
"Don't you see?"
he told me.
"She's still alive up there on the screen in all those pictures, just the way she was when we were together. 5 years we had, the best years for me."
I could see that. The two of them in love with each other and with the movies, because in those days people did love the movies, and to actually be in them, even in tiny roles, was the average person's idea of seventh heaven. Seventh Heaven, that's another film we saw with June Logan playing a crowd scene. In the following weeks, with Jimmy's help, I got so I could spot his girl, and he'd told the truth. She was a beauty. Once you noticed her, really saw her, you wouldn't forget. Those blonde ringlets, that smile, identified her immediately. One Wednesday night, Jimmy and I were sitting together watching The Birth of a Nation. During a street shot, Jimmy nudged my shoulder.
"Look, there's June."
I peered up at the screen, then shook my head. "I don't see her."
"Wait a second. There she is again. See, off to the left, behind Walpole's shoulder?"
There was a blurred image, and then the camera followed Henry B. Walpole as he moved away. I glanced at Jimmy. He was rising from his seat. "Where are you going?" He didn't answer me, just marched outside. When I followed, I found him leaning against the wall under the marquee and breathing hard. His skin was the color of his whiskers.
"Junie,"
he murmured.
"I saw her."
I took a deep breath. "Listen to me. You told me her first picture was The Covered Wagon. That was made in 1923, and Griffith shot The Birth of a Nation in 1914. Jimmy didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. We both knew what we were going to do. March back into the theater and see the second show. When the scene screened again, we were watching and waiting. I looked at the screen, then glanced at Jimmy.
"She's gone,"
he whispered.
"She's not in the picture."
"She never was," I told him. "You know that."
"Yeah."
Jimmy got up and drifted out into the night, and I didn't see him again until the following week. That's when they showed the short feature with Charles Ray. I've forgotten the title, but he played his usual country boy role, and there was a baseball game in the climax with Ray coming through to win. The camera panned across the crowd sitting in the bleachers, and I caught a momentary glimpse of a smiling girl with long blonde curls.
"Did you see her?"
Jimmy grabbed my arm. "That girl—"
"It was Junie. She winked at me."
This time I was the one who got up and walked out. He followed, and I was waiting in front of the theater right next to the display poster. "See for yourself," I nodded at the poster. "This picture was made in 1917. I forced a smile. "You forget there were thousands of pretty blonde extras in pictures, and most of them wore curls." He stood there shaking, not listening to me at all, and I put my hand on his shoulder. "Now look here."
"I've been looking here,"
Jimmy said.
"Week after week, year after year. And you might as well know the truth. This ain't the first time it's happened. Junie keeps turning up in picture after picture I know she never made. Not just the early ones before her time, but later during the 20s when I knew her, when I knew exactly what she was playing in. Sometimes it's only a quick flash, but I see her. Then she's gone again. And the next running she doesn't come back. It got so that for a while I was almost afraid to go see a show. Figured I was cracking up. But now you've seen her too."
I shook my head slowly. "Sorry, Jimmy. I never said that." I glanced at him, then gestured toward my car at the curb. "You look tired. Come on, I'll drive you home." He looked worse than tired. He looked lost and lonely and infinitely old. But there was a stubborn glint in his eyes, and he stood his ground.
"No thanks. I'm going to stick around for the second show."
As I slid behind the wheel, I saw him turn and move into the theater, into the place when the present becomes the past, and the past becomes the present. Up above in the booth, they call it a projection machine, but it's really a time machine. It can take you back, play tricks with your imagination and your memory. A girl dead 40 years comes alive again, and an old man relives his vanished youth. But I belonged in the real world, and that's where I stayed. I didn't go to the silent movie the next week or the week following. And the next time I saw Jimmy was almost a month later on the set. They were shooting a Western, one of my scripts, and the director wanted some additional dialogue to stretch a sequence. So they called me in, and I drove all the way out to location at the ranch. Most of the studios have a ranch spread for Western action sequences, and this was one of the oldest. It had been in use since the silent days. What fascinated me was the wooden fort where they were doing the crowd scene. I could swear I remembered it from one of the first Tim McCoy pictures. So after I huddled with the director and scribbled a few extra lines for the principals, I began nosing around behind the fort, just out of curiosity, while they set up for the new shots. Out front was the usual organized confusion. Cast and crew milling around the trailers, extras sprawled on the grass drinking coffee. But here in the back I was all alone, prowling around in musty log-lined rooms built for use in forgotten features. Hoot Gibson had stood at this bar, and Jack Hoxie had swung from this dance-hall chandelier. Here was a dust-covered table where Fred Thompson sat, and around the corner, in the cutaway bunkhouse, Jimmy Rogers sat on the edge of a mildewed mattress and stared up at me, startled, as I moved forward.
You...
Quickly I explained my presence. There was no need for him to explain his. Casting had called and given him a day's work here in the crowd shots.
They've been stalling all day and it's hot out there. I figured maybe I could sneak back here and catch me a little nap in the shade.
How'd you know where to go? I asked. Ever been here before?
Sure. 40 years ago in this very bunkhouse. Junie and we used to come here during lunch break and...
He stopped. What's wrong? Something was wrong. On the pan-makeup face of it, Jimmy Rogers was the perfect picture of the grizzled Western old-timer, buckskin breeches, fringed shirt, white whiskers, and all. But under the makeup was pallor, and the hands holding the envelope were trembling. The envelope. He held it out to me.
Here. Maybe you better read this.
The envelope was unsealed, unstamped, unaddressed. It contained 4 folded pages covered with fine handwriting. I removed them slowly. Jimmy stared at me.
Found it lying here on the mattress when I came in,
he murmured.
Just waiting for me.
But what is it? Where'd it come from?
Read it and see.
As I started to unfold the pages, the whistle blew. We both knew the signal. The scene was set up. They were ready to roll. Principals and extras were wanted out there before the cameras. Jimmy Rogers stood up and moved off, a tired old man shuffling out into the hot sun. I waved at him, then sat down on the moldering mattress and opened the letter. The handwriting was faded, and there was a thin film of dust on the pages. But I could still read it. Every word. Darling, I've been trying to reach you so long and in so many ways. Of course I've seen you, but it's so dark out there I can't always be sure, and then, too, you've changed a lot through the years. But I do see you, quite often, even though it's only for a moment, and I hope you've seen me because I always try to wink or make some kind of motion to attract your attention. The only thing is, I can't do too much or show myself too long, or it would make trouble. That's the big secret, keeping in the background so the others won't notice me. It wouldn't do to frighten anybody, or even to get anyone wondering why there are more people in the background of a shot than there should be. That's something for you to remember, darling, just in case. You're always safe, as long as you stay clear of close-ups. Costume pictures are the best. About all you have to do is wave your arms once in a while and shout, "On to the Bastille," or something like that. It really doesn't matter except to lip-readers, because it's silent, of course. Oh, there's a lot to watch out for. Being a dress extra has its points, but not in ballroom sequences. Too much dancing. That goes for parties, too, particularly in a DeMille production where they're making whoopee, or one of von Stroheim's orgies. Besides, von Stroheim's scenes are always cut.
It doesn't hurt to be cut. Don't misunderstand about that. It's no different than an ordinary fade-out at the end of a scene, and then you're free to go into another picture. Anything that was ever made, as long as there's still a print available for running somewhere. It's like falling asleep and then having one dream after another. The dreams are the scenes, of course, but while the scenes are playing, they're real. I'm not the only one, either. There's no telling how many others do the same thing. Maybe hundreds for all I know, but I've recognized a few I'm sure of, and I think some of them have recognized me. We never let on to each other that we know, because it wouldn't do to make anybody suspicious. Sometimes I think that if we could talk it over, we might come up with a better understanding of just how it happens, and why. But the point is, you can't talk. Everything is silent. All you do is move your lips, and if you tried to communicate such a difficult thing in pantomime, you'd surely attract attention. I guess the closest I can come to explaining it is to say it's like reincarnation. You can play 1,000 roles, take or reject any part you want, as long as you don't make yourself conspicuous or do something that would change the plot. Naturally, you get used to certain things. The silence, of course, and if you're in a bad print, there's flickering. Sometimes even the air seems grainy, and for a few frames you may be faded or out of focus. Which reminds me, another thing to stay away from, the slapstick comedies. Sennett's early stuff is the worst, but Larry Semin and some of the others are just as bad. All that speeded-up camera action makes you dizzy. Once you can learn to adjust, it's all right, even when you're looking off the screen into the audience. At first, the darkness is a little frightening. You have to remind yourself it's only a theater and there are just people out there, ordinary people watching a show. They don't know you can see them. They don't know that as long as your scene runs, you're just as real as they are, only in a different way. You walk, run, smile, frown, drink, eat. That's another thing to remember about the eating. Stay out of those Poverty Row quickies where everything is cheap and faked. Go where there's real set dressing, big productions with banquet scenes and real food. If you work fast, you can grab enough in a few minutes, while you're off camera, to last you. The big rule is always be careful. Don't get caught. There's so little time, and you seldom get an opportunity to do anything on your own, even in a long sequence. It's taken me forever to get this chance to write you. I've planned it for so long, my darling, but it just wasn't possible until now. This scene is playing outside the fort, but there's quite a large crowd of settlers and wagon train people, and I had a chance to slip away inside here to the rooms in back. They're on camera in the background all during the action. I found this stationery and a pen, and I'm scribbling just as fast as I can. Hope you can read it. That is, if you ever get the chance. Naturally, I can't mail it, but I have a funny hunch. You see, I noticed that standing set back here, the bunkhouse, where you and I used to come in the old days. I'm going to leave this letter under the mattress, and pray. Yes, darling, I pray. Someone or something knows about us, and about how we feel, how we felt about being in the movies. That's why I'm here, I'm sure of that, because I've always loved pictures so. Someone who knows that must also know how I loved you, and still do. I think there must be many heavens and many hells, each of us making his own, and—
The letter broke off there. No signature, but of course it didn't need one. And it wouldn't have proved anything. A lonely old man nursing his love for 40 years, keeping her alive inside himself somewhere until she broke out in the form of a visual hallucination up there on the screen. Such a man could conceivably go all the way into a schizoid split, even to the point where he could imitate a woman's handwriting as he set down the rationalization of his obsession. I started to fold the letter, then dropped it on the mattress as the shrill scream of an ambulance siren startled me into sudden movement. Even as I ran out the doorway, I seemed to know what I'd find. The crowd huddling around the figure sprawled in the dust under the hot sun. Old men tire easily in such heat, and once the heart goes— Jimmy Rogers looked very much as though he were smiling in his sleep as they lifted him into the ambulance, and I was glad of that. At least he'd died with his illusions intact.
Just keeled over during the scene. 1 minute he was standing there, and the next—
They were still chattering and gabbling when I walked away, walked back behind the fort and into the bunkhouse. The letter was gone. I'd dropped it on the mattress, and it was gone. That's all I can say about it. Maybe somebody else happened by while I was out front, watching them take Jimmy away. Maybe a gust of wind carried it through the doorway, blew it across the desert in a hot Santa Ana gust. Maybe there was no letter. You can take your choice. All I can do is state the facts. And there aren't very many more facts to state. I didn't go to Jimmy Rogers' funeral, if indeed he had one. I don't even know where he was buried. Probably the Motion Picture Fund took care of him. Whatever those facts may be, they aren't important. For a few days I wasn't too interested in facts. I was trying to answer a few abstract questions about metaphysics, reincarnation, heaven and hell, the difference between real life and real life. I kept thinking about those images you see up there on the screen in those old movies, images of actual people indulging in make-believe. But even after they die, the make-believe goes on, and that's a form of reality too. I mean, where's the borderline? And if there is a borderline, is it possible to cross over? Life's but a walking shadow. Shakespeare said that, but I wasn't sure what he meant. I'm still not sure, but there's just one more fact I must state. The other night, for the first time in all the months since Jimmy Rogers died, I went back to the silent movie. They were playing Intolerance, one of Griffith's greatest. Way back in 1916, he'd built the biggest set ever shown on the screen, the huge temple in the Babylonian sequence. One shot never fails to impress me, and it did so now, a wide angle on the towering temple, with thousands of people moving ant-like amid the gigantic carvings and colossal statues. In the distance, beyond the steps guarded by rows of stone elephants, looms a mighty wall, its top covered with tiny figures. You really have to look closely to make them out. But I did look closely, and this time I can swear to what I saw. One of the extras, way up there on the wall in the background, was a smiling girl with long blonde curls, and standing right beside her, one arm around her shoulder, was a tall old man with white whiskers. I wouldn't have noticed either of them, except for one thing. They were waving at me. Sinema by Ray Garton. Brett Deaver had been looking for his dog Gabby for half an hour when he found instead a hand. It lay a couple of yards below him at the edge of Vintner Creek, which rushed with muddy waters left over from unexpectedly heavy summer rains. A tangle of tree branches were jammed between two large rocks, resisting the flow, and stuck along with other netted detritus was the hand. From Brett's vantage atop the creek's 3-foot-high embankment, it could have been a dark, tattered glove, clinging to the branches as if for life. Brett's typical 9-year-old curiosity took him down the embankment and carefully through the mud until he was within reach of the glove, or doll hand, or... He stopped when he saw the jut of bone sticking from the purple mush of wrist. It did not look like a doll's hand now. "Gabby?" he called softly, nervously, backing up the bank. A clump of bushes began to rustle, and when Brett finally turned his head he saw Gabby's German shepherd rump half out of the brush, tail sweeping back and forth enthusiastically. The dog was grumbling contentedly, making moist chewing sounds. As Brett drew closer, his stomach began to roil like a cluster of worms. Gabby was flat on his belly, eyes bright. He lifted his head to smile at Brett around dark, meat-flecked teeth, pink tongue dangling. He had been worrying what looked like the stripped branch of a sapling. Except it still had a foot. There was more, and after a sharp, happy bark, Gabby flopped on his back and rolled in it. Flies took to the air in clouds, like specks of soot on a breeze. Brett stared. He knew he should be reacting strongly somehow, screaming or running or vomiting, something like that. The awful smell made him a bit queasy, of course, but what he could see, some stubby fingers and toes, the swollen, blackened half of the face that was visible, elicited no emotions in him. The walls were up. He felt numb, detached. He felt nothing. Just like in church. In a town as small as Manning, any death, even one by natural causes, remains the topic of conversation for weeks. A murder is talked about for months on end. When it is one in a series of murders, however, as this was, it is not talked about so much as felt. It is conspicuous by the silence it leaves behind. But Manning is not just any small town. It is located in California's Napa Valley, on the St. Helena Highway between St. Helena and Calistoga. It is actually a village more than a town, with a population of only 1,750. Most people in the valley, however, think of it not as a town or a village, but as a sort of commune. It is inhabited almost exclusively by Seventh-day Adventists. Manning was founded in 1897 when the Seventh-day Adventists, led by their prophet, Ellen G. White, settled in the Napa Valley. Another village, Angwin, rose up around the college built by the Adventists atop a hill just above Manning. Seventh-day Adventists worship on Saturday, the seventh day, rather than Sunday. As with the Jewish faith, their Sabbath begins at sunset on Friday and ends at sunset on Saturday. During that time, the only place in town that is open is the church. Weekend mail is delivered on Sunday instead of Saturday. Manning has its own little post office, which, of course, employs only Seventh-day Adventist residents. Sometimes Delbert Mundy, manager of the Manning Food Market, which sells no alcoholic beverages, no cigarettes, no meat, and nothing containing caffeine, all of which are condemned in the writings of Ellen White, can be seen on Saturday evenings standing just inside the market's front doors, keys in hand, staring at his wristwatch, waiting for the sun to go down so he can open up. The thing about Manning that Brett Deaver hated most, despised in fact, was that, unlike its neighboring towns St. Helena and Calistoga, both of which are larger but still quite small, Manning had no movie theater. It would have done Brett no good if it had. Along with drinking alcohol and coffee, eating pork and seafood, reading fiction, wearing makeup or jewelry, dancing and playing cards, the Seventh-day Adventist Church's list of condemned activities also includes going to movies. The summer rains that had hit the valley with such a vengeance earlier in the month had caused Vintner Creek to disgorge all kinds of garbage onto its muddy banks, none of which was as horrible as the chewy treat Gabby had discovered. While Brett had found a hand, and Gabby a foot, the police and their dogs had uncovered a lot more, all of it identifiable with the help of lab techs from San Francisco. Despite massive decay, the body parts were identified as belonging to Jimmy Greenlaw. He was the third such victim in 2 years. All three boys had been approximately the same age. The first had been a resident of St. Helena, the second from Angwin, and Jimmy had spent his 8 years of life in Manning. All three had been Seventh-day Adventists. The boys had been sodomized, then dismembered, and their remains cast into the waters of Vintner Creek to find their way into the digestive tracts of various fish and forest animals. The bone scoring suggested the killer used dull kitchen implements, and that he'd done a sloppy, amateurish job of it. The cut patterns on the bones were a near match. The semen tracks were an exact match. The police claimed there was other linking evidence proving the killings to be the work of a single person or group. They refused, however, to discuss such niceties as chemical proof and tissue damage with the press. That was just fine with Brett's grandma. "They'll be back, those reporters," she said a few days after Brett's discovery, seating him at the kitchen table. Grandma was a large gray woman who dressed colorlessly and seldom smiled. She was especially unsmiling now. She'd just chased 2 more reporters from the front door. As she poured Brett a glass of soy milk, she said sternly,
And you'll not talk to them, always sticking their microphones into people's faces after something awful's happened. The more awful the better, as far as they're concerned. That's why I'll not have any newspapers in this house. Rags, all of them."
She lowered herself into a chair across from Brett.
"No television either. All those reporters smiling while they tell about murders and rapes and homosexuals spreading AIDS. Course the television shows are just as bad. Nothing but sex and killing."
Brett sipped the thick, sweet milk, wiped off his creamy white mustache, and said,
"Larry Jackson says they have a television, but his parents only let him watch good shows. He says, 'I don't care. A television is Satan's doorway into the home. I know some say they can handle it, but if Sister White were still alive, she'd tell them differently. Maybe they're watching good shows now.'"
She spat good shows with bitter skepticism.
"But you just wait. You watch enough of that stuff, and it affects you."
She searched Brett's face for a moment, and her eyes clouded with worry. She reached across the table and closed her puffy, liver-spotted hand over Brett's small one.
"You haven't been thinking about that boy, have you? About what you found?"
Brett shook his head, resisting the urge to roll his eyes.
"No, Grandma." "Good, good. It's not healthy to dwell on that sort of thing. It can affect you."
She watched him a moment longer, as if waiting for a reaction of some sort, then said,
"Go study your Sabbath school lesson, Brett, honey, and say a prayer for that poor boy's family. After dinner you can give me a back rub."
He polished off his milk, and Grandma stroked his hair gently, sympathy glistening in her eyes. The policeman had been the same way. All of a sudden, everyone was treating him as if he were breakable just because he'd found a dead boy. Brett didn't understand what the big deal was. It wasn't as if Jimmy had been a friend of his. Brett had no friends to speak of. They'd had a passing acquaintance in Sabbath school, but that was all. Sure, it was a bad thing that happened, and Jimmy's parents were probably crushed, but Brett wouldn't let his feelings get involved. On his way through the living room, Brett glimpsed his grandpa. Brett seldom got more than a glimpse of him, usually rounding a corner or going through a doorway in his wheelchair, the two stumps of his legs, souvenirs from the big war, hidden beneath a brown wool blanket. He had his own bedroom downstairs where he ate all of his meals and spent most of his time listening to gospel music on his record player. Brett never heard Grandma talking to him, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd heard Grandpa speak. The only sound he made was the muffled rumble of his chair, wheeling over the old wooden floor. In his room upstairs, Brett locked his door, something Grandma strongly disapproved of, and pulled a fat 3-ring binder from under his bed. He flopped onto the mattress and opened the book, searching through the heavy construction paper pages. Pasted to each page were movie advertisements cut out of newspapers. He looked for one in particular, and when he found it, he folded his arms beneath his chest, tucked the tip of his tongue into the corner of his mouth, and stared at it, relished it. The ad took up a quarter of the page, and written at the top in letters that appeared to be carved in flesh was the title, "Bedside Manners." Below that, "If you sleep in the dark, he'll find you. If you sleep with a light on, he'll find you faster." Below the words was a picture of a man's blue-jeaned legs from behind. A bloodied axe hung at his side. Between his spread legs, facing him, a woman lay in bed, clutching the blankets to her breasts, mouth open in a horrified scream. The woman was Brett's mother. The book held nearly 60 ads for all kinds of movies, ranging from Academy Award winners, complete with quotes of praise from the critics, to grade Z horror films promising lots of bosoms and blood. Brett collected them all. Because Grandma would not allow newspapers into the house, Brett had to fish discarded editions from garbage cans and trash bins, always careful that no one was watching. Once he'd found the entertainment section, he folded the paper up and stuffed it into his book bag, then sneaked it to his room, where it was subjected to scissors and paste. Risky business for a Seventh-day Adventist boy, but even more risky with Grandma around. Grandma had a nervous tic that wriggled her lower lip now and then, especially when she was upset. At the very mention of movies or theaters, Grandma's lip began to twitch so fast it seemed about to wriggle off her face.
"If you ever go into such a place," she'd say firmly, "your guardian angel does not go with you. It puts a distance between you and the Lord, and can be dangerous. Bad things can happen. Your soul is unprotected, and if you should die within those walls, you're lost forever."
Brett never understood exactly why it was wrong to go to movies. There were certainly no rules against having a television or watching movies at home on a VCR. There were approved and unapproved movies, of course. The Adventists Brett knew who owned televisions all claimed to use discretion in choosing programs and movies, but they still watched them. Sometimes the church held a family film night, and they would show The Wilderness Family or some Disney movie that was on the approved list and charge admission to raise money for new carpet in the sanctuary or something. But going to see a movie in a theater was absolutely forbidden. Brett had been given several explanations for this law, such as, in a theater you're with a bad crowd, the wrong element, and movies contain unchristian and immoral themes and are a powerful negative influence. None of them satisfied him. Lost forever was a pretty strong consequence to pay, but it did not dampen his desire to go to a theater. Brett dreamed of going to movies the way most boys his age dreamed of being a fireman, a secret agent, or an astronaut. He sometimes met other children his age who were not Seventh-day Adventists and asked them what it was like to go to movies. Puzzled by his urgent questioning, they told him of the warm smell of popcorn in the lobby, the posters on the walls, the way the voices hushed in the auditorium as the lights slowly died, of the coming attractions shown before the movie started, and the movies. He asked them again and again about the movies they saw, wanting to know every detail from beginning to end.
"How come bad things don't happen to the other kids who go to movies?" he asked Grandma once. "They haven't been shown the truth yet. You have. They don't know they're doing wrong, so the Lord won't hold it against them. But someday He'll show them."
There was always a shadow of worry on her face when he asked about movies. Brett suspected she feared he would turn out like his mother. It had been so long since Brett had seen his mother that he'd forgotten what her voice sounded like. She called him every Christmas and birthday, although she'd forgotten his 9th. But the calls were brief, and her voice was fuzzy with distance. He remembered her face only because he had a picture of her tucked in the back of the binder with her letter and postcards. And now he had a new one, Bedside Manners. A little more than 3 years ago, Mom had left Brett with Grandma and Grandpa so she could go to Hollywood to become an actress. That's what she'd been doing before he came along, she'd claimed. She hadn't quite made it then, so she wanted to give it another try. Grandma spoke of Mom only when Brett got a phone call from her. After the call, she would hug Brett to her enormous breasts. She always smelled of mothballs and Ben Gay, and mutter, "Imagine your own mother running off like that, and to that town to work with those people. At least she had the good sense to leave you with me so I could raise you in Christ." Sometimes it was easy to hate Mom for leaving him with Grandma and Grandpa. He hated Manning, the church, and everything that came with it. But he wouldn't let himself hate her because he always knew she'd come back for him some day. Now he knew he was right. Brett took his mother's most recent letter from the back of the book. He only got her letters during the summer when he could get to the mailbox first. When he was in school, Grandma burned the letters before he could find them. "Brett, honey, got my first movie role. It's a cheapy horror flick called Bedside Manners, and the part is small. I play a victim in the first 10 minutes, but they're using me on the poster, so it's good exposure." Brett skipped down to the last paragraph. "I've got a little money now and hope to come up north and get you soon. Would you like to live in L.A. with me? There are good schools here and lots of things to do." Brett's chest swelled with the very thought of going away with Mom. "Hope to come up north and get you soon. Get you soon. Soon." He heard Grandma in the hall and quickly put the book away, unlocking the door before she tried the knob. Then he lay back on his bed again. Brett was so happy that even the thought of having to give Grandma another of those smelly Bengay back rubs after dinner could not depress him. Mr. Moser was the only person in the small Manning church with whom Brett felt comfortable. The rest of the people there seemed to be stiff, emotionless machines, programmed to smile at certain times, frown or look sympathetic at others, set to shed a tear or say Amen during the sermon, and to sing the designated hymn when the organ began to play. On Friday afternoons, they washed their cars, cleaned and pressed their finest clothes. They came to church looking their best, but seemed to leave their souls at home. As Brett sat with his grandparents, Grandpa always parked his wheelchair at the end of a pew, and looked at the empty, staring faces around him, some nodding off, others watching the droning pastor but apparently seeing something else. He felt a sadness that was hard to shake. So he didn't watch them any more. He shut them out along with the whiny organ music and the pastor's level, reverent voice that went on and on. Brett learned how to shut himself off during the hour or so that the service lasted. He heard nothing, saw nothing, and felt nothing. Afterward, instead of feeling agitated and depressed as he normally would, he felt relaxed, as if he'd taken a nap. He didn't have to do that in Sabbath school, though, because the teacher, Mr. Moser, was different than the others. Brett wasn't the only one fond of him. All the kids liked Mr. Moser. There was nothing forced or artificial about him. When he laughed, it was real. His round little belly bounced like a ball, and his darkly bearded moon face split into a broad grin. When he was concerned, as he was that Sabbath after Brett's discovery, his heavy eyebrows lowered over his eyes, and his forehead became creased with lines of genuine worry. He took Brett aside after Sabbath school.
"How are you, Brett?"
"Fine."
"You're sure?"
"Oh, you mean after finding that boy? Sheesh, everybody's worried about me now."
"Well, that's a pretty awful thing to find."
Brett shrugged.
"A pretty hard thing to forget, too, I'd think,"
Mr. Moser added.
"I'm okay, really."
Mr. Moser studied Brett's face thoughtfully for a moment, then smiled.
"How would you like to come out to my place after church, Brett? We could have lunch, then go for a walk and look for lizards."
Brett was thrilled at the opportunity to get out of his grandparents' house for the day, and even happier to spend the afternoon with Mr. Moser.
"I'll have to ask Grandma," he said. "She's kind of careful about letting me out of the house because of this, well, you know, the killer. But I'm sure she won't mind if she knows I'm with you."
Mr. Moser lived at the end of a dirt road about 1.5 miles off Glass Mountain Road. His house was small and homey, nestled in the shade of several tall trees. He had no neighbors within sight of his house, and plenty of rocky, hilly land around on which to hunt lizards and snakes. They had a lunch of taco salad and strawberry shortcake for dessert, then went outside for a long walk in the summer sun. It made Brett feel important to be alone with his teacher. He had Mr. Moser's undivided attention and his interest. As they walked, they didn't talk about Sabbath school or church. In fact, Brett completely forgot it was the Sabbath, which would have been impossible had he been with Grandma. Mr. Moser only wanted to talk about Brett.
"What would you like to do, Brett, more than anything in the world?"
"Do? What do you mean?"
"Go to Disneyland? Fly a plane? Ride a rocket to the moon?"
They were walking along a dusty trail, and Brett began to thoughtfully kick a rock along ahead of him, wondering if he could confide in Mr. Moser. He decided it was safe to be honest.
"I'd like to go to a movie,"
he said quietly.
"Pardon?"
"A movie, you know, in a theater."
"Ah, the forbidden fruit."
Mr. Moser smiled knowingly.
"Huh?"
"Nothing. Never been to a movie, huh?"
"I've never even seen a movie. Not a real one, anyway, like Raiders of the Lost Ark or Alien. Just those stupid movies they show on family nights. And sometimes Grandma won't even let me go to those."
Mr. Moser stopped and sat on a fat tree stump, chuckling quietly. Brett frowned, thinking perhaps he'd said something wrong.
"What's funny?" he asked.
"Well, it's just that. See, I'm chairman of the entertainment committee. I'm one of the people who chooses those stupid movies."
"Oh."
Brett could feel his face growing hot with embarrassment.
"I'm sorry."
No, don't apologize, Brett.
Mr. Moser laughed. "I know most of those movies aren't very good, but we're kind of limited. It is a church function, after all. There aren't many good family-oriented films to choose from. We're always looking for new ones to put on the approved list, but the committee's standards are pretty rigid. No swearing, no drinking, no smoking. I know what you mean, though. If I have to sit through Zebra in the Kitchen one more time, I may be sick." He rubbed his palms up and down his blue-jean thighs thoughtfully for a moment, then asked, "If you haven't seen any real movies, then how do you know about Raiders of the Lost Ark and Alien?" Hesitantly, Brett told him about his collection of movie ads. Mr. Moser listened intently, watching Brett with great interest. When he was finished, Mr. Moser said, "Have you ever seen a VCR, Brett?"
"We don't even have a TV."
Mr. Moser winked. "Then let's go back to the house. I've got something to show you." Back in the house, Mr. Moser opened a tall cabinet in the living room. On the middle shelf was a large television set. Below was a black machine with the time glowing in green numbers on the side. Rows of what appeared to be books filled the top shelf. "This is a videocassette recorder," Mr. Moser said, "and these," he gestured at the book-like objects, "are videocassettes." Brett stared into the cabinet with awe, his lips parted. "When a movie is submitted for approval," Mr. Moser said, "I sometimes invite the committee over here, and if it's available on videocassette, we watch it here, then vote on it."
"So you get to see unapproved movies, too?" Brett whispered. "Not just the kid stuff?"
"Well, it's not likely that anyone is going to submit a movie like Body Heat or Tootsie for approval, but yes, I get to see all the movies."
"Wow,"
he breathed, leaning forward to reverently inspect the VCR.
"How many videos do you have up there?"
"About 60 movies or so on tape."
60? Sheesh.
"All kinds of movies. You name it, and I've probably got it." Brett stared up at the rows of tapes, imagining what it would be like to sit down and watch all of them, each one back to back. He glanced at Mr. Moser, thinking there was probably little chance of seeing any of those movies. But Mr. Moser had a broad grin on his face. "Would you like to see one, Brett?" he asked.
"But it's the Sabbath."
"Would that bother you?"
"Wouldn't it bother you?"
"Well, why don't we make this our little secret, just between the two of us, okay?" Brett held his breath a moment, expecting him to say he was just joking. It was too much to ask for. "Okay, Brett?" Slowly, disbelievingly, Brett nodded, then smiled as he realized Mr. Moser was serious. Really serious. Mr. Moser scanned the tapes and pulled one down, took it from its box, and slipped it into the machine. "This is a good one," he said. "It's a Disney movie, but don't let that fool you. It's called Never Cry Wolf. It wasn't approved because there are a few swear words in it and a shot of Charles Martin Smith in the buff from behind. It's great, though. Sit down. You want some chips?" Within minutes, Brett was seated wide-eyed in front of the television, munching on potato chips and drinking a crush. For 2 hours, he was far away from Manning. In the following weeks, Brett spent a good deal of his time over at Mr. Moser's watching one movie after another. Grandma was pleased because Brett had told her he was working with Mr. Moser on some Sabbath school projects. No further explanation was needed. She was glad to know he was investing his time in wholesome activities. The day after he watched Never Cry Wolf, Brett saw Starman, a movie that would never even be considered for approval. Seventh-day Adventists frown bitterly upon science fiction and fantasy. At the end of the movie, the alien, played by Jeff Bridges, made love with Karen Allen. It was a gentle, tasteful love scene. The movie was only rated PG, with no frantic grunting or moaning, but it was nevertheless startling to Brett. He had neither seen nor imagined people touching each other, with their hands and their mouths, the way Jeff Bridges and Karen Allen were on the screen. He squinted curiously, straightened his posture, and said,
"What are they doing?"
Mr. Moser sniffed and fidgeted on the sofa.
"They're, making love."
"What?"
"Making love."
"What's that?"
"Well, when a man and woman care very much for one another, they share their bodies with each other. They kiss and hold each other, like that."
He gestured toward the screen.
"You mean sex?"
Mr. Moser nodded slightly, his eyes on the television. He looked embarrassed and uncomfortable.
"So that's what Grandma's always complaining about,"
Brett thought, turning his attention back to the movie.
"Nothing but sex and killing."
He could see nothing bad about what the man and woman were doing. In fact, it was pleasant. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. As the tape was rewinding, Brett turned to Mr. Moser and said,
"That didn't look like a bad thing. The sex, I mean. People are always talking about it like it's a bad thing."
"Well, it can be misused,"
Mr. Moser said, clearing his throat nervously.
"But if it's between a man and woman who love one another and who are married, it's perfectly natural and healthy."
"But they weren't married,"
Brett pointed out with a nod toward the television.
"That is why the church doesn't want you to watch movies unless they're approved by a committee."
Brett returned the following day for a showing of The Color Purple.
"I think you'll like this, Brett,"
Mr. Moser said enthusiastically as he put the tape in the VCR.
"It's a great movie. In fact, it just barely missed the approved list."
"How come?"
"Oh, some swearing and drinking. But what really did it was the lesbian relationship."
"The what?"
Mr. Moser glanced at Brett with a startled expression, and Brett realized that, for a moment, Mr. Moser had forgotten he wasn't talking to another adult.
"We'll talk about it after the movie."
It was a great movie, although very sad. Brett was surprised at how much the film moved him. By the time it was over, his eyes were puffy and sticky with tears. He didn't want to talk for a while and was silent as the tape rewound. Mr. Moser watched him, waiting for him to speak.
"So what's a lesbian?"
he finally asked.
"Well, what did you think of the movie?"
"It was good, but I didn't see anything that looked like it might be a lesbian relationship, whatever that is. So what is it?"
"It was pretty subtle. I guess you'd have to be looking for it. Remember when Shug and Seeley went home after the big fight in the bar?"
Brett nodded.
"And they were alone together? And they started, well, touching each other?"
Another nod.
"That's where,
He was fidgeting again.
Where their lesbian relationship began."
Brett waited for him to go on. When he didn't, Brett said,
"I still don't know what it is."
Mr. Moser sighed.
"A lesbian is, well, it's a woman who would rather make love with another woman than with a man."
Brett frowned as he thought that over.
"You mean sex? The women do sex together?"
Mr. Moser nodded and said,
"Have sex, not do."
Brett pondered the new information, chewing his lip. Something about it bothered him. It didn't fit into his rapidly growing view of things.
"Are there men lesbians too?"
he asked. Mr. Moser nodded as he turned away from Brett and ejected the tape.
"Homosexuals,"
he muttered, putting the tape in its box.
"And the homosexuals spreading the AIDS,"
Grandma had grumbled. There was another of her mysterious complaints explained.
"Why would anyone want to—"
Brett began, but Mr. Moser interrupted him.
"How would you like a popcorn ball? I made some this morning."
Taking that as a hint to change the subject, Brett said,
"Okay."
Brett waited for the mail carrier each day, but heard nothing more from his mother. After each disappointing delivery, he would play with Gabby until he knew Mr. Moser was home from work. Mr. Moser was an X-ray technician at the Seventh-day Adventist Hospital in Deer Park, and got off at 3 p.m., then hop on his bike and head for his Sabbath school teacher's house. A day did not pass without a few warnings from Grandma.
"Don't talk to any strangers," she'd say. "Then stay away from those Mexican hitchhikers, you hear? Probably one of them who's killing all those poor little boys, always drinking their beer and smoking their dope. Of course, if you keep saying your prayers, Jesus will watch over you and nothing will happen."
In Brett, Mr. Moser had found a protégé. In Moser, Brett had gained a mentor, and he watched one movie after another, so many that he would have lost count if he did not list them in a spiral-bound pocket pad, a new kind of scrapbook. Beneath the title of each film were notes. Brett learned something new from each film, whether he enjoyed the movie or not. Sometimes, while sitting on the sofa in front of the TV, munching snacks, drinking a soda, Brett would glance up and see Mr. Moser watching him peripherally, usually chewing a nail or passing a hand up and down his thigh nervously, as if wiping sweat from his palm. His eyes darted away the moment Brett spotted him watching, and he always returned his attention to the movie. Gremlins, The Terminator, and Cujo defined Brett's next week, followed by all 3 Star Wars movies in a row. Of the trilogy, Brett's favorite was the first. He nearly jumped to his feet and cheered during the final scene in which the heroes were rewarded for their valor. At first, Brett found it a bit disconcerting to watch unapproved movies with the chairman of the entertainment committee, but Mr. Moser reassured him.
"Remember, Brett," he said, "it's our secret."
One day Mr. Moser said,
"Brett, I think it's time you left behind the little kid stuff."
He took down a tape and removed it from its box.
"I think you should start learning a little about movies and the people who make them, seeing how you love them so much. Do you know who Alfred Hitchcock was?"
Brett shook his head. He knew Mr. Moser's teacher voice by heart. It was the same tone he used in Sabbath school when imparting lessons. Brett was infinitely more interested in the lessons Mr. Moser reserved for him personally, and so paid rapt attention, eager to please. He enjoyed what he was learning, savoring the taste of what Moser had called the forbidden fruit. Mr. Moser slid a new tape into the VCR.
"Hitchcock was a very famous movie director, maybe the most imitated director ever."
He saw the puzzlement on Brett's face, and because he was good at teaching, he explained.
"The director is the one in charge on a movie set. He tells people what to do, where to stand, how to act. He makes changes in the story, decides how each scene is going to be filmed. He orchestrates everything. Anyway, this movie is Hitchcock's first sound film. The first sound film to come out of England, in fact. It's old, 1929, but it's good. I just got it and thought you might like to see it. It's called Blackmail."
The title conjured images of letters written on black stationery in Brett's mind. He'd never heard the word blackmail before, and had no idea what it meant. As he watched, he learned. For 3 weeks, Brett kept their secret, and his list of movies grew a little longer each day. From Mr. Moser he learned about movies. From the movies he learned about life. It was the Friday night of the 3rd week of their secret that things changed. Friday nights were always gloomy. Grandma never smiled, not that she did much smiling anyway, and was grumpier than usual. The darkness seemed a little darker, and the scratchy music from Grandpa's room seemed more mournful than the rest of the week. Grandpa usually sat in the living room on Friday nights, his grave, shiny, bald head hanging heavily from his neck, for which it seemed much too big. He drummed his thick fingers on the armrests of his wheelchair, his eyes blackened by shadow, as Grandma rocked in the squeaky rocking chair, reading Sister White, and humming off-key to the music. Brett was more than eager to get out for the evening. On that Friday night, Brett arrived to find Mr. Moser on the phone.
"I'm sorry, Jim," he was saying. "I completely forgot about it. I can be there in 5 minutes. No, I have nothing planned. I'll be right there."
When he hung up, Mr. Moser paced before the phone for a moment, chewing a thumbnail, almost as if Brett wasn't there. His eyes finally darted to Brett, and his lips curled into a forced smile that was little more than a flash of teeth.
"A Sabbath school committee meeting," he muttered. "Forgot all about it."
"Oh, do you want me to go?"
No,
he replied, quickly turning fully to Brett, holding out his arms and waggling his hands.
"No, sit down, have a soda, put in a movie. I shouldn't be gone more than 20-30 minutes. I have—"
He lowered his voice secretively and smiled.
"I have a surprise for you, Brett. It'll just have to wait a few minutes now, that's all."
He took his wallet and keys from the coffee table.
"Don't answer the phone. Just let the machine get it. Be back in a few."
After he was gone, Brett opened the cabinet and, with the help of a chair from the kitchen, pulled Ghostbusters down from the shelf. Mr. Moser had showed him how to operate the VCR, so he slipped in the tape, turned on the television, and pushed play. The empty house rang with Brett's laughter as he watched the movie and drank a root beer from the refrigerator. 10 minutes into the tape, he pushed the pause button and headed for the bathroom. Mr. Moser had given Brett a tour of the house during his first visit. Pointing to the door beyond the bathroom, Mr. Moser had said,
"That's my bedroom, and that,"
he'd added, pointing across the hall,
"is the linen closet. If you ever spend the night, there are extra blankets and pillows in there."
"What's this?"
Brett had gone to a closed door at the end of the hall.
"Laundry room."
He'd taken Brett's arm then and led him back into the living room, saying,
"It's a mess."
After he finished in the bathroom, Brett stood at the bedroom door a moment and decided Mr. Moser wouldn't mind if he just took a peek inside to see what his bedroom looked like. It was dark in the bedroom, and Brett reached for a light switch, found it, and flipped it up. The first thing he saw was the huge screen across the room. He thought it was probably a big-screen TV. He'd heard about them, but had no idea they were this big. Brett stepped over to the television to get a better look and saw that there was another VCR hooked up to it, just like the one in the living room. He brushed his fingertips lightly around the labeled controls: on, off, volume, color, tint. Watching a movie on that big screen would almost be like watching it in a theater.
"Maybe this is the surprise,"
he thought. Brett hurried into the living room, ejected Ghostbusters, returned to the bedroom, and turned on the television. When he tried to insert the tape into the VCR, he found another already in the slot. He pushed eject, and the tape eased out like a tongue from a mouth. The top of the tape was black as night, and the white spools in the casing stared at him like dead eyes. Looking around, Brett found no box for the tape, but a white label was attached to the tape's edge. In block letters written with a felt-tip marker was written, "Warner Brothers Cartoons No. 2. He glanced at the clock beside the bed. Mr. Moser had been gone only 15 minutes. That left another 15. He'd probably be a little longer than he'd said if it was a meeting. Slipping the tape back into the slot, he pressed play and sat back against the foot of the bed. Cheerful music began to play, and the words Looney Tunes appeared on the large screen.
"Bugs Bunny!"
Brett exclaimed happily when the rabbit appeared, munching a carrot. He'd seen pictures of Bugs in a coloring book his mother had sent him. Grandma had taken the book away from him, and, in its place, given him a book called Uncle Arthur's Bible Stories. No rabbits in that book. After the credits, a short, bald man appeared holding a rifle. He was walking through the woods on tiptoe, looking right and left. "Shh!" he hissed to Brett, looking right out of the screen at him. "I'm hunting wabbits. Heh." Bugs suddenly poked his head out of a hole in the ground, took a bite of carrot, smacked his lips a few times, and said, "What's up, Doc?" The cartoon was gone. The screen danced with black and white speckles. Mr. Moser called them ant races. For a moment, Brett chilled with the fear that he'd done something wrong, something that had perhaps broken the VCR. He sighed with quiet relief when the picture returned. But it was not the cartoon of a moment before. Garbled music played over the television speakers, and the screen filled with a square platform surrounded by a fence of ropes. 2 huge, sweaty men stood in opposite corners of the square. "And in this corner," a faceless voice shouted, "measuring in at 10 3/4 inches,
Mickey the Bone Siemeninski.
The men stepped out of their corners as an invisible crowd cheered them on. Their arms were held slightly outward, fingers crooked into threatening claws. Both men wore tight masks over their faces, one black and one red. Hugging their massive bodies were leather outfits that crisscrossed and zigzagged. Silver spikes and zippers shined all over the costumes. That was not, however, what shocked Brett. What made Brett's mouth fall open loosely, what made his breath catch in his throat, was the large triangular opening below each man's waist, and the stiff, fleshy rod that jutted from thick, dark patches of curly hair. Brett closed his eyes a moment, certain he was not seeing what he thought he was seeing. Surely he'd come in on the middle of something, perhaps a recording mistake on Mr. Moser's part, and had missed an important scene that would explain what he thought he'd seen. But when he opened his eyes again, the men were circling one another menacingly, eyeing the exposed sections between their legs. An odd memory suddenly flashed behind Brett's eyes, vivid in detail. He was sitting in a tub of soapy water bathing on the third night after moving in with his grandparents. The bathroom door opened and Grandma came in. He remembered how overwhelming the smell of Bengay had been, wearing her bathrobe. "Wash good," she'd said with a smile. Then her eyes had darkened as she'd leaned over the tub. "But when you wash there," she'd whispered, pointing to his private area. That's what Mom had called it, hidden beneath the suds. "Wash quickly. Don't touch it any more than you have to." "What?" he'd said, puzzled. Her lower lip had begun to twitch as she said, "Your pee-pee, your penis, it's bad, dirty. If you touch it too much, it wakes up, makes you think bad thoughts. So wash it quickly." She'd smiled then and left him to his bath. Never quite sure what she'd meant, Brett remembered what she'd said each time he bathed and did as he'd been told, not wanting to awaken his penis. The men on the screen, however, were apparently trying to awaken theirs. They were handling themselves, pulling on themselves, making their penises grow even larger as they circled one another again and again. The red man suddenly lunged for his opponent, grabbing unsuccessfully for his penis. He was not unsuccessful the second time. The crowd roared. The garbled music continued, rambling almost tunelessly. "And the bone is down," the faceless voice cried. The red man straddled the bone, holding his penis in a fist. Reaching up to his masked face, the red man opened a zipper over his mouth, rounded his lips into a large O, and leaned forward. The invisible crowd went wild. Brett buried his shock in a forced, familiar numbness until he could watch the film without reacting. He felt nothing. Just like in church. The Sabbath School Committee meeting was over in 20 minutes, just as Mr. Moser had suspected it would be. The entire committee was present, 8 people in all, and as usual they sat around the conference table and socialized after the official business was out of the way. Mr. Moser excused himself from the chatter, left the room, and headed down the main corridor of the church for the front entrance, walking at a brisk pace, thinking of Brett.
"Ed, what's your hurry?"
He stopped and turned to see Pastor Alexander coming out of his study.
"Well,"
he began, pushing a smile onto his face,
I'm in no hurry, really."
"Then step in here for a minute. I want you to meet someone." Mr. Moser followed the little man with the big walrus mustache into his study, where a man, woman, and little boy were seated on a brown leather-upholstered sofa.
"Ed Moser,"
Pastor Alexander said formally,
"I'd like you to meet the Rileys, Jack, Betty, and their son Jason."
Mr. Moser smiled, shook Jack Riley's hand, and said,
"Pleased to meet you." "The Rileys have just moved to Manning," the pastor said. "This is going to be their first Sabbath with us."
"Oh, well, welcome. Glad to have you." He glanced at his watch and made note of the time. He'd been gone almost half an hour. Pastor Alexander moved behind his desk and seated himself in his squeaky chair.
"Have a seat, Ed."
Still smiling, Mr. Moser thought of Brett back at the house, sitting in front of the television set watching a movie. What would it be tonight? Jaws? Stripes? Maybe The Wizard of Oz. He seated himself in a chair facing the Rileys.
"Ed is one of our Sabbath school teachers," Pastor Alexander said. "He works in X-ray at our hospital up the hill, has quite a reputation up there, but I'm happy to say he's very generous with his time. Ed's devoted to our children here at the church."
The pastor winked at Jason and said,
"You'll be in his class tomorrow, Jason."
The boy smiled hesitantly at Mr. Moser.
"We'll be glad to have you, Jason," Mr. Moser said. "I've got a great bunch of boys in my class. Boys and girls, of course."
Jason blushed beneath his freckles and looked away bashfully.
"Fine-looking boy you have there,"
Mr. Moser said to the proudly beaming Rileys.
"Fine-looking boy."
There was a second movie on the tape, and it began as soon as the Bone and the man in red milked one another's penises. That's what it looked like to Brett. Milk. Thick. Like soy milk. More of the same. Brett hit fast forward, waited a moment, then pushed play. Still more. He pushed rewind and sat watching the ant races, his mind buzzing with questions. Did Mr. Moser watch these movies? He must, or else why would he own them? But did he enjoy them? He must, or else why would he watch them? Then was Mr. Moser a man-lesbian, and the homosexual spreading the AIDS? Homosexual? If he liked to watch men doing sex together, if that was what those men had been doing, and Brett suspected it was, then he must like to do it, too, Brett thought. The tape finished rewinding with a solid thunk. Maybe he was just curious, Brett suggested to himself as he ejected the tape. Surely Mr. Moser didn't have any more of those movies. Then again, he had been very uncomfortable talking about sex. Maybe even guilty. Brett stood and dashed down the hall to the living room, where he cupped his hands to the pane of the front window and looked for Mr. Moser's headlights in the night. Nothing. He hurried back to the bedroom and began his search. Brett looked through drawers, careful not to disturb anything. Under the bed, in the closet. He found nothing but underwear and clothes, shoes, and some dusty boxes and books. Disappointed, Brett sat on the edge of the bed and slowly looked around him for a place he might have missed. To his left, at the head of the bed, there were two rectangular sliding doors, each with a round brass knob in the center. Brett slid one aside, then the other. Boxed videotapes were neatly stored on the headboard shelf, labels facing out. From left to right were Warner Brothers cartoons number 1 to number 7, with number 2 missing. There were 3 more tapes labeled Little Rascals, number 1 to number 3. Brett removed the 4th cartoon tape and put it in the VCR. After about 2 minutes of a Daffy Duck cartoon and a few seconds of ant races, Brett saw 2 young men stroking their penises beside a swimming pool. When one of them gasped, "Okay, suck me now," Brett rewound the tape, ejected it, and replaced it in the headboard. Mr. Moser was not just curious. Wondering why they were labeled differently, Brett couldn't resist taking a look at one of the Little Rascals tapes. He chose number 3. The film, Our Gang, in the He-Man Woman Haters Club, was old, with fuzzy black and white images, and music and voices that seemed to be coming through a wall of gauze. A fat little boy and a tall, skinny one with funny hair were entering a makeshift clubhouse. The fat one said, "Well, Alfalfa, this is the headquarters of the He-Man Woman Haters Club." There were some other boys in the clubhouse, and they all waved at Alfalfa, who waved back and said, "Gee, Spanky, I'd sure like to join. What do I have to—" Ant races. The ant races were replaced by blackness. Brett slowly realized that the blackness was a room, unlit and unoccupied. A light came on with a distant click, and Brett saw what looked like a doctor's examination table. It was covered with a sheet of heavy plastic. Tied to the table was a naked little boy. Brett squinted at the boy's still face. It was Jimmy Greenlaw. A naked man stepped into the picture, his back to the camera. His skin was white and flabby. When he finally spoke,
"Okay,"
he breathed with anticipation.
"Okay."
Brett recognized the voice. It belonged to Mr. Moser. It was only a matter of minutes before Jason Riley lost his bashfulness and was chatting with Mr. Moser as if they were old buddies.
"Do you like Bible stories, Jason?"
Mr. Moser asked.
"Sure do,"
the boy said with an enthusiastic nod.
"They're my specialty. Tomorrow I'm telling the story of Daniel in the lion's den."
"Oh, that's his favorite,"
Mrs. Riley chimed, putting an arm around her son.
"Good,"
Mr. Moser grinned.
"It's my favorite story to tell."
Mr. Riley politely said it was time to go home, and they all stood at once. Pastor Alexander suggested that he and Mr. Moser walk them to their car, and they headed down the corridor at a leisurely pace, Jason walking beside Mr. Moser, who rested a hand on the boy's shoulder.
"Looking forward to having you in my class, Jason," Mr. Moser said through a smile.
Brett's fingers dug into the carpet beneath him, and he felt something uncoil in his gut as he watched. His back still turned, Mr. Moser ran his hands over Jimmy's small, still body, his breaths heavy and moist. He turned so Brett could see him in profile, reached under the table, and produced a white, blue-labeled bottle. Brett recognized it as the stuff that Grandma used to remove ring around the collar. As Mr. Moser poured some of the thick liquid soap in his hand and began rubbing it on his rigid penis, Brett sang under his breath, "Ring around the collar, ring around the collar," then closed his eyes for a moment. He opened them again when he heard Mr. Moser sigh, then moan, then pant. The Sabbath school teacher was holding Jimmy's legs up and apart and lying between them, his dimpled buttocks jutting up and down spastically. At the Rileys' car in the front parking lot, Pastor Alexander suggested Mr. Moser say a prayer, and the 5 people joined hands in a small circle.
"Dear Heavenly Father," he began, "we thank you for bringing these good people to our town and our church. We ask that you watch over them as they settle into their new home."
Brett sucked in a sharp, sickened breath and diverted his eyes, looking at the room on the screen. It looked like a garage, only smaller, with lots of dusty shelves on the walls. Behind Mr. Moser and Jimmy was a large, rusty metal sink. Next to that were a washer and dryer. Below the table was a drain centered on the concrete floor, surrounded by a large, dark stain.
"Laundry room. It's a mess in there."
Jimmy screamed, and Brett turned back to the television in time to see Mr. Moser lift a hatchet over his head and bring it down with a heavy, wet crunch.
"We especially ask that you watch over young Jason. Guide him in your way, O Lord, and protect him from the snares and temptations of the evil one."
Blood shot upward in a crimson spray. Jimmy's scream became a shrill, piercing wail.
"Guide them safely home now, Father, and rest them well so that we can all gather tomorrow in your name. We ask these favors in the name of your Son Jesus. Amen."
"Amen," they repeated in unison. Mr. Moser gave Jason a friendly hug and said,
"You'll have to come over to my place real soon and we'll go lizard hunting."
"Okay,"
Jason said happily.
"I'd like that."
Mr. Moser bid them good night and walked to his car. Another chop.
A mess.
Brett's fists unclenched and the tight knot in his stomach relaxed as he began to distance himself from what he was seeing. Just like in church. Driving down the road in his car, Mr. Moser slipped a cassette into his stereo. It was a tape he often played for his children in Sabbath school, an album of Anita Bryant singing some children's gospel favorites. The first song began, and he sang along. "Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world." He smiled, knowing that in just a few minutes he would be able to give Brett his surprise. After Mr. Moser had taken Jimmy apart and milked his penis over the armless, legless, lifeless trunk of the boy's body, the ant races came back on. Brett watched them for several seconds, his mouth dry. He thought of Mr. Moser teaching Sabbath school, acting out Bible stories, making the kids, Brett included, laugh. And he thought of what he'd just seen.
"I have a surprise for you, Brett." "A surprise?"
Brett stood, left the room, went to the door at the end of the hall, and opened it. The sink was across the room. The table was covered with canvas, and boxes were stacked on it, making it look like a sort of workbench. The drain in the floor looked clogged with black, soggy lumps. To the right of the doorway was a tall wooden cupboard. Brett opened it and stared for a while at the tripod and the black and gray camera case beneath it. He hurried down the hall to the front window and looked out again. He still saw no headlights, but knew he probably didn't have much time to cover his traces. Back in the bedroom, he felt vaguely ill, like he might throw up, but he started to hum a church hymn and the feeling went away. He didn't want to make a mess he couldn't conceal. He ejected the Little Rascals tape and returned it to the headboard, then picked up Ghostbusters from the floor, wishing he had time to finish watching it, wishing even more that he could see it in a real theater on a real movie screen. The idea that came from that thought made his hands tremble. Hurried by a gnawing feeling of urgency, he knew Mr. Moser could not be gone much longer. Brett returned to the living room, rewound Ghostbusters, and put it away. He found a brown paper bag in the kitchen, took it to the bedroom, removed Little Rascals No. 3 from the headboard, and stuffed it in the bag. He turned all the lights off on his way out of the house, locked the door, and put the tape in the basket between his handlebars. Less than a minute after he turned onto Glass Mountain Road, Brett heard a car up ahead. The glow of headlights illuminated the upcoming curve in the road, and Brett drove his bike into the ditch, tumbled into the weeds, and remained perfectly still, hoping he was out of sight. The car passed, slowed, turned into the driveway. It was Mr. Moser. Brett waited until the crunch of the tires on the gravel road began to fade, then pulled his bike onto the pavement again. Before getting back on, he leaned over and vomited until his eyes burned. He wiped his mouth on the back of his hand and rode home, already thinking about tomorrow morning. Mr. Moser came to Sabbath school late the following morning. He rushed in looking rumpled and winded. His hair was mussed and his brow glowed with perspiration. The moment he entered, his eyes locked with Brett's and narrowed briefly to dark, bloodless cuts. He seemed preoccupied as he led the class through song service, kept tugging his tie as he quizzed them on the weekly Sabbath school lesson, and wiped his brow again and again as he stuttered through a retelling of Daniel's stay in the lion's den. He cut the story short and excused himself, asking Mrs. Juarez, the pianist, to take over. Before leaving the room, Mr. Moser looked at Brett and nodded toward the door. Brett followed him. In the main corridor, Brett could hear the sanctuary organ playing a hymn. Voices sang along glumly, blending and garbling until they seemed to be singing in some ancient, long-dead tongue. Mr. Moser took a handkerchief from his pocket and mopped his face and neck. When he was through, the white cloth looked drenched.
"I don't seem to be feeling too well, Brett," he said nervously. "What do you suppose might be wrong?"
"I don't know. The flu, maybe?"
"I don't think so."
He dabbed the underside of his chin with the handkerchief.
"Enjoy the movie last night?"
"Uh-huh."
You left before I could give you your surprise. That wasn't very nice. I thought maybe—"
"I took it, Mr. Moser."
He froze, still as a snapshot, his eyes searching Brett's face, his mouth open slightly, tongue darting around inside.
"Don't worry,"
Brett whispered.
"It's in a safe place, and I won't tell anyone. If—"
If,
Mr. Moser breathed.
if what?
If you do what I ask.
A moment later, Mr. Moser chuckled. His nostrils flared, and what might have been a tear glistened in his eye.
Blackmailed,
he muttered, shaking his head in wonderment.
I'm being blackmailed.
If anything happens to me,
Brett said,
someone will find the tape. There's a note attached that explains everything.
It was a lie, of course, but Mr. Moser could never know that. Mr. Moser wiped an eye and scrubbed his shiny face.
I don't want much,
Brett said.
And what is that?
I want you to take me to the movies, whenever I want to go.
The music and singing stopped, and somewhere in the church a chorus of voices exclaimed, Amen. The next day, Brett called Mr. Moser and said he wanted to see the new Clint Eastwood movie. He really wanted to see Bedside Manners more than anything, but it was only playing in San Francisco, which was too far away, and he wanted to see it with Mom. That would make it special. He and Mr. Moser agreed to go to a theater in Santa Rosa, so no one they knew would see them. After hanging up, Brett went to the kitchen and told Grandma he was going for a bike ride and would be back in time for supper.
You stick close to the house, she ordered. Don't go riding off someplace where you're all alone. And say your prayers.
On his way through the dark living room, Brett saw Grandpa sitting in the far corner by the phone table. His big gnarled hands were joined on his lap, and his head turned slowly, following Brett as he passed.
See you later,
he said, his voice sounding like gravel being crushed. Grandpa did something then that Brett had never seen him do before, and he didn't know quite what to make of it at first. The old man's lips pulled back around his scraggly teeth. The corners of his mouth twitched into slight curls. He was smiling.
Have a good time,
he said. In the car, Brett and Mr. Moser were silent for the first half of the 45-minute drive. Mr. Moser fidgeted at the wheel, drumming his fingers and cracking his knuckles as he drove. He acted as if he was alone in the car. Brett finally spoke.
Was I going to be next?
Mr. Moser blinked, wiped his mouth, shifted his buttocks in the seat, but kept his eyes on the road and said nothing.
That was the surprise, wasn't it?
No reply.
Why do you do it?
Still nothing.
Because you enjoy it?
Silence.
It doesn't bother you that it's wrong?
Mr. Moser sniffed and ran a hand through his hair. He was crying silently.
It bothers him,
Brett thought, deciding not to ask any more questions. The theater they went to held 6 screens. Brett stood in the lobby, breathed in the smell of popcorn, and looked at the rows of posters on the walls. He took in each and every detail around him, even the feeling of the carpet beneath his shoes, as if he were in the last hour of his life and wanted to miss nothing. He looked up at Mr. Moser and said,
I'd like some popcorn.
Without meeting Brett's eyes, Mr. Moser got in line, bought a carton of popcorn. Then they went into the auditorium and found seats. Moments later, the lights dimmed and the screen came alive. The back of Brett's neck prickled with excitement, and he stuffed a fistful of popcorn into his mouth. The next 2 hours were everything Brett had hoped they would be. 2 days later, Brett called Mr. Moser again from the upstairs phone and said he wanted to go see the new James Bond movie that evening. Grandma was gone shopping, and Brett wanted to hurry out before she returned. The less explaining he had to do, the better. He raced downstairs and through the living room, stumbling to a halt when he heard his name called. Grandpa was sitting in the corner again by the phone table. He was holding something out to Brett.
Here,
he said. Brett stepped forward and saw 2 $1 bills held between Grandpa's beefy fingers.
For milk duds,
Grandpa whispered conspiratorially with a crooked smile. Brett chilled for a moment, realizing he'd been found out, but Grandpa's smile was reassuring. He seemed to be saying, "Just between us." As Brett took the money, Grandpa said, "Have fun." Riding his bike to Mr. Moser's house, Brett wondered how often Grandpa listened in on telephone conversations, and how much he'd heard. Over the following 2 weeks, Brett had Mr. Moser take him to 7 movies. One day they even saw 2 back-to-back. At first they said little, but began to talk a bit more each time, until it seemed they were nothing more than 2 friends going to the movies together. They did not mention Jimmy Greenlaw, or the tape, or Mr. Moser's laundry room. Sometimes Brett spotted Mr. Moser staring at him, like he used to when Brett watched movies on his VCR. But now he stared with tense eyes and chewed his lip nervously. He would look away immediately, but Brett always knew, felt anyway, that he'd been staring at him for a while. Brett tried not to wonder what Mr. Moser thought about while he stared at him, because that reminded him of what he'd seen on that videotape, and that conjured thoughts too frightening to entertain. During the first week, Brett worried about Grandpa. How much did he know? Most importantly, would he tell Grandma? By the second week, Brett felt better. Grandma knew nothing yet, and when they passed in the house, Grandpa always gave him a silent, secret smile and a wink, something he'd never done before. For the time being, he seemed to be safe. It was turning out to be a fun and interesting summer. Until he came home after his 7th movie, a Steve Martin comedy, and found his mom seated on the sofa talking with Grandpa. When he walked in, she dashed across the room and greeted him with a laughing, perfumed embrace. She was beautiful. Her hair fell around her head in a golden mane. Tiny stones sparkled in her earlobes, and bracelets clicked together on her wrists. She looked like a movie star.
"How are you, baby?" she breathed. "Look at you, you're such a big boy. Oh, give your mom another hug."
She covered his face with kisses and ran her fingers through his hair. Brett could hear Grandma washing dishes and humming a hymn in the kitchen. Naturally, she wouldn't be visiting with Mom. Apparently there was no love lost there.
"How about a sundae?" Mom exclaimed. "A big one with everything. Come on, let's go. I've got some surprises for you in the car."
She kissed Grandpa's forehead and said,
"Be back in a while, Pop."
As Brett followed her out of the house, he heard Grandma's voice behind him.
"Brett,"
she hissed. When he turned, she hunkered down in front of him and whispered,
"Now, I don't want you eating any of that ice cream stuff. Jesus doesn't like you to pour all that bad sugar in your body. It's his temple."
She tossed a glance over his shoulder in the direction Mom had gone, and her face darkened with intense bitterness.
"And I don't care what your mother says."
Brett went out the front door behind Mom, and Grandpa's quiet, throaty laughter faded behind them. On the way to St. Helena, Brett trembled with anticipation, unable to stop smiling. He knew his days in Manning were numbered now, and he'd be going to live with Mom in Los Angeles soon. He'd be able to go to movies any time he wanted without fear of being caught or punished. There would be no more dreary Sabbaths, no more long church services with long church faces, and, best of all, no more Grandma.
"The stuff in the back seat's all yours,"
Mom said breathlessly. She was bouncing in her seat like a little girl. Brett put the 2 boxes in his lap and opened them. One held shirts and pants, another held a blazer and tie.
"Brand new, all designer, expensive stuff," Mom said. "See that blazer? Roll up the sleeves a little and you'll look just like Don Johnson on Miami Vice."
Brett had never seen Miami Vice. Didn't she know that? Didn't she know what it was like living with Grandma? Sure she did. Grandma was her mother.
"You'll be the best-dressed guy in church, kiddo," she laughed.
Church, Brett thought.
"There's more."
He found a bag full of school supplies, paper, pens, and binders with pictures of the Hollywood sign on them, and a drinking mug that read on the side, "Hooray for Hollywood."
"Now you're all set for school in the fall,"
Mom said. Something wasn't right. Brett said,
"But I thought I was gonna—" "Where shall we go for ice cream?"
Mom asked quickly. Brett felt himself sinking into the seat of the rented car as some of his excitement drifted away like a thin mist.
"I thought I was gonna come live with you,"
Brett said over his hot fudge sundae.
"Well, honey, we'll see." "But you said—" "I know, and I meant it, sweetie. It's just that, well, things are a little different now."
She stirred her milkshake thoughtfully, frowning.
"I met this man. He's a producer, a very successful producer, I should add. 4 big hits in 2 years. I moved in with him last week. He's got this incredible place, you should see it. A pool, a theater in the back. Clark Gable used to live there."
Brett didn't know who Clark Gable was and didn't care.
"Anyway, my producer friend, his name is Jeff, he wants to use me. He thinks I'd be good for a lead. Can you imagine that, baby? A lead, a starring role. But, well, for now, there's just no way I could take you back with me. Not now. Maybe later, after I've done a couple pictures. But not now."
Brett suddenly lost all interest in his sundae. His stomach ached, and his head felt bloated with thoughts of staying in Manning, trapped in Grandma's house, listening to those skin-crawling hymns, and having to give Grandma more Bengay back rubs. He had to concentrate hard to steady his voice as he said,
"But, Mom, you said—" "I know, honey, but I can't. Not now. But that's okay, isn't it? I mean, you're doing well here, aren't you? Grandpa says your grades are good, and he says you've made friends with your Sabbath school teacher. That's great. I mean, Lord knows I'm not much of a Bible reader these days, but I suppose it's good for you. Come on, sweetie pie. You've waited this long. Can't you wait a little longer?"
He put his spoon down and stared at the table.
"Hey, how about a movie tonight?"
Mom asked, taking his hand.
"I'll go back to my hotel and change, and we can go to dinner, then catch a movie. Whatever you want to see. Tonight's your night. Can't be out too late, though. I've got an early plane to catch."
She was leaving tomorrow. Without him. Panic began to rise in his throat. He wanted to cry, scream, kick something, but he remained silent, thinking of church, trying to shut the feelings off. They would go to dinner and a movie that night, and maybe he could change her mind. At least he got to pick the movie, and he knew exactly which one he wanted to see. After he showered and changed, Brett went downstairs to wait for Mom to come back from her hotel and get him. He slumped on the sofa and stared out the window. Grandpa's chair rumbled into the living room, and his gravelly voice said,
"You don't look too happy, boy."
Brett didn't reply. Grandpa stopped in front of him and began drumming his fingers on the wheelchair's armrests.
"Your mom's not going to take you with her, eh?"
Brett shook his head.
"Well, guess you'll just have to make the best of things here, eh?"
Brett shrugged.
"Not so bad, is it? You got your friend Mr. Moser to keep you company."
He winked and added,
"Don't worry, boy, your secret's safe with me. You got Gabby, and in her own way, I suppose, Grandma. Well, she thinks the world of you."
Then, with a frown, he muttered,
"Hell of a lot more'n she thinks of me."
His eyes suddenly snapped open wide, and he looked around cautiously, as if he might have been overheard. In a moment, his face relaxed, and he smiled as if he'd just remembered something.
"Grocery shopping,"
he mumbled. Brett sat up straight, surprised. This was the most Grandpa had ever said to him. In fact, it was the most Brett had ever heard him say, period.
"Course now, if I had a pair of those,"
Grandpa said, pointing at Brett's legs,
"you and me, we would have a good old time."
Brett chuckled.
"Grandma wouldn't let us."
Grandpa's head fell back, and his wheelchair squeaked beneath the weight of his laughter.
"I suppose not. Fact, I just might be better off without her than I would be with legs. But—"
He waved a hand with resignation.
"You going to the movies with your mom tonight?"
Brett nodded.
Have you ever been to the movies, Grandpa?
Used to go a lot, before I met your grandma. I often wish we had a TV in here so I could watch some of them old movies late at night. Don't sleep like I used to. We got enough money saved up to get a good one, you know. Color, remote control. I look at 'em in the catalogs sometimes, but...
Another wave. Brett looked at Grandpa for a long moment, seeing a different person in that wheelchair, much different from the silent, empty old man who wheeled around in the dark. He wondered what it would be like to live there with Grandpa, just the two of them. Maybe they'd stay up late at night and watch old movies. Grandpa could tell him about the movies he'd seen when he was a boy, about his days in the army, and how it felt to fight in a war. And they could listen to real music instead of those depressing hymns, music like he'd heard in the movies. A car rolled to a stop out front and honked.
"There's your mom,"
Grandpa said.
"You better git. And don't worry, things won't be so bad."
Brett stood and gave Grandpa a long hug so unexpectedly that it surprised them both. Then he rushed out to meet his mom. Over dinner, Mom asked,
"So what movie would you like to see?"
Brett smiled with anticipation and said,
"Bedside Manners."
Mom's fork stopped halfway to her mouth, and she slowly lowered it to her plate with a frown.
"Well,"
she said, drawing the word out to a troubled sigh,
"I don't think so, honey."
Brett's smile disappeared, and his spirits dropped even further.
"How come?" "Well, it's not such a good movie. Really. I mean, it's low budget, and, well, there's one scene where you can see the boom hanging about 2 feet into the frame, and—"
"What's a boom?"
"Never mind, it's just a bad movie, that's all."
"I don't care, Mom. I just want to see you."
"Look, sweetie, my part is really small, and I get—"
She sniffed and straightened her posture.
"I just don't think you should see it. It's not a movie for kids."
"But, Mom, I wanted to see it with you."
"Lower your voice,"
she hissed, glanced around to see if anyone had heard.
"Now that's it, okay? There's a lot of sex and violence in the movie, and I don't want you to see it. Maybe when you're older. Hey, how about the new Benji movie, huh? I hear it's pretty good."
Brett clenched his fist around his fork and turned his eyes away from Mom. He knew he could not conceal his anger and disappointment if he looked at her. His appetite was gone. Mom continued eating, apparently unaware that he was upset.
"Are you really going to leave me tomorrow?"
he whispered.
"I have to, honey. Good grief, you sound like you'll never see me again."
"For how long?"
"I don't know. Until, well, for a while. It's not so bad, babe."
She reached for his hand, but he pulled it away.
"Don't do this now. You've got friends here."
"No, I don't," he thought.
"Grandma takes good care of you."
"No, she doesn't."
"I know she's a little weird. God knows I don't get along with her, but that's different. We've never gotten along. Grandma loves you. So does Grandpa. You'll be okay."
"No, I won't."
"Until you get more movie roles,"
he muttered.
"What? Oh, yeah. A couple leads under Jeff and I'll be able to take good care of you."
"A lead? You mean like a star?"
"Yeah, a starring role. In a good movie. None of this low-budget horror crap."
"Is that what you really want? To star in a movie?"
"More than anything, sweetie. More than anything. Now eat your dinner."
"I'm not hungry."
"Not Well, why didn't you say so?"
she snapped.
"This is an expensive dinner. Now eat."
He stared at the plate silently for a while. "I have to go to the bathroom," he lied.
"Okay, but when you come back, you'll eat, right?"
He nodded, then left the table and crossed the restaurant. As he rounded the tables and chairs, he thought of a scene from one of the movies he'd watched at Mr. Moser's. Prime Cut. Lee Marvin played a gangster who was sent to Kansas City to find and punish Gene Hackman. Not only had Hackman gone back on a few promises made to old friends and business partners and cheated them out of a lot of money, he'd even killed some of them and had one ground up into hot dogs at his meatpacking plant. When Marvin was through with him, Hackman ended up full of bullets and fed to some pigs. Brett liked that. Hackman had deserved it. It had been a fitting punishment. Some people simply deserved to be punished. On the other hand, some deserved to be rewarded, like Luke, the princess, Han, and Chewbacca at the end of Star Wars. Brett thought about rewards and punishments as he walked toward the restroom sign in the back and passed by the men's room. He went on to a bank of payphones, fishing in his pocket for some change. Mom tapped her fingernails on the steering wheel as she drove out of St. Helena. "You're just upset with me, that's all," she said stiffly. "I wanted us to have a nice evening together, but—" She shook her head and sighed. Brett gazed straight ahead, barely hearing her. His mind was intentionally blank, his body relaxed. "I'm just tired," he said quietly. "Then why don't you let me take you home instead of to your friends?" "I have to pick something up I left there. Then I'll go home." She sighed again. "I came a long way to see you, you know, and my friend paid for it. What's he going to think when I tell him you didn't even want to be with me?" He pressed his lips together over the sharp reply that came to mind. Brett watched the road ahead for several minutes, then said, "Turn right here, then take the first left." When the car started down the dirt road, Mom said, "Jesus, this is a rented car, you know. God!" Lighted windows at the end of the road drew nearer. "Is this the house?" Brett nodded. She stopped in the drive, and Brett said, "Come in. He'd like to meet you." Mom sighed, but turned off the ignition and got out, following him to the door. "Aren't you going to knock?" she asked when Brett walked into the house. "He doesn't mind." He let her in and closed the door. "He said he was—" He swallowed a dry knot in his throat. "Was going to do some laundry tonight. He's probably in the laundry room." Brett led her to the end of the hall, opened the door. He wouldn't let his hands tremble, and stepped aside so she could go ahead. The light beyond the door was so dim the room seemed gray. As soon as Mom stepped down into the room, her heels clicking on the dirty concrete floor, Brett swung the door shut. It hit with a slam like gunfire. "Brett," she called, "what the hell are you—" She stopped. There was a scuffle. Then Mom screamed. Brett stared at the door for a moment, listening to the screaming and the awful thick hacking noises, the retching and coughing. Then he began to back away, trying to shut the sounds from his ears, realizing that Mom wasn't the only one screaming. In the living room, he turned and crossed to the front door. Mom stopped screaming, but Mr. Moser continued. His cries of, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, my God, I'm sorry," died in the wet sounds of vomiting. Brett went outside and stood on the porch, thinking of nothing. It could have been a minute or an hour later when Mr. Moser came out of the house and into the dim yellow glow of the porch light. Brett wasn't sure. Mr. Moser held his hands out before him, palms up, fingers clawed, staring at them as if they weren't his own. Blood speckled his twisted face, and his sleeveless arms were black with it to his elbows. He was gulping sobs, and his eyes sparkled with tears. "Dear Jesus," he breathed over and over. "Dear Jesus." "Did you get it?" Brett asked. "On videotape?" If I'd known earlier, I was so upset, so scared, I didn't have time to—" "You didn't get it?" Brett snapped, anger flaring in his head for a moment. "I couldn't. I was too... Why, Brett? Why did you make me do this? Why?" "I thought you enjoyed it," Brett replied flatly, still preoccupied with the fact that his mother's murder had not been videotaped. "Not this. Not an adult. A woman." "Oh. Well, I think it's time you left behind the little kid stuff, Mr. Moser." He turned and stared silently at his mom's rented car. Mr. Moser paced behind him, muttering, "Oh, God, oh, Jesus, God." He stopped abruptly and snapped in a hoarse, pained voice,
"And what am I going to do about the car, huh?"
"It's rented."
"Rented? Oh, God, that's rented."
Brett stepped off the porch.
"If I get caught, you're in just as much trouble as I am, you know. You helped. You're an accomplice."
Brett turned to him and, genuinely worried for a moment, said,
"You think anybody'd believe that? I mean, I'm just a kid, and you killed all those boys. I've got that tape."
He thought about it a while, then shook his head, feeling better, and muttered,
"No, I don't think so, Mr. Moser. I really don't."
He started across the drive toward the dirt road.
"I think I'm going to walk home. They don't expect me for a couple hours."
"What will you tell them?"
"I don't know. I'll think of something."
"But what if they notice she doesn't bring you home?"
"They go to bed real early, especially Grandma."
Grandma. Brett thought of her stern gaze and the smell of those messy Bengay back rubs. He turned to Mr. Moser again and said,
"Get rid of the car by tomorrow afternoon. I want to go into San Francisco."
"What? Why?"
"There's a movie I want to see. Bedside Manners."
Then, to himself, Brett muttered,
"You saw her die. Now I need to."
But Grandma, she was still around to make Brett's life miserable. And Grandpa's. Mr. Moser bellowed,
"Are you out of your—"
"And keep that video camera loaded and ready. Later in the week, I'm going to bring my grandma over."
Brett watched as Mr. Moser slowly turned his back, then began to kick the side of his house, pulling his hair and screaming like a toddler throwing a tantrum. Mr. Moser's screams faded as Brett started down the road, looking forward to getting to know Grandpa. Son of Celluloid by Clive Barker. 1. Trailer. Barbario felt fine, despite the bullet. Sure, there was a catch in his chest if he breathed too hard, and the wound in his thigh wasn't too pretty to look at, but he'd been holed up before and come up smiling. At least he was free. That was the main thing. Nobody, he swore, nobody would ever lock him up again. He'd kill himself rather than be taken back into custody. If he was unlucky and they cornered him, he'd stick the gun in his mouth and blow off the top of his head. No way would they drag him back to that cell alive. Life was too long if you were locked away and counting it in seconds. It had only taken him a couple of months to learn that lesson. Life was long and repetitive and debilitating, and if you weren't careful, you were soon thinking it would be better to die than go on existing in the shithole they'd put you in. Better to string yourself up by your belt in the middle of the night, rather than face the tedium of another 24 hours, all 86,400 seconds of it. So he went for broke. First, he bought a gun on the prison black market. It cost him everything he had, and a handful of IOUs he'd have to make good on the outside, if he wanted to stay alive. Then he made the most obvious move in the book. He climbed the wall, and whatever God looked after the liquor store muggers of this world was looking after him that night, because hot damn if he didn't scoot right over that wall and away, without so much as a dog sniffing at his heels. And the cops? Why, they screwed it up every which way from Sunday, looking for him where he'd never gone, pulling in his brother and his sister-in-law on suspicion of harboring him when they didn't even know he'd escaped, putting out an all-points bulletin with a description of his pre-prison self, 20 pounds heavier than he was now. All this he'd heard from Geraldine, a lady he'd courted in the good old days, who'd given him a dressing for his leg and the bottle of Southern Comfort that was now almost empty in his pocket. He'd taken the booze and sympathy and gone on his way, trusting to the legendary idiocy of the law and the God who'd got him so far already. Sing Sing, he called this God. Pictured him as a fat guy with a grin that hooked from one ear to the other, a prime salami in one hand, and a cup of dark coffee in the other. In Barbario's mind, Sing Sing smelt like a full belly at Mama's house, back in the days when Mama was still well in the head, and he'd been her pride and joy. Unfortunately, Sing Sing had been looking the other way when the one eagle-eye cop in the whole city saw Barbario draining his snake in a back alley, and recognized him from that obsolete APB. Young cop, Couldn't have been more than 25, out to be a hero. He was too dumb to learn the lesson of Barbario's warning shot. Instead of taking cover and letting Barbario make a break, he'd forced the issue by coming straight down the alley at him. Barbario had no choice. He fired. The cop fired back. Sing Sing must have stepped in there somewhere, spoiling the cop's aim so that the bullet that should have found Barbario's heart hit his leg, and guiding the returning shot straight into the cop's nose. Eagle Eye went down as if he'd just remembered an appointment with the ground, and Barbario was away, cursing, bleeding, and scared. He'd never shot a man before, and he'd started with a cop. Quite an introduction to the craft. Sing Sing was still with him, though. The bullet in his leg ached, but Geraldine's ministrations had stopped the blood. The liquor had done wonders for the pain, and here he was half a day later, tired but alive, having hopped halfway across a city so thick with vengeful cops it was like a psycho's parade at the policeman's ball. Now all he asked of his protector was a place to rest up a while. Not for long, just enough time to catch his breath and plan his future movements. An hour or two of shut-eye wouldn't go amiss either. Thing was, he'd got that bellyache, the deep, gnawing pain he got more and more these days. Maybe he'd find a phone, when he'd rested for a time, and call Geraldine again, get her to sweet-talk a doctor into seeing him. He'd been planning to get out of the city before midnight, but that didn't look like a plausible option now. Dangerous as it was, he would have to stay in the locality a night, and maybe the best part of the next day, make his break for the open country when he'd recouped a little energy, and had the bullet taken out of his leg. Geez, but that belly griped. His guess was it was an ulcer, brought on by the filthy slop they called food at the penitentiary. Lots of guys had belly and shit-shoot problems in there. He'd be better after a few days of pizza and beers. He was damn sure of that. The word cancer wasn't in Barbario's vocabulary. He never thought about terminal disease, especially in reference to himself. That'd be like a piece of slaughterhouse beef fretting about an ingrowing hoof as it stepped up to meet the gun. A man in his trade, surrounded by lethal tools, doesn't expect to perish from a malignancy in his belly. But that's what that ache was. The lot at the back of the Movie Palace Cinema had been a restaurant, but a fire had gutted it 3 years back, and the ground had never been cleared. It wasn't a good spec for rebuilding, and no one had shown much interest in the site. The neighborhood had once been buzzing, but that was in the 60s, early 70s. For a heady decade, places of entertainment, restaurants, bars, cinemas, had flourished. Then came the inevitable slump. Fewer and fewer kids came this way to spend their money. There were new spots to hit, new places to be seen in. The bars closed up. The restaurants followed. Only the Movie Palace remained as a token reminder of more innocent days in a district that was becoming tackier and more dangerous every year. The jungle of convolvulus and rotted timbers that throttled the vacant lot suited Barbario just fine. His leg was giving him jip. He was stumbling from sheer fatigue, and the pain in his belly was worsening. A spot to lay down his clammy head was needed, and damn quick. Finish off the Southern Comfort, and think about Geraldine. It was 1:30 a.m. The lot was trysting ground for cats. They ran, startled, through the man-high weeds as he pushed aside some of the fencing timbers and slid into the shadows. The refuge stank of piss, human and cat, of garbage, of old fires, but it felt like a sanctuary. Seeking the support of the back wall of the Movie Palace, Barbario leaned on his forearm and threw up a bellyful of Southern Comfort and acid. Along the wall a little way, some kids had built a makeshift den of girders, fire-blackened planks, and corrugated iron. Ideal, he thought. A sanctuary within a sanctuary. Sing Sing was smiling at him, all greasy chops. Groaning a little, the belly was really bad tonight, he staggered along the wall to the lean-to den and ducked through the door. Somebody else had used this place to sleep in. He could feel damp sacking under his hand as he sat down, and a bottle clinked against a brick somewhere to his left. There was a smell close by he didn't want to think too much about, like the sewers were backing up. All in all, it was squalid, but it was safer than the street. He sat with his back against the wall of the movie palace and exhaled his fears in a long, slow breath. No more than a block away, perhaps half a block, the babe-in-the-night wail of a cop car began, and his newly acquired sense of security sank without a trace. They were closing in for the kill. He knew it. They'd just been playing him along, letting him think he was away, all the time cruising him like sharks, sleek and silent, until he was too tired to put up any resistance. Geez, he'd killed a cop. What they wouldn't do to him once they had him alone. They'd crucify him. Okay, Sing Sing, what now? Take that surprised look off your face and get me out of this. For a moment, nothing. Then the god smiled in his mind's eye, and quite coincidentally, he felt the hinges pressing into his back. Shit. A door. He was leaning against a door. Grunting with pain, he turned and ran his fingers around this escape hatch at his back. To judge by touch, it was a small ventilation grill no more than 3 feet square. Maybe it led on to a crawl space, or maybe into someone's kitchen. What the hell? It was safer inside than out. That was the first lesson any newborn kid got slapped into him. The siren song wailed on, making Barbario's skin creep. Foul sound. It quickened his heart hearing it. His thick fingers fumbled down the side of the grill, feeling for a lock of some kind, and sure as shit there was a padlock, as gritty with rust as the rest of the metalwork. Come on, Sing Sing, he prayed. One more break is all I'm asking. Let me in and I swear I'm yours forever. He pulled at the lock, but damn it, it wasn't about to give so easily. Either it was stronger than it felt, or he was weaker. Maybe a little of both. The car was slinking closer with every second. The wail drowned out the sound of his own panicking breath. He pulled the gun, the cop killer, out of his jacket pocket, and pressed it into service as a snub-nosed crowbar. He couldn't get much leverage on the thing, it was too short, but a couple of cursing heaves did the trick. The lock gave, a shower of rust scales peppered his face. He only just silenced a whoop of triumph. Now to open the grill, to get out of this wretched world into the dark. He insinuated his fingers through the lattice and pulled. Pain, a continuum of pain that ran from his belly to his bowel to his leg, made his head spin. Open, damn you, he said to the grill. Open sesame. The door conceded. It opened suddenly, and he fell back onto the sodden sacking. A moment, and he was up again, peering into the darkness within this darkness that was the interior of the movie palace. Let the cop car come, he thought buoyantly. I've got my hidey-hole to keep me warm. And warm it was. Almost hot, in fact. The air out of the hole smelt like it had been simmering in there for a good long while. His leg had gone into a cramp, and it hurt like fuck as he dragged himself through the door and into the solid black beyond. Even as he did so, the siren turned a corner nearby, and the baby wail died. Wasn't that the patter of law-like feet he could hear on the sidewalk? He turned clumsily in the blackness, his leg a dead weight, his foot feeling about the size of a watermelon, and pulled the grill door, too, after him. The satisfaction was that of pulling up a drawbridge and leaving the enemy on the other side of the moat. Somehow it didn't matter that they could open the door just as easily as he had and follow him in. Childlike, he felt sure nobody could possibly find him here. As long as he couldn't see his pursuers couldn't see him. If the cops did indeed duck into the lot to look for him, he didn't hear them. Maybe he'd been mistaken. Maybe they were after some other poor punk on the street and not him. Well, okay. Whatever. He had found himself a nice niche to rest up a while, and that was fine and dandy. Funny, the air wasn't so bad in here after all. It wasn't the stagnant air of a crawl space or an attic. The atmosphere in the hidey-hole was alive. Not fresh air. No, it wasn't that. It smelt old and trapped, sure enough. But it was buzzing, nevertheless. It fairly sang in his ears. It made his skin tingle like a cold shower. It wormed its way up his nose and put the weirdest things in his head. It was like being high on something. He felt that good. His leg didn't hurt anymore, or if it did, he was too distracted by the pictures in his head. He was filling up to overflowing with pictures. Dancing girls and kissing couples, farewells at stations, old dark houses, comedians, cowboys, undersea adventures, scenes he'd never lived in a million years, but that moved him now like raw experience, true and incontestable. He wanted to cry at the farewells, except that he wanted to laugh at the comedians, except that the girls needed ogling, the cowboys needed hollering for. What kind of place was this, anyhow? He peered through the glamour of the pictures, which were damn close to getting the better of his eyes. He was in a space no more than 4 feet wide, but tall, and lit by a flickering light that chanced through cracks in the inner wall. Barberio was too befuddled to recognize the origins of the light, and his murmuring ears couldn't make sense of the dialogue from the screen on the other side of the wall. It was Satyricon, the second of the 2 Fellini movies the Palace was showing as their late-night double feature that Saturday. Barberio had never seen the movie, never even heard of Fellini. It would have disgusted him. Faggot film, Italian crap. He preferred undersea adventures, war movies. Oh, and dancing girls. Anything with dancing girls. Funny, though he was all alone in his hidey-hole, he had the weird sensation of being watched. Through the kaleidoscope of Busby Berkeley routines that was playing on the inside of his skull, he felt eyes. Not a few. Thousands. Watching him. The feeling wasn't so bad you'd want to take a drink for it, but they were always there, staring away at him like he was something worth looking at, laughing at him sometimes, crying sometimes, but mostly just gawping with hungry eyes. Truth was, there was nothing he could do about them anyhow. His limbs had given up the ghost. He couldn't feel his hands or feet at all. He didn't know, and it was probably better that he didn't, that he'd torn open his wound getting into this place, and he was bleeding to death. About 2:55 a.m., as Fellini's Satyricon came to its ambiguous end, Barberio died in the space between the back of the building proper and the back wall of the cinema. The movie palace had once been a mission hall, and if he'd looked up as he died, he might have glimpsed the inept fresco depicting an angelic host that was still to be seen through the grime, and assumed his own assumption. But he died watching the dancing girls, and that was fine by him. The false wall, the one that let through the light from the back of the screen, had been erected as a makeshift partition to cover the fresco of the host. It had seemed more respectful to do that than paint the angels out permanently, and besides, the man who had ordered the alterations half suspected that the movie house bubble would burst sooner or later. If so, he could simply demolish the wall, and he'd be back in business for the worship of God instead of Garbo. It never happened. The bubble, though fragile, never burst, and the movies carried on. The doubting Thomas, his name was Harry Cleveland, died, and the space was forgotten. Nobody now living even knew it existed. If he'd searched the city from top to bottom, Barberio couldn't have found a more secret place to perish. The space, however, the air itself, had lived a life of its own in that 50 years. Like a reservoir, it had received the electric stares of thousands of eyes, of tens of thousands of eyes. Half a century of moviegoers had lived vicariously through the screen of the movie palace, pressing their sympathies and their passions onto the flickering illusion, the energy of their emotions gathering strength like a neglected cognac in that hidden passage of air. Sooner or later, it must discharge itself. All it lacked was a catalyst. Until Barberio's cancer. 2. The main feature. After loitering in the cramped foyer of the movie palace for 20 minutes or so, the young girl in the cerise and lemon print dress began to look distinctly agitated. It was almost 3 a.m, and the late-night movies were well over. 8 months had passed since Barberio had died in the back of the cinema, 8 slow months in which business had been at best patchy. Still, the late-night double bills on Fridays and Saturdays always packed in the punters. Tonight, it had been 2 Eastwood movies, spaghetti westerns. The girl in the cerise dress didn't look like much of a Western fan to Bertie. It wasn't really a women's genre. Maybe she'd come for Eastwood rather than the violence, though Bertie had never seen the attraction of that eternally squinting face.
"Can I help you?"
Bertie asked. The girl looked nervously at Bertie.
"I'm waiting for my boyfriend," she said. "Dean."
"Have you lost him?"
"He went to the restroom at the end of the movie, and he hasn't come out yet."
"Was he feeling, ill?"
"Oh, no,"
said the girl quickly, protecting her date from this slight on his sobriety.
"I'll get someone to go and look for him,"
said Bertie. It was late, she was tired, and the speed was wearing off. The idea of spending any more time than she strictly needed to in this flea pit was not particularly appealing. She wanted home, bed and sleep. Just sleep. At 34, she'd decided she'd grown out of sex. Bed was for sleep, especially for fat girls. She pushed the swing door and poked her head into the cinema. A ripe smell of cigarettes, popcorn, and people enveloped her. It was a few degrees hotter in here than in the foyer.
"Ricky?"
Ricky was locking up the back exit at the far end of the cinema.
"That smell's completely gone,"
he called to her.
"Good."
A few months back, there'd been a hell of a stench at the screen end of the cinema.
"Something dead in the lot next door,"
he said.
"Can you help me a minute?"
she called back.
"What did you want?"
He sauntered up the red-carpeted aisle towards her, keys jangling at his belt. His T-shirt proclaimed, "Only the young die good."
"Problem?"
he said, blowing his nose.
"There's a girl out here. She says she lost her boyfriend in the John."
Ricky looked pained.
"In the John?"
"Right. Will you take a look? You don't mind, do you?"
And she could cut out the wisecracks for a start, he thought, giving her a sickly smile. They were hardly on speaking terms these days. Too many high times together. It always dealt a crippling blow to a friendship in the long run. Besides, Bertie'd made some very uncharitable, accurate remarks about his associates, and he'd returned the salvo with all guns blazing. They hadn't spoken for 3.5 weeks after that. Now there was an uncomfortable truce, more for sanity's sake than anything. It was not meticulously observed. He about turned, wandered back down the aisle, and took row E across the cinema to the John, pushing up seats as he went. They'd seen better days, those seats, sometime around now Voyager. Now they looked thoroughly shot at, in need of refurbishing, or replacing altogether. In row E alone, 4 of the seats had been slashed beyond repair. Now he counted a 5th mutilation, which was new tonight. Some mindless kid bored with the movie and or his girlfriend, and too stoned to leave. Time was he'd done that kind of thing himself, and counted it a blow for freedom against the capitalists who ran these joints. Time was he'd done a lot of damn fool things. Bertie watched him duck into the men's room. He'll get a kick out of that, she thought with a sly smile. Just his sort of occupation. And to think she'd once had the hots for him, back in the old days, 6 months ago, when razor-thin men with noses like Durante and an encyclopedic knowledge of De Niro movies had really been her style. Now she saw him for what he was, flotsam from a lost ship of hope. Still a pill freak, still a theoretical bisexual, still devoted to early Polanski movies and symbolic pacifism. What kind of dope did he have between his ears anyhow? The same as she'd had, she chided herself, thinking there was something sexy about the bum. She waited for a few seconds, watching the door. When he failed to re-emerge, she went back into the foyer for a moment to see how the girl was going on. She was smoking a cigarette like an amateur actress who's failed to get the knack of it, leaning against the rail, her skirt hitched up as she scratched her leg.
"Tights," she explained. "The manager's gone to find Dean." "Thanks," she scratched on. "They bring me out in a rash. I'm allergic to them." There were blotches on the girl's pretty legs, which rather spoiled the effect. "It's because I'm hot and bothered," she ventured. "Whenever I get hot and bothered, I get allergic." "Oh." "Dean's probably run off, you know, when I had my back turned. He'd do that. He doesn't give a He doesn't care.
Bertie could see she was on her way to tears, which was a drag. She was bad with tears. Shouting matches, even fights, okay. Tears, no go.
It'll be okay,
was all she could find to say to keep the tears from coming.
No, it's not,
said the girl.
It won't be okay because he's a bastard. He treats everyone like dirt.
She ground out the half-smoked cigarette with the pointed toe of her cerise shoes, taking particular care to extinguish every glowing fragment of tobacco.
Men don't care, do they?
She said, looking up at Bertie with heart-melting directness. Under the expert makeup, she was perhaps 17, certainly not much more. Her mascara was a little smeared, and there were arcs of tiredness under her eyes.
No,
replied Bertie, speaking from painful experience.
No, they don't.
Bertie thought ruefully that she'd never looked as attractive as this tired nymphette. Her eyes were too small, and her arms were her worst feature. She'd convinced herself of that. There were men, a lot of them, who got off on big breasts, on a sizable ass, but no man she'd ever known liked fat arms. They always wanted to be able to encircle the wrist of their girlfriend between thumb and index finger. It was a primitive way to measure attachment. Her wrists, however, if she was brutal with herself, were practically undiscernible. Her fat hands became her fat forearms, which became, after a podgy time, her fat upper arms. Men couldn't encircle her wrists because she had no wrists, and that alienated them. Well, that was one of the reasons, anyhow. She was also very bright, and that was always a drawback if you wanted men at your feet. But of the options as to why she'd never been successful in love, she plumped for the fat arms as the likeliest explanation. Whereas this girl had arms as slender as a Balinese dancer's, her wrists looked thin as glass, and about as fragile. Sickening, really. She was probably a lousy conversationalist to boot. God, the girl had all the advantages.
"What's your name?"
she asked.
Lindy Lee,
the girl replied. It would be. Ricky thought he'd made a mistake. This can't be the toilet, he said to himself. He was standing in what appeared to be the main street of a frontier town he'd seen in 200 westerns. A dust storm seemed to be raging, forcing him to narrow his eyes against the stinging sand. Through the swirl of the ochre-gray air he could pick out, he thought, the general stores, the sheriff's office, and the saloon. They stood in lieu of the toilet cubicles. Optional tumbleweed danced by him on the hot desert wind. The ground beneath his feet was impacted sand, no sign of tiles, no sign of anything that was faintly toilet-like. Ricky looked to his right, down the street. Where the far wall of the John should have been, the street receded, in forced perspective, towards a painted distance. It was a lie, of course. The whole thing was a lie. Surely if he concentrated, he'd begin to see through the mirage, to find out how it had been achieved. The projections, the concealed lighting effects, the backcloths, the miniatures, all the tricks of the trade. But though he concentrated as hard as his slightly spaced-out condition would allow, he just couldn't seem to get his fingers under the edge of the illusion to strip it back. The wind just went on blowing. The tumbleweed tumbled on. Somewhere in the storm, a barn door was slamming, opening and slamming again in the gusts. He could even smell horse shit. The effect was so damn perfect, he was breathless with admiration. But whoever had created this extraordinary set had proved their point. He was impressed. Now it was time to stop the game. He turned back to the toilet door. It was gone. A wall of dust erased it, and suddenly he was lost and alone. The barn door kept slamming. Voices called to each other in the worsening storm. Where was the saloon and the sheriff's office? They, too, had been obscured. Ricky tasted something he hadn't experienced since childhood, the panic of losing the hand of a guardian. In this case, the lost parent was his sanity. Somewhere to his left, a shot sounded in the depths of the storm, and he heard something whistle in his ear, then felt a sharp pain. Gingerly, he raised his hand to his earlobe and touched the place that hurt. Part of his ear had been shot away, a neat nick in his lobe. His ear stud was gone, and there was blood, real blood, on his fingers. Someone had either just missed blowing off his head, or was really playing silly fuckers. "Hey, man," he appealed into the teeth of this wretched fiction, whirling around on his heel to see if he could locate the aggressor. But he could see no one. The dust had totally enclosed him. He couldn't move backwards or forwards with any safety. The gunman might be very close, waiting for him to step in his direction. "I don't like this," he said aloud, hoping the real world would hear him somehow and step in to salvage his tattered mind. He rummaged in his jeans pocket for a pill or two, anything to improve the situation. But he was all out of instant sunshine. Not even a lowly Valium was to be found lurking in the seam of his pocket. He felt naked. What a time to be lost in the middle of Zane Grey's nightmares. A second shot sounded, but this time there was no whistling. Ricky was certain this meant he'd been shot, but as there was neither pain nor blood, it was difficult to be sure. Then he heard the unmistakable flap of the saloon door, and the groan of another human being somewhere near. A tear opened up in the storm for a moment. Did he see the saloon through it, and a young man stumbling out, leaving behind him a painted world of tables, mirrors, and gunslingers? Before he could focus properly, the tear was sewn up with sand, and he doubted the sight. Then, shockingly, the young man he'd come looking for was there, a foot away, blue-lipped with death, and falling forward into Ricky's arms. He wasn't dressed for a part in this movie any more than Ricky was. His bomber jacket was a fair copy of a 50s style. His T-shirt bore the smiling face of Mickey Mouse. Mickey's left eye was bloodshot and still bleeding. The bullet had unerringly found the young man's heart. He used his last breath to ask, "What the fuck is going on?" and died. As last words went, it lacked style, but it was deeply felt. Ricky stared into the young man's frozen face for a moment. Then the dead weight in his arms became too much, and he had no choice but to drop him. As the body hit the ground, the dust seemed to turn into piss-stained tiling for an instant. Then the fiction took precedence again, and the dust swirled, and the tumbleweed tumbled, and he was standing in the middle of Main Street, Deadwood Gulch, with a body at his feet. Ricky felt something very like cold turkey in his system. His limbs began a St. Vitus dance, and the urge to piss came on him very strong. Another half-minute, he'd wet his pants. Somewhere, he thought, somewhere in this wild world there is a urinal. There is a graffiti-covered wall, with numbers for the sex-crazed to call, with "This is not a fallout shelter" scrawled on the tiles, and a cluster of obscene drawings. There are water tanks and paperless toilet roll holders and broken seats. There is the squalid smell of piss and old farts. Find it. God's name, find the real thing before the fiction does you some permanent damage. If, for the sake of argument, the saloon and the general stores are the toilet cubicles, then the urinal must be behind me, he reasoned. So step back. It can't do you any more harm than staying here in the middle of the street while someone takes pot shots at you. 2 steps, 2 cautious steps, and he found only air. But on the third, well, what have we here? His hand touched a cold tile surface. "Whoo-wee," he said. It was the urinal, and touching it was like finding gold in a pan of trash. Wasn't that the sickly smell of disinfectant wafting up from the gutter? It was. Oh boy, it was. Still whooping, he unzipped and started to relieve the ache in his bladder, splashing his feet in his haste. What the hell? He had this illusion beat. If he turned round now, he'd find the fantasy dispersed, surely. The saloon, the dead boy, the storm, all would be gone. It was some chemical throwback, bad dope lingering in his system and playing dumbass games with his imagination. As he shook the last drops onto his blue suedes, he heard the hero of this movie speak. "What you doing pissing in my street, boy?" It was John Wayne's voice, accurate to the last slurred syllable, and it was just behind him. Ricky couldn't even contemplate turning round. The guy would blow off his head for sure. It was in the voice, that threatful ease that warned, "I'm ready to draw, so do your worst." The cowboy was armed, and all Ricky had in his hand was his dick, which was no match for a gun even if he'd been better hung. Very cautiously, he tucked his weapon away and zipped himself up, then raised his hands. In front of him the wavering image of the toilet wall had disappeared. The storm howled. His ear bled down his neck. "Okay, boy, I want you to take off that gun belt and drop it to the ground, you hear me?" said Wayne. "Yes." "Take it nice and slow and keep those hands where I can see them." Boy, this guy was really into it. Nice and slow, like the man said. Ricky unbuckled his belt, pulled it through the loops in his jeans, and dropped it to the floor. The keys should have jangled as they hit the tiles. He hoped to God they would. No such luck. There was a clinking thud that was the sound of metal on sand. "Okay," said Wayne. "Now you're beginning to behave. What have you got to say for yourself?" "I'm sorry," said Ricky lamely. "Sorry?" "For pissing in the street." "I don't reckon sorry is sufficient penitence," said Wayne. "But really I am. It was all a mistake." "We've had about enough of you strangers around these parts. Found that kid with his trousers round his ankles taking a dump in the middle of the saloon. Well, I call that uncouth. Where's you sons of bitches been educated anyhow? Is that what they're teaching you in them fancy schools out east?" "I can't apologize enough." "Damn right you can't," Wayne drawled. "You with the kid?" "In a manner of speaking." "What kind of fancy talk is that?" He jabbed his gun in Rick's back. It felt very real indeed. "Are you with him or not?" "I just meant—" "You don't mean nothing in this territory, mister. You take that from me." He cocked the gun audibly. "Why don't you turn round, son, and let us see what you're made of?" Ricky had seen this routine before. The man turns. He goes for a concealed gun, and Wayne shoots him. No debate. No time to discuss the ethics of it. A bullet would do the job better than words. "Turn round, I said." Very slowly, Ricky turned to face the survivor of 1,000 shootouts, and there was the man himself, or rather a brilliant impersonation of him, a middle-period Wayne before he'd grown fat and sick-looking, a Rio Grande Wayne, dusty from the long trail and squinting from a lifetime of looking at the horizon. Ricky had never had a taste for westerns. He hated all the forced machoism, the glorification of dirt and cheap heroism. His generation had put flowers in the rifle barrels, and he'd thought that was a nice thing to do at the time. Still did, in fact. This face, so mock-manly, so uncompromising, personified a handful of lethal lies about the glory of America's frontier origins, the morality of swift justice, the tenderness in the heart of brutes. Ricky hated the face. His hands just itched to hit it. Fuck it. If the actor, whoever he was going to shoot him anyway, what was to be lost by putting his fist in the bastard's face? The thought became the act. Ricky made a fist, swung, and his knuckles connected with Wayne's chin. The actor was slower than his screen image. He failed to dodge the blow, and Ricky took the opportunity to knock the gun out of Wayne's hand. He then followed through with a barrage of punches to the body, just as he'd seen in the movies. It was a spectacular display. The bigger man reeled backwards under the blows and tripped, his spur catching in the dead boy's hair. He lost his balance and fell in the dust, bested. The bastard was down. Ricky felt a thrill he'd never tasted before, the exhilaration of physical triumph. My God, he'd brought down the greatest cowboy in the world. His critical faculties were overwhelmed by the victory. The dust storm suddenly thickened. Wayne was still on the floor, splattered with blood from a smashed nose and a broken lip. The sand was already obscuring him, a curtain drawn across the shame of his defeat. "Get up," Ricky demanded, trying to capitalize on the situation before the opportunity was lost entirely. Wayne seemed to grin as the storm covered him. "Well, boy,
he leered, rubbing his chin. "We'll make a man of you yet."
Then his body was eroded by the driving dust, and momentarily something else was there in its place, a form Ricky could make no real sense of, a shape that was and was not Wayne, which deteriorated rapidly towards inhumanity. The dust was already a furious bombardment, filling ears and eyes. Ricky stumbled away from the scene of the fight, choking, and miraculously he found a wall, a door, and before he could make sense of where he was, the roaring storm had spat him out into the silence of the movie palace. There, though he'd promised himself to butch it up since he'd grown a mustache, he gave a small cry that would not have shamed Fay Ray, and collapsed. In the foyer, Lindy Lee was telling Bertie why she didn't like films very much.
"I mean, Dean likes cowboy movies. I don't really like any of that stuff. I guess I shouldn't say that to you."
"No, that's okay."
"But, I mean, you must really love movies, I guess, 'cause you work here."
"I like some movies, not everything."
"Oh."
She seemed surprised. A lot of things seemed to surprise her.
"I like wildlife movies, you know."
"Yes."
"You know, animals and stuff."
"Yes."
Bertie remembered her guess about Lindy Lee, that she wasn't much of a conversationalist. Got it in one.
"I wonder what's keeping them,"
said Lindy. The lifetime Ricky had been living in the dust storm had lasted no more than 2 minutes in real time, but then in the movies, time was elastic.
"I'll go look,"
Bertie ventured.
"He's probably left without me,"
Lindy said again.
"We'll find out."
"Thanks."
"Don't fret,"
said Bertie, lightly putting her hand on the girl's thin arm as she passed.
"I'm sure everything's okay."
She disappeared through the swing doors into the cinema, leaving Lindy Lee alone in the foyer. Lindy sighed. Dean wasn't the first boy who'd run out on her, just because she wouldn't produce the goods. Lindy had her own ideas about when and how she'd go all the way with the boy. This wasn't the time, and Dean wasn't the boy. He was too slick, too shifty, and his hair smelt of diesel oil. If he had run out on her, she wasn't going to weep buckets over the loss. As her mother always said, there were plenty more fish in the sea. She was staring at the poster for next week's attraction when she heard a thump behind her, and there was a piebald rabbit, a fat, dozy sweetheart of a thing, sitting in the middle of the foyer staring up at her.
"Hello,"
she said to the rabbit. The rabbit licked itself adorably. Lindy Lee loved animals. She loved true-life adventure movies in which creatures were filmed in their native habitat to tunes from Rossini, and scorpions did square dances while mating, and every bear cub was lovingly called a little scamp. She lapped up that stuff. But most of all, she loved rabbits. The rabbit took a couple of hops towards her. She knelt to stroke it. It was warm, and its eyes were round and pink. It hopped past her up the stairs.
"Oh, I don't think you should go up there,"
she said. For one thing, it was dark at the top of the stairs. For another, there was a sign that read "Private Staff Only" on the wall. But the rabbit seemed determined, and the clever mite kept well ahead of her as she followed it up the stairs. At the top it was pitch black, and the rabbit had gone. Something else was sitting there in the rabbit's place, its eyes burning bright. With Lindy Lee, illusions could be simple. No need to seduce her into a complete fiction like the boy. This one was already dreaming. Easy meat.
"Hello,"
Lindy Lee said, scared a little by the presence ahead of her. She looked into the dark, trying to sort out some outline, a hint of a face. But there was none. Not even a breath. She took one step back down the stairs, but it reached for her suddenly and caught her before she toppled, silencing her quickly, intimately. This one might not have much passion to steal, but it sensed another use here. The tender body was still budding, the orifices unused to invasions. It took Lindy up the few remaining stairs and sealed her away for future investigation.
"Ricky? Oh, God, Ricky!"
Bertie knelt beside Ricky's body and shook him. At least he was still breathing. That was something. And though at first sight there seemed to be a great deal of blood, in fact the wound was merely a nick in his ear. She shook him again, more roughly, but there was no response. After a frantic search, she found his pulse. It was strong and regular. Obviously he'd been attacked by somebody, possibly Lindy Lee's absent boyfriend. In which case, where was he? Still in the John, perhaps, armed and dangerous. There was no way she was going to be damn fool enough to step in there and have a look. She'd seen that routine too many times. Woman in peril, standard stuff. The darkened room, the stalking beast. Well, instead of walking bang into that cliché, she was going to do what she silently exhorted heroines to do time and again, defy her curiosity, and call the cops. Leaving Ricky where he lay, she walked up the aisle and back into the foyer. It was empty. Lindy Lee had either given up on her boyfriend altogether, or found somebody else on the street outside to take her home. Whichever, she'd closed the front door behind her as she left, leaving only a hint of Johnson's baby powder on the air behind her. Okay, that certainly made things easier, Bertie thought, as she stepped into the ticket office to dial the cops. She was rather pleased to think that the girl had found the common sense to give up on her lousy date. She picked up the receiver, and immediately somebody spoke.
"Hello there,"
said the voice, nasal and ingratiating.
"It's a little late at night to be using the phone, isn't it?"
It wasn't the operator, she was sure. She hadn't even punched a number. Besides, it sounded like Peter Lorre.
"Who is this? Don't you recognize me?" "I want to speak to the police." "I'd like to oblige, really I would." "Get off the line, will you? This is an emergency. I need the police." "I heard you first time," the whine went on. "Who are you?" "You already played that line." "There's somebody hurt in here. Will you please?" "Poor Rick." He knew the name. Poor Rick, he said, as though he was a loving friend. She felt the sweat begin in her brow, felt it sprout out of her pores. He knew Ricky's name. Poor Rick," the voice said again. "Still, I'm sure we'll have a happy ending, aren't you?" "This is a matter of life and death," Bertie insisted, impressed by how controlled she felt sure she was sounding. "I know," said Lorre. "Isn't it exciting?" "Damn you, get off this phone, or so help me." "So help you what? What can a fat girl like you hope to do in a situation like this, except blubber?" "You fucking creep." "My pleasure." "Do I know you?" "Yes and no." The tone of the voice was wavering. "You're a friend of Ricky's, is that it?" "One of the dope fiends he used to hang out with. Kind of idiot game they'd get up to." "All right, you've had your stupid little joke," she said. "Now get off the line before you do some serious harm." "You're harassed," the voice said, softening. "I understand." It was changing magically, sliding up an octave. "You're trying to help the man you love." Its tone was feminine now, the accent altering, the slime becoming a purr. And suddenly it was Garbo. "Poor Richard," she said to Bertie. "He's tried so hard, hasn't he?" She was gentle as a lamb. Bertie was speechless. The impersonation was as faultless as that of Lorre, as female as the first had been male. "All right, I'm impressed," said Bertie. "Now let me speak to the cops." "Wouldn't this be a fine and lovely night to go out walking, Bertie? Just we two girls together." "You know my name." "Of course I know your name. I'm very close to you." "What do you mean, close to me?" The reply was throaty laughter, Garbo's lovely laughter. Bertie couldn't take it any more. The trick was too clever. She could feel herself succumbing to the impersonation, as though she were speaking to the star herself. "No," she said down the phone. "You don't convince me, you hear?" Then her temper snapped. She yelled, "You're a fake!" into the mouthpiece of the phone so loudly she felt the receiver tremble, and then slammed it down. She opened the office and went to the outer door. Lindy Lee had not simply slammed the door behind her. It was locked and bolted from the inside. "Shit!"
Bertie said quietly. Suddenly, the foyer seemed smaller than she'd previously thought it, and so did her reserve of cool. She mentally slapped herself across the face, the standard response for a heroine verging on hysteria. Think this through, she instructed herself. 1. The door was locked. Lindy Lee hadn't done it. Ricky couldn't have done it. She certainly hadn't done it, which implied... 2. There was a weirdo in here. Maybe the same he, she, or it that was on the phone, which implied... 3. He, she, or it must have access to another line, somewhere in the building. The only one she knew of was upstairs in the storeroom, but there was no way she was going up there. For reasons, see heroine in peril, which implied... 4. She had to open this door with Ricky's keys. Right. There was the imperative. Get the keys from Ricky. She stepped back into the cinema. For some reason the house lights were jumpy, or was that just panic in her optic nerve? No, they were flickering slightly. The whole interior seemed to be fluctuating, as though it were breathing. Ignore it. Fetch the keys. She raced down the aisle, aware, as she always was when she ran, that her breasts were doing a jig, her buttocks too. A right sight I look, she thought, for anyone with the eyes to see. Ricky was moaning in his faint. Bertie looked for the keys, but his belt had disappeared. "Ricky," she said, close to his face. The moans multiplied. "Ricky, can you hear me? It's Bertie, Rick. Bertie." "Bertie." "We're locked in, Ricky. Where are the keys?" "Keys?" "You're not wearing your belt, Ricky." She spoke slowly, as if to an idiot. "Where are your keys?" The jigsaw Ricky was doing in his aching head was suddenly solved, and he sat up. "Boy," he said. "What boy?" "In the John. Dead in the John." "Dead? Oh, Christ. Dead? Are you sure?" Ricky was in some sort of trance, it seemed. He didn't look at her. He just stared into middle distance, seeing something she couldn't. "Where are the keys?" she asked again. "Ricky, it's important. Concentrate." "Keys?" She wanted to slap him now, but his face was already bloody, and it seemed sadistic. "On the floor," he said after a time. "In the John? On the floor in the John?" Ricky nodded. The movement of his head seemed to dislodge some terrible thoughts. Suddenly he looked as though he was going to cry. "It's all going to be all right," said Bertie. Ricky's hands had found his face, and he was feeling his features, a ritual of reassurance. "Am I here?" he inquired quietly. Bertie didn't hear him. She was steeling herself for the John. She had to go in there, no doubt about that, body or no body. Get in, fetch the keys, get out again. Do it now. She stepped through the door. It occurred to her as she did so that she'd never been in a men's toilet before, and she sincerely hoped this would be the first and only occasion. The toilet was almost in darkness. The light was flickering in the same fitful way as the lights in the cinema, but at a lower level. She stood at the door, letting her eyes accommodate the gloom, and scanned the place. The toilet was empty. There was no boy on the floor, dead or alive. The keys were there, though. Ricky's belt was lying in the gutter of the urinal. She fished it out, the oppressive smell of the disinfectant block making her sinuses ache. Disengaging the keys from their rings, she stepped out of the toilet into the comparative freshness of the cinema, and it was all over. Simple as that. Ricky had hoisted himself onto one of the seats and was slumped in it, looking sicker and sorrier for himself than ever. He looked up as he heard Bertie emerge. "I've got the keys," she said. He grunted. God, he looked ill, she thought. Some of her sympathy had evaporated, however. He was obviously having hallucinations, and they probably had chemical origins. It was his own damn fault. "There's no boy in there, Ricky." "What?" "There's no body in the John. Nobody at all. What are you on, anyhow? Ricky looked down at his shaking hands.
I'm not on anything. Honestly.
Damn stupid,
she said. She half suspected that he'd set her up for this somehow, except that practical jokes weren't his style. Ricky was quite a Puritan in his way. That had been one of his attractions.
Do you need a doctor?
He shook his head sulkily.
Are you sure?
I said no,
he snapped.
Okay, I offered.
She was already marching up the rake of the aisle, muttering something under her breath. At the foyer door, she stopped and called across to him.
I think we've got an intruder. There was somebody on the extension line. Do you want to stand watch by the front door while I fetch a cop?
In a minute.
Ricky sat in the flickering light and examined his sanity. If Bertie said the boy wasn't in there, then presumably she was telling the truth. The best way to verify that was to see for himself. Then he'd be certain he'd suffered a minor reality crisis brought on by some bad dope, and he'd go home, lay his head down to sleep, and wake tomorrow afternoon healed. Except that he didn't want to put his head in that evil-smelling room. Suppose she was wrong, and she was the one having the crisis. Weren't there such things as hallucinations of normality? Shakily, he hauled himself up, crossed the aisle, and pushed open the door. It was murky inside, but he could see enough to know that there were no sandstorms, or dead boy, no gun-toting cowboys, nor even a solitary tumbleweed. It's quite a thing, he thought, this mind of mine, to have created an alternative world so eerily well. It was a wonderful trick. Pity it couldn't be turned to better use than scaring him shitless. You win some, you lose some. And then he saw the blood. On the tiles. A smear of blood that hadn't come from his nicked ear. There was too much of it. Ha! He didn't imagine it at all. There was blood, heel marks, every sign that what he thought he'd seen. But Jesus in heaven, which was worse? To see or not to see? Wouldn't it have been better to be wrong and just a little spaced out tonight than right, and in the hands of a power that could literally change the world? Ricky stared at the trail of blood and followed it across the floor of the toilet to the cubicle on the left of his vision. Its door was closed. It had been open before. The murderer, whoever he was, had put the boy in there. Ricky knew it without looking.
Okay, he said. Now I've got you.
He pushed on the door. It swung open, and there was the boy, propped up on the toilet seat, legs spread, arms hanging. His eyes had been scooped out of his head. Not neatly, no surgeon's job. They'd been wrenched out, leaving a trail of mechanics down his cheek. Ricky put his hand over his mouth and told himself he wasn't going to throw up. His stomach churned, but obeyed, and he ran to the toilet door as though any moment the body was going to get up and demand its ticket money back.
Bertie! Bertie!
The fat bitch had been wrong, all wrong. There was death here, and worse. Ricky flung himself out of the john into the body of the Sinema. The wall lights were fairly dancing behind their deco shades, guttering like candles on the verge of extinction. Darkness would be too much. He'd lose his mind. There was, it occurred to him, something familiar about the way the lights flickered, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. He stood in the aisle for a moment, hopelessly lost. Then the voice came, and though he guessed it was death this time, he looked up.
"Hello, Ricky,"
she was saying as she came along row E towards him. Not Bertie. No, Bertie never wore a white gossamer dress, never had bruise-full lips, or hair so fine, or eyes so sweetly promising. It was Monroe who was walking towards him, the blasted Rose of America.
"Aren't you going to say hello?"
she gently chided.
Ricky, 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 after all this time."
All this time? What did she mean, all this time? "Who are you?" She smiled radiantly at him.
"As if you didn't know."
"You're not Marilyn. Marilyn's dead."
"Nobody dies in the movies, Ricky. You know that as well as I do. You can always thread the celluloid up again."
That was what the flickering reminded him of, the flicker of celluloid through the gates of a projector, one image hot on the next, the illusion of life created from a perfect sequence of little deaths.
"And we're there again, all talking, all singing."
She laughed, ice-in-a-glass laughter.
"We never fluff our lines, never age, never lose our timing."
"You're not real," said Ricky. She looked faintly bored by the observation, as if he was being pedantic. By now she'd come to the end of the row and was standing no more than 3 feet away from him. At this distance the illusion was as ravishing and as complete as ever. He suddenly wanted to take her, there, in the aisle. What the hell if she was just a fiction? Fictions are fuckable if you don't want marriage. "I want you," he said, surprised by his own bluntness.
"I want you,"
she replied, which surprised him even more.
"In fact, I need you. I'm very weak."
"Weak?"
"It's not easy being the center of attraction, you know. You find you need it more and more, need people to look at you, all the night, all the day."
"I'm looking."
"Am I beautiful?"
"You're a goddess, whoever you are."
"I'm yours, that's who I am."
It was the perfect answer. She was defining herself through him. I am a function of you, made for you out of you. The perfect fantasy.
"Keep looking at me. Looking forever, Ricky. I need your loving looks. I can't live without them."
The more he stared at her, the stronger her image seemed to become. The flickering had almost stopped. A calm had settled over the place.
"Do you want to touch me?"
He thought she'd never ask. "Yes," he said.
"Good."
She smiled coaxingly at him, and he reached to make contact. She elegantly avoided his fingertips at the last possible moment and ran, laughing, down the aisle towards the screen. He followed, eager. She wanted a game. That was fine by him. She'd run into a cul-de-sac. There was no way out from this end of the cinema, and judging by the come-on she was giving him, she knew it. She turned and flattened herself against the wall, feet spread a little. He was within a couple of yards of her when a breeze out of nowhere billowed her skirt up around her waist. She laughed, half closing her eyes, as the surf of silk rose and exposed her. She was naked underneath. Ricky reached for her again, and this time she didn't avoid his touch. The dress billowed up a little higher, and he stared, fixated, at the part of Marilyn he had never seen, the fur divide that had been the dream of millions. There was blood there. Not much. A few finger marks on her inner thighs. The faultless gloss of her flesh was spoiled slightly. Still he stared, and the lips parted a little as she moved her hips, and he realized the glint of wetness in her interior was not the juice of her body, but something else altogether. As her muscles moved, the bloody eyes she'd buried in her body shifted, and came to rest on him. She knew by the look on his face that she hadn't hidden them deep enough. But where was a girl with barely a veil of cloth covering her nakedness to hide the fruits of her labor? "You killed him," said Ricky, still looking at the lips, and the eyes that peeked out between. The image was so engrossing, so pristine, it all but cancelled out the horror in his belly. Perversely, his disgust fed his lust instead of killing it. So what if she was a murderer? She was legend.
"Love me," she
said.
"Love me forever."
He came to her, knowing now full well that it was death to do so. But death was a relative matter, wasn't it? Marilyn was dead in the flesh, but alive here, either in his brain or in the buzzing matrix of the air, or both, and he could be with her. He embraced her, and she him. They kissed. It was easy. Her lips were softer than he'd imagined, and he felt something close to pain at his crotch. He wanted to be in her so much. The willow-thin arms slipped around his waist. and he was in the lap of luxury.
"You make me strong," she said, "looking at me that way. I need to be looked at or I die. It's the natural state of illusions."
Her embrace was tightening. The arms at his back no longer seemed quite so willow-like. He struggled a little against the discomfort.
"No use,"
she cooed in his ear.
"You're mine."
He wrenched his head around to look at her grip, and to his amazement the arms weren't arms any longer, just a loop of something round his back, without hands or fingers or wrists. "Jesus Christ!" he said.
"Look at me, boy,"
she said. The words had lost their delicacy. It wasn't Marilyn that had him in its arms anymore. Nothing like her. The embrace tightened again, and the breath was forced from Ricky's body. Breath the tightness of the hold prevented him from recapturing. His spine creaked under the pressure, and pain shot through his body like flares, exploding in his eyes, all colors.
"You should have got out of town,"
said Marilyn, as Wayne's face blossomed under the sweep of her perfect cheekbones. His look was contemptuous, but Ricky had only a moment to register it before that image cracked too, and something else came into focus behind this facade of famous faces. For the last time in his life, Ricky asked the question, "Who are you?" His captor didn't answer. It was feeding on his fascination. Even as he stared, twin organs erupted out of its body like the horns of a slug, antennae perhaps, forming themselves into probes and crossing the space between its head and Ricky's. "I need you," it said, its voice now neither Wayne nor Monroe, but a crude, uncultivated voice, a thug's voice.
"I'm so fucking weak. It uses me up being in the world."
It was mainlining on him, feeding itself, whatever it was, on his stares, once adoring, now horrified. He could feel it draining out his life through his eyes, luxuriating in the soul looks he was giving it as he perished. He knew he must be nearly dead, because he hadn't taken a breath in a long while. It seemed like minutes, but he couldn't be sure. Just as he was listening for the sound of his heart, the horns divided around his head and pressed themselves into his ears. Even in this reverie, the sensation was disgusting, and he wanted to cry out for it to stop. But the fingers were working their way into his head, bursting his eardrums, and passing on like inquisitive tapeworms through brain and skull. He was alive, even now, still staring at his tormentor, and he knew that the fingers were finding his eyeballs and pressing on them now from behind. His eyes bulged suddenly and broke from their housing, splashing from his sockets. Momentarily he saw the world from a different angle, as his sense of sight cascaded down his cheek. There was his lip, his chin. It was an appalling experience, and mercifully short. Then the feature Ricky'd lived for 37 years snapped in mid-reel, and he slumped in the arms of fiction. Ricky's seduction and death had occupied less than 3 minutes. In that time, Bertie had tried every key on Ricky's ring, and could get none of the damn things to open the door. Had she not persisted, she might have gone back into the Sinema and asked for some help. But things mechanical, even locks and keys, were a challenge to her womanhood. She despised the way men felt some instinctive superiority over her sex when it came to engines, systems, and logical processes, and she was damned if she was going to go whining back to Ricky to tell him she couldn't open the damn door. By the time she'd given up the job, so had Ricky. He was dead and gone. She swore colorfully at the keys and admitted defeat. Ricky clearly had a knack with these wretched things that she'd never quite grasp. Good luck to him. All she wanted now was out of this place. It was getting claustrophobic. She didn't like being locked in, not knowing who was lurking around upstairs. And now, to cap it all, the lights in the foyer were on the blink, dying away flicker by flicker. What the hell was going on in this place anyhow? Without warning, the lights went out altogether, and beyond the doors into the Sinema she was sure she heard movement. A light spilled through from the other side, stronger than torchlight, twitching, colorful. "Ricky?" she chanced into the dark. It seemed to swallow her words. Either that or she didn't believe it was Ricky at all, and something was telling her to make her appeal, if she had to, in a whisper.
"Ricky?"
The lips of the swing doors smacked together gently as something pressed on them from the other side.
"Is that you?"
The air was electric. Static was crackling off her shoes as she walked towards the door. The hairs on her arms were rigid. The light on the other side was growing brighter with every step. She stopped advancing, thinking better of her inquiries. It wasn't Ricky. She knew that. Maybe it was the man or woman on the phone, some pebble-eyed lunatic who got off on stalking fat women. She took 2 steps back toward the ticket office, her feet sparking, and reached under the counter for the motherfucker, an iron bar which she'd kept there since she'd been trapped in the office by 3 would-be thieves with shaved heads and electric drills. She'd screamed blue murder and they'd fled, but next time she swore she'd beat one or all of them senseless rather than be terrorized. And the motherfucker, all 3 feet of it, was her chosen weapon. Armed now, she faced the doors. They blew open suddenly, and a roar of white noise filled her head, and a voice through the roar said, "Here's looking at you, kid." An eye, a single vast eye, was filling the doorway. The noise deafened her. The eye blinked, huge and wet and lazy, scanning the doll in front of it with the insolence of the one true God, the maker of celluloid earth and celluloid heaven. Bertie was terrified. No other word for it. This wasn't a look-behind-you thrill. There was no delicious anticipation, no pleasurable fright. It was real fear, bowel fear, unadorned and ugly as shit. She could hear herself whimpering under the relentless gaze of the eye. Her legs were weakening. Soon she'd fall on the carpet in front of the door, and that would be the end of her, surely. Then she remembered motherfucker. Dear motherfucker, bless his phallic heart. She raised the bar in a 2-handed grip and ran at the eye, swinging. Before she made contact, the eye closed, the light went out, and she was in darkness again, her retina burning from the sight. In the darkness, somebody said, "Ricky's dead." Just that. It was worse than the eye, worse than all the dead voices of Hollywood, because she knew somehow it was true. The Sinema had become a slaughterhouse. Lindy Lee's dean had died as Ricky had said he had, and now Ricky was dead as well. The doors were all locked. The game was down to 2. Her and it. She made a dash for the stairs, not sure of her plan of action, but certain that remaining in the foyer was suicidal. As her foot touched the bottom stair, the swing doors sighed open again behind her, and something came after her, fast and flickering. It was a step or 2 behind her as she breathlessly mounted the stairs, cursing her bulk. Spasms of brilliant light shot by her from its body like the first igniting flashes of a Roman candle. It was preparing another trick. She was certain of it. She reached the top of the stairs with her admirer still on her heels. Ahead, the corridor, lit by a single greasy bulb, promised very little comfort. It ran the full length of the Sinema, and there were a few storerooms off it, piled with crap, posters, 3D spectacles, mildewed stills. In one of the storerooms there was a fire door, she was sure. But which? She'd only been up here once, and that was 2 years ago. "Shit, shit, shit," she said. She ran to the first storeroom. The door was locked. She beat on it, protesting. It stayed locked. The next, the same. The third, the same. Even if she could remember which storeroom contained the escape route, the doors were too heavy to break down. Given 10 minutes and motherfucker's help, she might do it. But the eye was at her back. She didn't have 10 seconds. Never mind 10 minutes. There was nothing for it but confrontation. She spun on her heel, a prayer on her lips, to face the staircase and her pursuer. The landing was empty. She stared at the forlorn arrangement of dead bulbs and peeling paint as if to discover the invisible, but the thing wasn't in front of her at all. It was behind. The brightness flared again at her back. And this time the Roman candle caught, fire became light, light became image, and glories she'd almost forgotten were spilling down the corridor towards her. Unleashed scenes from 1,000 movies, each with its unique association. She began for the first time to understand the origins of this remarkable species. It was a ghost in the machine of the cinema, a son of celluloid.
"Give your soul to me," 1,000 stars said.
"I don't believe in souls,"
she replied truthfully.
"Then give me what you give to the screen, what everybody gives. Give me some love."
That's why all those scenes were playing and replaying and playing again in front of her. They were all moments when an audience was magically united with the screen, bleeding through its eyes, looking and looking and looking. She'd done it herself, often. Seen a film and felt it move her so deeply it was almost a physical pain when the end credits rolled and the illusion was broken, because she felt she'd left something of herself behind, a part of her inner being lost up there amongst her heroes and her heroines. Maybe she had. Maybe the air carried the cargo of her desires and deposited them somewhere, intermingled with the cargo of other hearts, all gathering together in some niche, until this child of their collective passions, this technicolor seducer, trite, crass, and utterly bewitching. Very well, she thought. It's one thing to understand your executioner, another thing altogether to talk it out of its professional obligations. Even as she sorted the enigma out, she was lapping up the pictures in the thing. She couldn't help herself, teasing glimpses of lives she'd lived, faces she'd loved. Mickey Mouse dancing with a broom, Gish in Broken Blossoms, Garland with Toto at her side, watching the twister lowering over Kansas, Astaire in Top Hat, Wells in Kane, Brando and Crawford, Tracy and Hepburn, people so engraved on our hearts they need no Christian names. And so much better to be teased by these moments, to be shown only the pre-kiss melt, not the kiss itself, the slap, not the reconciliation, the shadow, not the monster, the wound, not death. It had her in thrall, no doubt of it. She was held by her eyes as surely as if it had them out on their stalks, and chained.
"Am I beautiful?"
it said. Yes, it was beautiful.
"Why don't you give yourself to me?"
She wasn't thinking any more. Her powers of analysis had drained from her, until something appeared in the muddle of images that slapped her back into herself. Dumbo. The fat elephant. Her fat elephant. No, more than that. The fat elephant she'd thought was her. The spell broke. She looked away from the creature. For a moment, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something sickly and fly-blown beneath the glamour. They'd called her Dumbo as a child, all the kids on her block. She'd lived with that ridiculous gray horror for 20 years, never able to shake it off. She thought of it cradled in the trunk of its mother, condemned as a mad elephant, and she wanted to beat the sentimental thing senseless.
"It's a fucking lie,"
she spat at it.
"I don't know what you mean," it protested.
"What's under all the pizzazz, then? Something very nasty, I think."
The light began to flicker, the parade of trailers faltering. She could see another shape, small and dark, lurking behind the curtains of light. Doubt was in it, doubt and fear of dying. She was sure she could smell the fear off it at 10 paces.
"What are you under there?"
She took a step towards it.
"What are you hiding, eh?"
It found a voice, a frightened human voice.
"You've no business with me."
"You tried to kill me."
"I want to live."
"So do I."
It was getting dark this end of the corridor, and there was an old bad smell here, of rot. She knew rot, and this was something animal. Only last spring, when the snow had melted, she'd found something very dead in the yard behind her apartment. Small dog, large cat. It was difficult to be sure. Something domestic that had died of cold in the sudden snows the December before. Now it was besieged with maggots, yellowish, grayish, pinkish, a pastel fly machine with 1,000 moving parts. It had around it the same stink that lingered here. Maybe that was somehow the flesh behind the fantasy. Taking courage, her eyes still stinging with Dumbo, she advanced on the wavering mirage, motherfucker raised in case the thing tried any funny business. The boards beneath her feet were creaking, but she was too interested in her quarry to listen to their warnings. It was time she got a hold of this killer, shook it, and made it spit its secret. They'd almost gone the length of the corridor now, her advancing, it retreating. There was nowhere left for the thing to go. Suddenly the floorboards folded up into dusty fragments under her weight, and she was falling through the floor in a cloud of dust. She dropped motherfucker as she threw out her hands to catch hold of something, but it was all worm-ridden and crumbled in her grasp. She fell awkwardly and landed hard on something soft. Here the smell of rot was incalculably stronger. It coaxed the stomach into the throat. She reached out her hand to right herself in the darkness, and on every side there was slime and cold. She felt as though she'd been dumped in a case of partially gutted fish. Above her the anxious light shone through the boards as it fell on her bed. She looked, though God knows she didn't want to, and she was lying in the remains of a man, his body spread by his devourers over quite an area. She wanted to howl. Her instinct was to tear off her skirt and blouse, both of which were gluey with matter, but she couldn't go naked, not in front of the son of Celluloid. It still looked down at her. "Now you know," it said, lost. "This is you." "This is the body I once occupied, yes. His name was Barbario. A criminal. Nothing spectacular. He never aspired to greatness." "And you?" "His cancer. I'm the piece of him which did aspire, that did long to be more than a humble cell. I am a dreaming disease. No wonder I love the movies." The son of Celluloid was weeping over the edge of the broken floor, its true body exposed, now it had no reason to fabricate a glory. It was a filthy thing, a tumor grown fat on wasted passion, a parasite with the shape of a slug and the texture of raw liver. For a moment, a toothless mouth, badly molded, formed at its head end and said, "I'm going to have to find a new way to eat your soul." It flopped down into the crawl space beside Bertie. Without its shimmering coat of many technicolors, it was the size of a small child. She backed away as it stretched a sensor to touch her, but avoidance was a limited option. The crawl space was narrow, and further along it was blocked with what looked to be broken chairs and discarded prayer books. There was no way out but the way she'd come, and that was 15 feet above her head. Tentatively, the cancer touched her foot and she was sick. She couldn't help it, even though she was ashamed to be giving in to such primitive responses. It revolted her as nothing ever had before, brought to mind something aborted, a bucket case. "Go to hell," she said to it, kicking at its head, but it kept coming, its diarrheal mass trapping her legs. She could feel the churning motion of its innards as it rose up to her. Its bulk on her belly and groin was almost sexual, and revolted as she was by her own train of thought, she wondered dimly if such a thing aspired to sex. Something about the insistence of its forming and reforming feelers against her skin, probing tenderly beneath her blouse, stretching to touch her lips, only made sense as desire. Let it come, then, she thought. Let it come if it has to. She let it crawl up her until it was entirely perched on her body, fighting every moment the urge to throw it off. And then she sprang her trap. She rolled over. She'd weighed 225 pounds at the last count, and she was probably more now. The thing was beneath her before it could work out how or why this had happened, and its pores were oozing the sick sap of tumors. It fought, but it couldn't get out from under, however much it squirmed. Bertie dug her nails into it and began to tear at its sides, taking cobs out of it, spongy cobs that set more fluids gushing. Its howls of anger turned into howls of pain. After a short while, the dreaming disease stopped fighting. Bertie lay still for a moment. Underneath her, nothing moved. At last, she got up. It was impossible to know if the tumor was dead. It hadn't, by any standards that she understood, lived. Besides, she wasn't touching it again. She'd wrestle the devil himself rather than embrace Barbario's cancer a second time. She looked up at the corridor above her and despaired. Was she not to die in here like Barbario before her? Then, as she glanced down at her adversary, she noticed the grill. It hadn't been visible while it was still night outside. Now dawn was breaking, and columns of dishwater light were creeping through the lattice. She bent to the grill, pushed it hard, and suddenly the day was in the crawlspace with her, all around her. It was a squeeze to get through the small door, and she kept thinking every moment that she felt the thing crawling around her legs, but she hauled herself into the world with only bruised breasts to complain of. The abandoned lot hadn't changed substantially since Barbario's visit there. It was merely more nettle-thronged. She stood for a while, breathing in draughts of fresh air, then made for the fence and the street beyond it. The fat woman with the haggard look and the stinking clothes was given a wide berth by newsboys and dogs alike as she made her way home. 3. Censored Scenes. It wasn't the end. The police went to the movie palace just after 9:30. Bertie went with them. The search revealed the mutilated bodies of Dean and Ricky, as well as the remains of Sonny Barbario. Upstairs, in the corner of the corridor, they found a cerise shoe. Bertie said nothing, but she knew. Lindy Lee had never left. She was put on trial for a double murder nobody really thought she'd committed, and acquitted for lack of evidence. It was the order of the court that she be put under psychiatric observation for a period of not less than 2 years. The woman might not have committed murder, but it was clear she was a raving lunatic. Tales of walking cancers do nobody's reputation much good. In the early summer of the following year, Bertie gave up eating for a week. Most of the weight loss in that time was water, but it was sufficient to encourage her friends that she was at last going to tackle the big problem. That weekend, she went missing for 24 hours. Bertie found Lindy Lee in a deserted house in Seattle. She hadn't been so difficult to trace. It was hard for poor Lindy to keep control of herself these days, never mind avoid would-be pursuers. As it happened, her parents had given up on her several months previous. Only Bertie had continued to look, paying for an investigator to trace the girl, and finally her patience was rewarded with the sight of the frail beauty, frailer than ever, but still beautiful, sitting in this bare room. Flies roamed the air. A turd, perhaps human, sat in the middle of the floor. Bertie had a gun out before she opened the door. Lindy Lee looked up from her thoughts, or maybe its thoughts, and smiled at her. The greeting lasted a moment only before the parasite in Lindy Lee recognized Bertie's face, saw the gun in her hand, and knew exactly what she'd come to do. "Well," it said, getting up to meet its visitor. Lindy Lee's eyes burst, her mouth burst, her cunt and ass, her ears and nose all burst, and the tumor poured out of her in shocking pink rivers. It came worming out of her milkless breasts, out of a cut in her thumb, from an abrasion on her thigh. Wherever Lindy Lee was open, it came. Bertie raised the gun and fired 3 times. The cancer stretched once towards her, fell back, staggered, and collapsed. Once it was still, Bertie calmly took the acid bottle out of her pocket, unscrewed the top, and emptied the scalding contents on human limb and tumor alike. It made no shout as it dissolved, and she left it there in a patch of sun, a pungent smoke rising from the confusion. She stepped out into the street, her duty done, and went her way, confidently planning to live long after the credits for this particular comedy had rolled. The Answer Tree, by Stephen R. Boyett. He hated waiting in lines. A line was a bunch of people between him and something he wanted to do, a symptom of a crowded world. What this city needed was one good plague. He thrust his hands into the pockets of his tweed jacket. His right hand fingered the ticket for which he had paid $50. This certainly did not look like the sort of line you expected to see outside a porn theater. First off, you never saw a line in front of a porn theater anyway, because people who liked to see dirty movies didn't like being seen going to watch dirty movies. And the crowd was depressingly young, disturbingly clean-cut, and competitively fashionable, with that ROTC candidate look all college boys seem to favor nowadays. UCLA Film School, he guessed. He shook his head. What had happened to kids? Why had they given in? They sat slack-jawed in his lecture classes, looking hypnotized and awaiting programming, taking notes only when he wrote something on the board. They looked, now that he thought about it, like people watching television, a medium he despised and could never sell to. It certainly wasn't because of him that his students were apathetic. His lectures were dynamic and interesting, and film criticism was an involving subject, even when taken up by amateurs, which he most certainly was not. What this line did have in common with a porn movie crowd, he realized, was that they carefully avoided looking at one another. They were a group engaging in an illicit activity, but they were not collaborators. They were isolated individuals who knew exactly why they had been drawn here, and had enough social conscience to feel vaguely reluctant about mingling with others who shared their peculiar taste in entertainment. The line began to move. He pulled the ticket from his pocket and glanced at it. Admit 1, it read in that dot matrix print he despised, and that was all. $25 a word. The acne-riddled teenager at the door tore his ticket and said, "Enjoy the show," in a monotone, not even glancing at him. The theater was clean and modern, not at all the seedy box he'd expected to find in a porn theater on Hollywood Boulevard. He found a seat as close to the exact center of the theater as he could get, removed his coat, opened his notepad, and checked to see that his penlight was working. Bienvenido was scrawled on the top margin of the blue-ruled pad. Answer tree. He left notepad and coat to mark his seat, and went to the concession stand to get a Coke. Very little indeed is known about Jorge Luis Armando Bienvenido. He was born in the Iberian Peninsula circa 1920. He was an orphan whose childhood was marked by peer rejection, violence, and emotional and financial instability. His foster parents beat and sexually abused him, and he often ran away from home. His earliest memory, he said in one of the 2 interviews he granted in his life, was of watching his mother perform fellatio upon his father. He had a bottle in one hand. I remember it was green. In his other hand was my mother's hair. He kept pulling. I was not spying. Our house had only one room. He pulled. Her eyes were closed tight. I remember thinking as if she were eating something that tasted bad. He pulled and she coughed, and I remember that I thought he poured wine upon her face. Many years later I realized, of course, that that was not at all what he had done. When he was 12, young Luis ran away from home for the last time. His travels during the ensuing 2 years are undocumented. It was in the city of Sagunto on the Mediterranean coast that 14-year-old Luis, minus his left eye and right index finger, and plus a scar across his throat, surfaced again. In Sagunto, a small production crew from Germany were filming scenes for a propaganda movie. There were horses and German men wearing swords and odd hats and looking most un-Spanish. Spain was in the throes of an economic despair that America had only tasted. Opportunity in the form of a German film crew that needed to employ locals was a gift from God. Young Luis was hired on as a gopher. He delivered messages, props, food, script pages, light bulbs — the Germans had brought their own — and anything else that needed delivering. And he watched. And he learned. The Tyranny of Flesh, The Films of Luis Bienvenido. Introduction, by Howard Grange, University of California Press, 1984.
And like this guy Grange is telling us all this shit, about Jung and Freud and all, and I'm like, whoa, this is supposed to be a film class, right? I already got a C in psychology. I mean...
In the line for refreshments, he listened to two students in front of him. He felt conspicuous with his tweed jacket and leather elbow patches, his salt and pepper beard. He stood directly behind them so that their reflections in the mirror behind the concession stand obscured him.
"What kind of stuff did you watch?"
the student on the right wanted to know.
"Weird shit. I mean, fucking weird. There was this one with a guy who got his eye cut open with a straight razor, and ants came out of some dude's hand. Like Friday the 13th, but this was really old. 19-something or other. But he showed us one of this guy Ben Video's movies, The Adventure of something or other. It was really strange. And Grange turns on the lights when the movie's over, and it's like every girl in the class is crying. I mean, the guy's crazy,
You mean Bienvito or Grange?"
The first student laughed.
No, Grange is just a fucking pussy. He was always staring at girls' crotches under their desks, drooling at their tits and shit. But no, this Ben Video was some kind of nut. He I don't know, ate his girlfriend or some shit like that. But it made me realize how much I want to be a director. I mean, I could do stuff that made more sense than that. And my dad would probably get up the bucks.
Grange shook his head and snorted despite himself. Here before him stood the future of America. Why did he even bother?
"Hey, Professor Grange!"
He turned at the call. Behind him in the line was a young man he didn't recognize, wearing a Bloom County t-shirt and waving and smiling with easy familiarity. He nodded authoritatively.
"Good to see you,"
he said. He felt an impulse to duck his head and slink away, as if he'd been caught doing something dirty. He was acutely aware of the two students ahead of him in line, who had to have heard his name called.
"I thought you might show up here."
The young man glanced around the lobby.
"Class act,"
he observed. Grange nodded noncommittally and moved closer to the counter as someone turned away from it trying to manage a Dr. Pepper and 2 tubs of popcorn, lubricated with that petroleum byproduct theaters pass off as butter nowadays. The two students bellied up to the counter and ordered. The one who'd taken his class glanced at him in the mirror, then looked away hurriedly.
"Hey, Professor?"
He glanced back grudgingly.
"I read your book about Bienvito."
"Which one is that? I've written 3.
"Yeah? Well, I could only find one. Bienvito, The Key of the Eye."
Grange nodded.
"Well,"
the young man glanced around him.
"You think it's true about this movie?"
he blurted.
"What's that?"
Grange asked blithely. For a moment the student looked uncomfortable.
All that killer movie crap."
He spread his hands.
"It was banned in Europe,"
he said cryptically.
"Yeah."
He slid 4 fingers into the hair behind his ear, curled them, and pulled hard. Grange frowned.
"I have a friend. He's got a print of the movie Bienvito did before this one."
"Song of the Bone,"
Grange said.
"Yeah."
He began twirling his hair, twisting it in his hand.
"I saw it a while ago, and it upset me."
"It upset a lot of people."
"Yeah. Which is why I wondered if what they say is true. About this movie."
The hand lowered.
"I mean, I wouldn't believe it. But after that last movie and how much it—"
He thrust both hands into the front pockets of his jeans.
"Well,
"Well, it was banned in Europe,"
he said again. The two ahead of him turned away from the counter, clutching Cokes and tubs of popcorn. The face of the one who'd been talking about him was red. He avoided looking at Grange. The other one looked as if he were trying not to laugh. Grange ignored them and ordered a Coke and a box of jujubes. Posters for porn movies flanked the concession stand. Triple Play on the left, Young and Restless on the right. On the latter poster was a girl in pink panties and black stockings. She was probably in her mid-20s, but her hair was in pigtails and her lips were pouty, and somehow she managed to convey a convincing 16-year-old's allure. He wondered what Roberta would think if she knew he was here. Or Laurie, Roberta's daughter from a previous marriage. Roberta had been a package deal. Marrying her had meant instant family. But Grange had never minded playing surrogate father to Laurie. For her, he always tried to appear the professorial authority figure, because he knew that young girls responded to it in a way against which no strong-jawed, quick-handed youth could ever compete. He wanted her to like him, not only to gain Roberta's approval, but because he liked Laurie for herself. In fact, the daughter looked so much like a younger version of her mother that Grange could not help but find her tantalizing. He frowned as the girl behind the counter handed him his drink and candy. Well, tantalizing was certainly a loaded word, but he knew what he meant. He didn't have to go justifying himself to his own mind. He returned his attention to the poster, a mental image of Laurie momentarily superimposed over the porn starlet, which was ridiculous, considering Laurie's boyishness. Grange thanked whatever impulse had prompted Roberta to take Laurie to her grandmother's for dinner tonight. He paid for his snack and turned away. Behind him the student grinned, it was nearly a leer, and said, "Hey, good luck, Professor Grange." "I'm sure we'll all pull through," Grange replied, knowing that his sarcasm, as always, would be lost. "At $50 a shot?" the young man replied. "Somebody better not." Bienvito's first notable film was shot when he was only 19. He financed it himself with money saved from odd jobs and small cons he ran as he worked the towns along the Mediterranean coast. There are also indications that young Luis prostituted himself, accommodating the peculiar tastes of some of the Italian and German officers who sought leisure there. But whether by hook or by crook, he certainly managed to gain entry into that elite stratum of producers, directors, and actors who entangled in various combinations in the resorts, on board the yachts, and on the balconies along the Golfo de Valencia. Hitler and Mussolini were helping Franco and the Nationalists oppose the Spanish Democratic Party, and the fledgling Nazi war machine needed propaganda. Luis managed to borrow equipment in the way of lights and cameras, and sometimes even entire sets, from film crews shooting features for a largely German audience, hungry to know that there was indeed a good future awaiting them, eager to find vindication in the Reich ways as the right ways, and prideful with the cinematic crystallization of Deutschland über alles. Pages from the Diaries of the Dead was shot in 10 days, though those days were spread across a summer month in Franco Spain. It is a stilted and cheap-looking film, and silent to boot. Young Luis either could not afford or could not persuade the means for sound. But in it one may see the germination of the style that was to become notorious throughout Europe. As with all Bienvito films, there is no plot, there is only theme, and he does not hesitate to bring in wholly irrelevant images to support this theme. Bienvito's misogyny, his loathing of father figures, and his yearning to escape the flesh by way of distortion are evident from this first effort. In Pages, a woman is violated by a chair upon which the ghostly image of her tyrannical husband appears. Lovers kiss. The kiss is held, the lover's eyes open and stare unseeing, until we realize that they are dead, and still the kiss is held. Beetles crawl from their mouths, and, utilizing the same lighting and makeup techniques employed in the John Barrymore Jekyll and Hyde, a tight tracking shot that spirals inward, and brilliantly subtle facial nuances employed by the actors as the camera reveals their hidden sides, the lovers wither and decompose. A man who eats the eyes of a crow during famine becomes able to view the world from soaring heights. Diaries of the Dead is also notable for the on-camera deaths of actors Carmelita Estrella and Roberto José Caspar, establishing the grisly pattern that was to haunt each of Bienvito's future efforts, both in front of the camera and behind it. Near the end of Diaries, the camera follows Estrella and Caspar onto a rain-swept train station. They turn to wave at the arriving train. Carmelita slips at the edge of the platform. Caspar reaches out to steady her, and they both fall in front of the iron wheels. Mercifully, for the viewer, the sight is obstructed by the platform edge, but the horrified reactions of film crew and extras on the platform inform the tragedy more than the actual sight ever could. Both actors were rumored to have been Bienvito's lovers at the time. That their deaths affected him personally is undoubtable, but how their deaths affected his future work is best left to examination of the works themselves. Bienvito retained the train station footage for the final cut of Pages from the Diaries of the Dead. In later years he would remark,
"One must be willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of the image. The image is everything. The brain believes the eye believes the image. I am the image. The eye is the key. By shaping what occurs in front of it, I shape what is behind it as well."
His coat and legal pad had been moved to the end of the row, which was otherwise full. Sitting where his things had been were the two young men who had been ahead of him in the concession stand line. They conspicuously shoved popcorn into their mouths and avoided looking at him as he sat down and folded the coat across his lap. He sipped his Coke and surveyed the audience. The majority were white males, middle-class college kids. He seemed to be the oldest person here. There was a nervous hubbub throughout the theater, punctuated by occasional overloud laughter. In another frame of mind, Grange might have been pleased at such a turnout for this rarest of movies by the infamous, yet ironically unheralded, Luis Bienvito. He might have felt smug satisfaction that his own film courses and critical publications had possibly been a factor in turning people on to the director, people who might otherwise have never heard of him, and certainly never would have attended one of his disturbing and idiosyncratic films, even if they had. But he found himself annoyed. Most of his students had been like the ones across the row from him, taking a film course for an easy grade, and leaving it with little else. His books about Bienvito were university press books that had, like the unappreciated genius of Bienvito himself, gone unheralded. He frowned. It was like playing the violin to water buffaloes. There was nothing intrinsic to Bienvito's work that had packed a theater at $50 a ticket. These kids weren't here to watch a movie. They were here to watch someone die. Manipulation certainly became the hallmark of Bienvito's work. It was only natural, therefore, that he attracted the attention of the Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, which paid his way to Berlin. There he took tea with Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's Minister of Propaganda, who found him enthusiastic and disquieting. Financed by the Axis, Bienvito's next film, Wir warten für den roten Zug, Waiting for the Red Train, a clear reference to the train platform tragedy, went unreleased. With its fusion of organic and mundane domestic shapes, a marriage bed is slit open to reveal internal organs and later, a fetus. A father's favorite easy chair is found to contain his heart long after his death. A woman gives birth to a button-eyed rag doll that bleeds. Goebbels' Chamber of Culture considered the film too obscure for the popular appetite. Red Train contains the famous interment orgy montage, where Bienvito incorporated footage he had shot himself, using cameras in hidden rooms, of the sheep-like resignation on the faces of naked Jews waiting in cinder-block rooms as cyanide gas begins to pour from shower heads. The footage was used as color, for the effect of the image as mere punctuation for the pensive interment scene. Hitler requested a screening, and was rumored to have left the theater afterward in an extreme state of excitement. After the war, black market release of Waiting for the Red Train gained Bienvito international underground attention in the form of critical outrage and public shock, if not commercial return. Interestingly, this is the first time the single name Bienvito appeared on the credits of one of his films. It would remain such from that point on. Bienvito as institution, Bienvito as name. His much-publicized meeting with admirer Salvador Dali, another name who showed him off to such contemporaries as Buñuel and Cocteau, resulted in Spanish financing and distribution for his first major film, The Great Adventure. The film went unreleased by the very government that had funded its creation, and again the justification for its suppression was the nature of Bienvito's profoundly disturbing eye for the visceral and the sexual. But in much the same way the Marquis de Sade was heralded as the individualist of his age, Bienvito's peers championed the film. Prints were smuggled to the first Cannes Film Festival in 1947, where it earned nothing but a storm of outrage. Ciné critic Henri Enfal wrote, with relative moderation, "Bienvito is gaining a reputation as a propagandist, a master manipulator whose works leave audiences inexplicably moved, influenced, affected, even disturbed. This reviewer has found all these claims to be true. After but a single viewing of The Great Adventure, he was left with a pulsing headache which did not abate until the next day." From such notable derision, Bienvito's place in cinema history became assured. The house lights dimmed, just as Grange brought the box of jujubes to his mouth. The crowd volume rose. Quickly, he tamped the end of the box. Several of the soft shapes fell into his mouth, and he began to chew. Filling pullers, Laurie called them. Little tomboy. The curtains parted, and he settled into his seat. The screen lit white, and the movie began. No trailers, no chain promotion, no cute anti-litter or no smoking bits. The leader fed in, and automatically he frowned. The print was old and scratchy. Well, what had he expected? The credits were in French, plain white block letters on black, like negatives of newspaper headlines. They appeared on the screen like stills at a hurried slideshow. L'arbre à réponse. Applause. Un film de Bienvito. More applause. A few strangled cries, as if audience members were dying. Laughter. Grange checked his penlight, folded his right leg over his left, and clicked the ballpoint. The credits continued, some of the audience members reading them aloud in comical French accents. He wanted to tell them to shut up, but he said nothing. They'd shut up soon enough. Scénario est réalisé par Bienvito. The applause swelled, the movie began, and Grange waited. Paris did not quite receive Bienvito with open arms and an engraved key. Though he had not been a Francophile, he had worked for the fascists. Though he had not been a Nazi, he had worked for Goebbels. Though he had not been a propagandist, he had directed a film for the German propaganda ministry. He could not be considered a war criminal, but neither would he ever be treated as un ami de la France. In Paris, Bienvito lived with Lona de Vreker, a Belgian actress whom the director had met when she was cast in a minor part in The Great Adventure. Detractors have often remarked on de Vreker's appearance, a combination of boyishness and youth. She seemed to simultaneously act as Bienvito's son, daughter, wife, and lover, during a time when Bienvito was known to have had both male and female sex partners. He often affectionately referred to her as my own little sin. De Vreker's androgynic appeal cannot be denied. For the next 2 years, she was Bienvito's constant companion. Unsurprisingly, she was cast as the lead for his next film. Song of the Bone is legendary among followers of what is admittedly an esoteric branch of film study. Much space has been given over to academic interpretation of its themes and images. It is primal and immediate in its imagery, yet the effect the imagery attempts to achieve is uncertain. Bienvito's exact theme is unclear. Song of the Bone is a difficult film for many reasons, but its primary challenge to the uninitiated viewer is a raw power that seems to bypass the intellect and work directly upon the most primal of human mental functions. It is the film for which Bienvito first employed the term cinema of instinct, and it is an intensely uncomfortable viewing experience. There is solid evidence that the film has upset the mental balance of more than a few of its viewers. Possibly this is because of an already extant predisposition on the part of the afflicted, but the movie is affecting even for the most mentally and emotionally stable. A catalogue of its images does not adequately serve to explain the overall impression the movie leaves. The father forcing his daughter to lick the knife he has used to perform an emergency cesarean, the talking head within the lettuce in the icebox, the dream of the seagull that dives into a road where the fins of sharks sweep the macadam in the wake of trucks that pass above, the haunting recurrent image of the gaunt mother rocking the cradle that contains the decomposed body of her infant. And Lona de Freker. Throughout the film, Bienvito effectively exploits her androgyny, even celebrates it. In Song of the Bone, she appears to be both male and female, making love with men as a woman, and with women as a man. This hermaphroditic quality is boldly stated, but never explained. Possibly it is meant to suggest a physical expression of Jung's notions of the animus anima. Interestingly, Jung was proscribed in Hitler's Germany. It is when de Freker meets her doppelganger near the end of the film that many of the previous images repeat in significant and ever-shifting juxtapositions, and when the two she-hes make love in a way that renders gender identification and sexual roles impossible to determine, the viewer is left undeniably upset by the confusion. Here is a scene that could have been played broadly, indeed with high comedy, yet it upsets. Why? Being a film of preconscious images, a cinema of instinct, it is easy to experience the film's effects, yet quite difficult to account for them. Indeed, the act of explication seems to empty these images of meaning. Analysis is the opposite of what Bienvito seeks. It is ironic, then, that analysis is precisely what many of the film's viewers were forced to seek. Woodwinds swell above nervous cellos. A field, grainy in overexposed blue light. A wooden farmhouse materializes. Smooth glide toward the front door, which opens. Within, filmy curtains diffuse the light, billowing inward in homage to Cocteau. Up the stairs with amazing smoothness, into the hall, and pause before a bedroom door, which opens. A man lies dying on a four-poster bed. His daughter sits reading beside him. A pleasant mongrel dog curls on the floor at the foot of the bed. The daughter reading. The old man breathing. The dog sleeping. Gust of wind billows curtains like mainsails. The dog looks up, alert, eyes narrowed. The daughter looks up from her book. The old man opens his eyes. The daughter shuts the book. The dog barks at the window. Tu m'enterreras, says the old man. Alors tu comprendras. Alors peut-être tu voudras demander. And dies. The daughter walks down the stairs. The dog follows. From the shed beside the house, she takes a shovel. The camera swings with the arc of the spade, tossing clots of earth. The dog squirms on its back in the grass. The old man in a shroud materializes in the grave as it takes shape. As he attains solidity, the soil fades in over him by degrees to the background chuffing of the shovel. The grave is filled. The dog urinates upon the mound. The daughter returns to the house. The house dissolves. Grange sat stunned. It was near the end of principal photography for Song of the Bone that the gruesome events at the chalet retreat of Bienvito's friend and sometime producer Gaston Darcy took place. The similarities to the Tate LaBianca murders perpetrated by the Manson family, still a decade and a half away, have been thoroughly remarked on. Lona de Freker's frozen remains were found scattered in the snow in front of the chalet. Darcy and his mistress were butchered before the fireplace and thrown to mingle in the bathtub. A fourth, never-identified man was completely flensed and decapitated. His blackened skull was found in the ashes of the chalet's long cold fireplace. The slaughter apparently took place while Bienvito was in town acquiring supplies to see the group through the blizzard that was coming. Shopkeepers later confirmed his presence there. He returned to the chalet and discovered the carnage just as the blizzard descended. No phones. No contact with the outside world. For the next 4 days, Bienvito was snowbound in the chalet with the dismembered bodies of his lover and his friends, while outside the wind howled and the snow piled at the door. The killers were never found. The daughter upon the bed on which her father died, pregnant, in labor, screaming. Purple-lit curtains billow, behind them lightning flashing. Looking toward the house from the backyard, lone candlelit window, screams from within. A tree grows from the grave. Inside, the daughter naked, sweating, alone. The dog pacing nervously. Looking down at herself, the daughter feels something within. Her screams abate. Motion at her pubic mound. Around the triangle of her dark pubic hair, evenly spaced blisters. The dog whimpers. The tree stretches toward the rain. The blisters expand, become protuberances. The flesh pulls and tears like taffy. Long, thin, jointed, furred legs emerge. Spider legs. They lengthen, they bend, they straddle her. In the center of the legs, the spider body, her pubic mound. Labial folds work back and forth, become mandibles. The spider begins to lift itself, to wrench itself whole from her. Outside, the tree, looking toward the house. The candlelit window darkens. The rain stops. A baby's cry. In the theater there was an uncertain lull, then applause. Grange let out his breath, unaware that he had been holding it. His pen began to move. "Establishing," he scribbled. "Unusually linear. Story emphasis. Misogyny, fear of flawed progeny. Father to daughter." After authorities released him, Bienvito completed Song of the Bone, the title of which, morbidly but intriguingly, was selected after the Chalet murders. It was during the editing process that associates first noticed the changes in Bienvito's behavior. At first they thought them unremarkable. Indeed, after such a travail, to continue normally would have seemed the most peculiar thing. Nonetheless, it was Gunther Heva, Bienvito's favored editor, who noticed that the director had begun to spend all his time in the tiny editing room in Paris. Bienvito brought in a cot and had his meals delivered. Ultimately, he cut the film by himself, with minimal assistance from Heva, and the result was a movie of such intensity that some viewers have been permanently scarred by its derangement. The notoriety of the film was great, but Bienvito received few offers to direct more films. Quite simply, everyone thought he was mad. Madness has never been considered a detriment to the artistic temperament, however, particularly in Europe, and it was not long before Bienvito obtained, ironically enough, considering his past associations, French backing for his next, his final, his least seen and most notorious film, The Answer Tree. The child runs out the back door of the house, down the stairs, and across the backyard to stop before the tree. Barely discernible looking down through the branches is the child's face looking up. The child picks the green fruit and takes a bite. It is impossible to tell if the child is a boy or a girl. The child smiles at the tree as if it had suddenly said something amusing. Inside the house, the mother lies in the four-poster, hair gray and wild, eyes mad. The child offers her a bite of the green fruit. She turns her head away. The child touches her hair, clenches it, and tilts up its head to bite from the fruit. A squirt of juice lands upon its mother's cheek. Grange scribbled. He wrote without looking, hardly conscious of the words flowing from the pen, his eyes fixed upon the images unfolding in front of them. First Bienvito interview, the green bottle, temptations of androgyny and incest, Laurie. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat and pressed his lap with the notepad to relieve the pressure of his erection. Luis Bienvito approached Salvador Dali about doing production design for The Answer Tree, which he claimed would be his magnum opus, his life work. The flamboyant artist was agreeable, until Bienvito described the film in detail. Dali would never divulge the details of his long conversation with Bienvito, but after hearing his countryman's plans for the new film, even the famous iconoclast refused to have any association with the project. Bienvito proceeded with his own production designs. The result was a sort of modern cabinet of Dr. Caligari, a world of bleached colors seen through the eyes of a tormented madman. Using skills perfected during his days on the Spanish Mediterranean, Bienvito used his talents to persuade any number of friends and acquaintances to lend their finances, time, and talents to the production of his film. He went through 3 cinematographers, 6 main cameramen, 4 assistant directors, innumerable technicians. Never was a named producer associated with the project. The entire cast were virtual unknowns. At no point was there a definitive shooting script. Cast members received the pages pertinent to their roles and no more. Unions threatened walkouts. Actors threatened breach of contract suits. Hotels demanded payment for room and board. Somehow, Bienvito held the project together through sheer force of will for 15 hellish weeks of shooting. The answer tree had become an obsession. He would allow nothing to get in its way. Eventually, shooting completed, and cast and crew went their separate ways. Bienvito took his 1.5 million feet of film and ensconced himself in his old editing room in Paris, less than a mile from where he had once lived with the ill-fated Lona de Fraker. He would not receive visitors. He did not reply to mail or telephone calls. He granted no interviews. The images flowed before Grange's eyes. The impressions flowed from Grange's pen. Bienvito is the image. The eye is the key. The brain believes. The cleaning lady found him by the smell. She unlocked the door despite the cautions against her entering, and there she found Bienvito, slumped over the 2-reel editor, hands, one holding a revolver, stretched toward stacked and numbered aluminum canisters labeled the answer tree. Bienvito's last film was in the can. The brain that had conceived it was spattered across it. On the screen, the child, now grown, kills her lover by smashing a green bottle across her head. The daughter-son vindicates parental vestment, rightness of murder in the face of obstruction of desire. Desire. Grange's hand scribbled while reflected light played across his face. Bottle as penis and instrument of paternal authority, primacy of the penis, punishment of the flesh, progeny as embodiment of gender, of sexuality, progeny as affirmation of the self, Laurie as progeny. Within a week of its Paris premiere, the film was pulled. Prints that had been delivered to Parisian and surrounding theaters were recalled. A rumor began to circulate that was simultaneously amazing, ugly, and intriguing. Viewing the film could prove fatal. Inevitably, at each screening, at least one audience member would be found dead in his theater chair, eyes forever fixed upon the screen. The only cause of death physicians could ever determine was heart failure, which reveals nothing and everything. The answer tree was immediately suppressed. Bootlegged prints made it to Spain, where the great adventure had been smuggled from, and were shown in secret screenings. Whenever they could be located, the prints were seized and burned. The mythos grew. A curious, yet sadly predictable phenomenon arose. Here was a movie reputed to kill at least one member of every audience who saw it, so naturally people flocked to view it whenever knowledge of a screening was obtained. Theater managers charged the equivalent of up to $200 to moviegoers, who seemed to consist of 2 basic types, Bienvito fanatics and media necrophiles unconvinced of their own mortality, the sort who watched Wide World of Sports in eager anticipation of the agony of defeat. Authorities had difficulty with the legality of suppressing showings of the answer tree. Theater owners and movie audiences howled for their right to screen and view whatever they pleased. Bienvito had died intestate, with no living relatives or heirs. Whom would authorities prosecute? The distributors and the theater owners, it turned out. To screen a movie with full knowledge that it could be fatal to an audience member, however unlikely the notion may seem, was to commit premeditated murder. To distribute such a film was to be an accessory to murder. With a hue and cry, the theater owners claimed that, in that case, all amusement parks containing roller coasters must be shut down immediately. People died on them all the time. They were designed to disrupt the heart. The debate raged. The lawyers and theater owners profited. Meanwhile, screenings were raided and prints were seized and destroyed. The United States settled the problem with the same ingenuity it had employed to keep Joyce's Ulysses out of eager American hands. Sight unseen, it declared the answer tree to be obscene. It seems no one had committed the film to videotape, despite substantial standing offers, possibly because prints are nearly impossible to come by, and those who obtain them are reluctant to risk them. Due to the scarcity of prints and to the covert nature of their screenings, it is impossible to determine where the hoopla ends and the truth begins. Can the movie really kill people? It hardly seems likely. One must suppose that, at a screening or two, early on in the film's infamous career, a patron suffered a heart attack, and people blamed what seemed to be the most obvious cause. But customers suffer heart attacks in any number of restaurants, and no one ever assumes there is such a thing as a restaurant that kills at least one patron per evening. Yet if the restaurant had an unusual or macabre theme, an Edgar Allan Poe restaurant, for example, then it would wear the stamp of doom the very instant a customer coughed out a fishbone. The film is blamed because it is strange, because it is upsetting, because it is bien vito. After all, would anyone think to label The Sound of Music a killer movie after 2 or 3 moviegoer heart attacks? In darkened theaters across the world, the answer tree winds on, its only certain victim, the mind and eye that created it. The child of the tree that is the father wanders the winter landscape. Body parts are scattered in the red-stained snow. A graceful disembodied hand rises, lady of the frozen lake, and points. The child follows. A couple make love before a burning tree at the edge of the wood. In the crotch of the tree is a skull. The child holds out the seeds of the father tree. Où puis-je les plante? In their copulation, the couple begin to fuse, to merge first at groin, then middle and chest and shoulder, writhing, many-jointed. Clutching the seeds, the child watches intently until they no longer move, then walks on. Grange caught his breath. A chill swept down his back and caused his knees to jerk. All the while, his hand, guided by his brain, which believed his eye, wrote, androgyny as innocence, seeds of consummation, innocent androgyny of Laurie, the daughter as mother and father, the seeds are father, the father is the seed. Without actually knowing it, Grange understood what had happened during Bienvito's snowbound days at the chalet, escaping the flesh by way of distortion. The child returns, now an adult, to the field where she has planted her seeds. Her father sleeps with his head propped against the trunk. She watches him. He opens his eyes. Bonjour, he says. Bonjour. The wind sweeps hair across her face. Es-tu mon père? Tu es ma fille, he replies, and stands. They make love in the field beside the 4-poster bed on which lies the corpse of the mother of the boyish girl now grown, daughter of the tree, now a man. When the score was not playing, the ratcheting of the projector seemed very loud. Automatically, Grange wrote on. It is her boyishness I love. Her femininity makes her boyishness desirable. Her mother is the guardian of the moray, the angel with the sword. The brown eye fills the screen. It shrinks as the camera pulls back. It is unblinking and lifeless dull. The eye of a dead dog. It lies at the foot of the 4-poster bed, the bed in the house from the film's opening. In bed the old man, the father, young again. In his hand, a pistol painted bottle green. He smiles contentedly, and raises the gun to his head. He turns his head at a whine. Beside the bed, the dog. It raises a paw to bat at the mattress. The man's eyes crinkle, and he reaches out a hand. The dog opens its mouth. The pink tongue lolls as the man pats its head. The dog flinches at the sound of the gunshot. Sinema of man as animal of instinct to fuck, as animal is man to cinema as instinct to fuck the daughter, as extension of the mother, as extension of the self. Grange mumbled to himself as he wrote, Cinema of man, man as animal, animal of instinct. He scribbled on, Cinema of man as animal of instinct. Later he would look at what he had written, and from the interlocking combinations of phrases would emerge a synthesis, a gestalt, greater than the sum of its component thoughts. In the room, the sleeping dog fills the screen. It wakes, stretches, and yawns. The pink tongue curls comically. The dog stands. In the center of the room is a tree. Green fruit hangs in profusion. The dog sniffs at the rough bowl. Behind the tree, the curtains billow. Outside the window, the setting sun. The dog raises a leg and urinates on the tree, then glances toward the bedroom door. It trots out of the room. The camera closes toward the window. Sound of claws as the dog descends the wooden stairs. Curtains billow with a gust of wind. Branches tangle overhead. Stop at the window, framed by curtains. One of the long green fruits hangs at the top left corner. Outside, the backyard, the hills, the setting sun. The dog runs into the yard. It stops to sniff at a rectangular patch of ground. The sun is only a molten drop smearing the edge of a hill. The dog looks up, toward the window. The sun disappears and the screen grows dark. The curtains settle, and the low violins fade. The dog barks twice. Fulfillment of the self, of the desire to be complete, to liberate from the flesh of my flesh, with my flesh, for my flesh, to free my flesh from flesh. The screen went white, then dark, as the projector shut down. The lights came up, and the curtains began to close. There was silence for a few seconds, then scattered applause, quickly subsumed by boos and whistles. These stopped quickly. In the middle row, near the aisle, a young man in a Bloom County t-shirt sat slack-jawed with glazed, unmoving eyes. His head was at an uncomfortable angle. He did not appear to be breathing. Those around him had stood up and were staring at him, expressions a strange mixture of horror and fascination. Suddenly the young man grinned and sat up, shaking his head. A disappointed groan circulated, and the young man laughed at the insults flung at him. He looked for Professor Grange to see what his reaction was, but the old fart had already left. At home, Grange typed the final chapter to his last book on Bienvito's final film. He had waited years to see this film so that he could finish the book, and now he was done. Often he had to stop to blow his nose or wipe his eyes dry on his sleeve. He had never felt so contented with the perfect understanding of a thing. Imagined images had been crystallized for him, unspoken thoughts articulated. Grange vibrated as responsive chord, thrumming and content. He finished the article and stacked it neatly atop the selectric. In the bedroom he opened his underwear drawer, on his side of the dresser, and got out the long-barreled .38. In the living room he rocked slowly in his favorite easy chair. He loved the sound of his heartbeat, loved being surrounded by the things he had acquired throughout his life and career. He loved the feel of the chair leather against his naked skin, the hard feel of his erection pressing the barrel of the gun. With his free hand he wiped a tear from the corner of one eye, truly happy for the first time in his life as he thought about seeds, and waited for the sound of the car in the driveway. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Maurice Rimch, et Lisa Margolis. SRB. Night They Missed the Horror Show, by Joe R. Lansdale. For Lou Shiner, a story that doesn't flinch.
If they'd gone to the drive-in like they'd planned, none of this would have happened. But Leonard didn't like drive-ins when he didn't have a date, and he'd heard about Night of the Living Dead, and he knew a nigger starred in it. He didn't want to see no movie with a nigger star. Niggers chopped cotton, fixed flats, and pimped nigger girls, but he'd never heard of one that killed zombies. And he'd heard, too, that there was a white girl in the movie that let the nigger touch her, and that peeved him. Any white gal that would let a nigger touch her must be the lowest trash in the world. Probably from Hollywood, New York, or Waco, some godforsaken place like that. Now, Steve McQueen would have been all right for zombie killing and girl handling. He would have been the ticket. But a nigger? No, sir. Boy, that Steve McQueen was one cool head. Way he said stuff in them pictures was so good you couldn't help but think someone had written it down for him. He could sure think fast on his feet to come up with the things he said, and he had that real cool, mean look. Leonard wished he could be Steve McQueen, or Paul Newman even. Someone like that always knew what to say, and he figured they got plenty of bush, too. Certainly they didn't get as bored as he did. He was so bored he felt as if he were going to die from it before the night was out. Bored, bored, bored. Just wasn't nothing exciting about being in the Dairy Queen parking lot, leaning on the front of his '64 Impala looking out at the highway. He figured maybe old crazy Harry, who janitored at the high school, might be right about them flying saucers. Harry was always seeing something. Bigfoot, six-legged weasels, all manner of things. But maybe he was right about the saucers. He'd said he'd seen one a couple nights back hovering over Mud Creek, and it was shooting down these rays that looked like wet peppermint sticks. Leonard figured if Harry really had seen the saucers and the rays, then those rays were boredom rays. It would be a way for space critters to get at Earth folks, boring them to death. Getting melted down by heat rays would have been better. That was at least quick, but being bored to death was sort of like being nibbled to death by ducks. Leonard continued looking at the highway, trying to imagine flying saucers and boredom rays, but he couldn't keep his mind on it. He finally focused on something in the highway. A dead dog. Not just a dead dog, but a dead dog. The mutt had been hit by a semi, at least, maybe several. It looked as if it had rained dog. There were pieces of that pooch all over the concrete, and one leg was lying on the curbing on the opposite side, stuck up in such a way that it seemed to be waving hello. Dr. Frankenstein, with a grant from John Hopkins and assistance from NASA, couldn't have put that sucker together again. Leonard leaned over to his faithful, drunk companion, Billy, known among the gang as Fardo because he was fart-lighting champion of Mud Creek, and said, "See that dog there?" Fardo looked where Leonard was pointing. He hadn't noticed the dog before, and he wasn't nearly as casual about it as Leonard. The puzzle-piece hound brought back memories. It reminded him of a dog he'd had when he was 13. A big, fine German shepherd that loved him better than his mama. Son-of-a-bitch dog tangled its chain through and over a barbed wire fence somehow and hung itself. When Fardo found the dog, its tongue looked like a stuffed black sock, and he could see where its claws had just been able to scrape the ground, but not quite enough to get a toehold. It looked as if the dog had been scratching out some sort of coded message in the dirt. When Fardo told his old man about it later, crying as he did, his old man laughed and said, "Probably a goddamn suicide note." Now, as he looked out at the highway, and his whiskey-laced coke collected warmly in his gut, he felt a tear form in his eyes. Last time he felt that sappy was when he'd won the fart-lighting championship with a 4-inch burner that singed the hairs of his ass, and the gang awarded him with a pair of colored boxing shorts. Brown and yellow ones, so he could wear them without having to change them too often. So there they were, Leonard and Fardo, parked outside the DQ, leaning on the hood of Leonard's Impala, sipping coke and whiskey, feeling bored and blue and horny, looking at a dead dog, and having nothing to do but go to a show with a nigger starring in it. Which, to be up front, wouldn't have been so bad if they'd had dates. Dates could make up for a lot of sins, or help make a few good ones, depending on one's outlook. But the night was criminal. Dates they didn't have. Worse yet, wasn't a girl in the entire high school would date them. Not even Mary Lou Flowers, and she had some kind of disease. All this nagged Leonard something awful. He could see what the problem was with Fardo. He was ugly, had the kind of face that attracted flies, and though being fart-lighting champion of Mud Creek had a certain prestige among the gang, it lacked a certain something when it came to charming the gals. But for the life of him, Leonard couldn't figure his own problem. He was handsome, had some good clothes, and his car ran good when he didn't buy that old cheap gas. He even had a few bucks in his jeans from breaking into washaterias. Yet his right arm had damn near grown to the size of his thigh from all the whacking off he did. Last time he'd been out with a girl had been a month ago, and as he'd been out with her along with 9 other guys, he wasn't rightly sure he could call that a date. He wondered about it so much, he'd asked Fardo if he thought it qualified as a date. Fardo, who had been 5th in line, said he didn't think so, but if Leonard wanted to call it one, wasn't no skin off his dick. But Leonard didn't want to call it a date. It just didn't have the feel of one, lacked something special. There was no romance to it. True, Big Red had called him Honey when he put the mule in the barn, but she called everyone Honey, except Stoney. Stoney was Possum Sweets, and he was the one who talked her into wearing the grocery bag with the mouth and eye holes.
Stoney was like that. He could sweet-talk the camel out from under a sand nigger. When he got through chatting Big Red down, she was plumb proud to wear that bag. When finally it came his turn to do Big Red, Leonard had let her take the bag off as a gesture of goodwill. That was a mistake. He just hadn't known a good thing when he had it. Stoney had had the right idea. The bag coming off spoiled everything. With it on, it was sort of like balling the lone hippo or some such thing, but with the bag off, you were absolutely certain what you were getting, and it wasn't pretty. Even closing his eyes hadn't helped. He found that the ugliness of that face had branded itself on the back of his eyeballs. He couldn't even imagine the sack back over her head. All he could think about was that puffy, too-painted face with the sort of bad complexion that began at the bone. He'd gotten so disappointed, he'd had to fake an orgasm and get off before his hooter shriveled up, and his Trojan fell off and was lost in the vacuum. Thinking back on it, Leonard sighed. It would certainly be nice for a change to go with a girl that didn't pull the train or had a hole between her legs that looked like a manhole cover ought to be on it. Sometimes he wished he could be like Fardo, who was as happy as if he had good sense. Anything thrilled him. Give him a can of Wolf Brand chili, a big moon pie, Coke and whiskey, and he could spend the rest of his life fucking Big Red and lighting the gas out of his asshole. God, but this was no way to live. No women and no fun. Bored, bored, bored. Leonard found himself looking overhead for spaceships and peppermint-colored boredom rays, but he saw only a few moths fluttering drunkenly through the beams of the DQ's lights. Lowering his eyes back to the highway and the dog, Leonard had a sudden flash. "Why don't we get the chain out of the back and hook it up to Rex there? Take him for a ride."
"You mean drag his dead ass around?"
Fardo asked. Leonard nodded.
"Beats stepping on a tack,"
Fardo said. They drove the Impala into the middle of the highway at a safe moment and got out for a look. Up close, the mutt was a lot worse. Its innards had been mashed out of its mouth and asshole, and it stunk something awful. The dog was wearing a thick metal-studded collar, and they fastened one end of their 15-foot chain to that, and the other to the rear bumper. Bob, the Dairy Queen manager, noticed them through the window, came outside and yelled, "What are you fucking morons doing?" "Taking this doggy to the vet," Leonard said. "We think this sumbitch looks a mite peaked. He may have been hit by a car."
"That's so fucking funny I'm about to piss myself,"
Bob said. "Old folks have that problem," Leonard said. Leonard got behind the wheel and Fardo climbed in on the passenger side. They maneuvered the car and dog around and out of the path of a tractor-trailer truck just in time. As they drove off, Bob screamed after them, "I hope you two no-dicks wrap that Chevy piece of shit around a goddamn pole." As they roared along, parts of the dog, like crumbs from a flaky loaf of bread, came off. A tooth here, some hair there, a string of guts, a dew claw, and some unidentifiable pink stuff. The metal-studded collar and chain threw up sparks now and then like fiery crickets. Finally they hit 75, and the dog was swinging wider and wider on the chain, like it was looking for an opportunity to pass. Fardo poured him and Leonard up Cokes and whiskey as they drove along. He handed Leonard his paper cup, and Leonard knocked it back, a lot happier now than he had been a moment ago. Maybe this night wasn't going to turn out so bad after all. They drove by a crowd at the side of the road, a tan station wagon and a wreck of a Ford up on a jack. At a glance they could see that there was a nigger in the middle of the crowd, and he wasn't witnessing to the white boys about Jesus. He was hopping around like a pig with a hot shot up his ass, trying to find a break in the white boys so he could make a run for it. But there wasn't any break to be found, and there were too many to fight. 9 white boys were knocking him around like he was a pinball, and they were a malicious machine.
"Ain't that one of our niggers?"
Fardo asked.
"And ain't that some of them White Tree football players that's trying to kill him?"
"Scott," Leonard said, and the name was dog shit in his mouth. It had been Scott who had outdone him for the position of quarterback on the team. That damn jig could put together a play more tangled than a can of fishing worms, but it damn near always worked, and he could run like a spotted-ass ape. As they passed, Fardo said,
"We'll read about him tomorrow in the papers."
But Leonard drove only a short way before slamming on the brakes and whipping the Impala around. Rex swung way out and clipped off some tall, dried sunflowers at the edge of the road like a scythe.
"We gonna go back and watch?" Fardo said. "I don't think them White Tree boys would bother us none if that's all we was gonna do. Watch."
"He may be a nigger," Leonard said, not liking himself, "but he's our nigger, and we can't let them do that. If they kill him, they'll beat us in football."
Fardo saw the truth of this immediately.
"Damn right. They can't do that to our nigger."
Leonard crossed the road again and went straight for the White Tree boys, hit down hard on the horn. The White Tree boys abandoned beating their prey and jumped in all directions. Bullfrogs couldn't have done any better. Scott stood startled and weak where he was, his knees bent in and touching one another, his eyes big as pizza pans. He had never noticed how big grill work was. It looked like teeth there in the night, and the headlights looked like eyes. He felt like a stupid fish about to be eaten by a shark. Leonard braked hard, but off the highway in the dirt it wasn't quite enough to keep from bumping Scott, sending him flying over the hood and against the glass where his face mashed to it, then rolled away, his shirt snagging one of the windshield wipers and pulling it off. Leonard opened the car door and called to Scott, who lay on the ground.
"It's now or never."
A White Tree boy made for the car, and Leonard pulled the taped hammer handle out from beneath the seat and stepped out of the car and hit him with it. The White Tree boy went down on his knees and said something that sounded like French but wasn't. Leonard grabbed Scott by the back of the shirt and pulled him up and guided him around and threw him into the open door. Scott scrambled over the front seat and into the back. Leonard threw the hammer handle at one of the White Tree boys and stepped back, whirled into the car behind the wheel. He put the car in gear again and stepped on the gas. The Impala lurched forward, and with one hand on the door, Leonard flipped it wider as if he were flexing a wing. The car bumped back on the highway, and the chain swung out, and Rex clipped the feet out from under two boys as neatly as he had taken down the dried sunflowers. Leonard looked in his rearview mirror and saw two White Tree boys carrying the one he had clubbed with the hammer handle to the station wagon. The others he and the dog had knocked down were getting up. One had kicked the jack out from under Scott's car and was using it to smash the headlights and windshield.
"Hope you got insurance on that thing," Leonard said.
"I borrowed it,"
Scott said, peeling the windshield wiper out of his T-shirt.
"Here, you might want this."
He dropped the wiper over the seat and between Leonard and Fardo.
"That's a borrowed car?"
Fardo said.
"That's worse." "Nah,"
Scott said.
"Owner don't know I borrowed it. I'd have had that flat changed if that sucker had had him a spare tire, but I got back there and wasn't nothing but the rim, man. Say thanks for not letting me get killed, else we couldn't have run that old pig together no more. Of course, you almost run me over. My chest hurts."
Leonard checked the rear view again. The White Tree boys were coming fast.
"You complaining?"
Leonard said.
"Nah,"
Scott said, and turned to look through the back glass. He could see the dog swinging in short arcs and pieces of it going wide and far.
"Hope you didn't go off and forget your dog tied to the bumper." "God damn,"
said Fardo.
"And him registered, too."
"This ain't so funny," Leonard said. "Them White Tree boys are gaining."
"We'll speed it up,"
Scott said. Leonard gnashed his teeth.
"I could always get rid of some excess baggage, you know."
"Throwing that windshield wiper out ain't gonna help,"
Scott said. Leonard looked in his mirror and saw the grinning nigger in the back seat. Nothing worse than a comic coon. He didn't even look grateful. Leonard had a sudden horrid vision of being overtaken by the White Tree boys. What if he were killed with the nigger? Getting killed was bad enough, but what if tomorrow they found him in a ditch with Fardo and the nigger? Or maybe them White Tree boys would make him do something awful with the nigger before they killed them, like making him suck the nigger's dick or some such thing. Leonard held his foot all the way to the floor. As they passed the Dairy Queen, he took a hard left, and the car just made it, and Rex swung out and slammed a light pole, then popped back in line behind them. The White Tree boys couldn't make the corner in the station wagon, and they didn't even try. They screeched into a car lot down a piece, turned around, and came back. By that time, the taillights of the Impala were moving away from them rapidly, looking like two inflamed hemorrhoids in a dark asshole.
"Take the next right coming up," Scott said. "Then you'll see a little road off to the left. Kill your lights and take that."
Leonard hated taking orders from Scott on the field, but this was worse. Insulting. Still, Scott called good plays on the field, and the habit of following instructions from the quarterback died hard. Leonard made the right, and Rex made it with them after taking a dip in a water-filled bar ditch. Leonard saw the little road and killed his lights and took it. It carried them down between several rows of large tin storage buildings, and Leonard pulled between two of them and drove down a little alley lined with more. He stopped the car, and they waited and listened. After about 5 minutes, Fardo said,
"I think we skunked those father rapers." "Ain't we a team?"
Scott said. In spite of himself, Leonard felt good. It was like when the nigger called a play that worked, and they were all patting each other on the ass and not minding what color the other was because they were just creatures in football suits. "Let's have a drink," Leonard said. Fardo got a paper cup off the floorboard for Scott and poured him up some warm Coke and whiskey. Last time they had gone to Longview, he had peed in that paper cup so they wouldn't have to stop, but that had long since been poured out, and besides, it was for a nigger. He poured Leonard and himself drinks in their same cups. Scott took a sip and said,
"Shit, man, that tastes kind of rank." "Like piss,"
Fardo said. Leonard held up his cup. "To the Mud Creek Wildcats, and fuck them White Tree boys."
"You fuck 'em,"
Scott said. They touched their cups, and at that moment the car filled with light. Cups upraised, the three musketeers turned blinking toward it. The light was coming from an open storage building door, and there was a fat man standing in the center of the glow like a bloated fly on a lemon wedge. Behind him was a big screen made of a sheet, and there was some kind of movie playing on it. And though the light was bright and fading out the movie, Leonard, who was in the best position to see, got a look at it. What he could make out looked like a gal down on her knees sucking this fat guy's dick. The man was visible only from the belly down, and the guy had a short black revolver pressed to her forehead. She pulled her mouth off of him for an instant, and the man came in her face, then fired the revolver. The woman's head snapped out of frame, and the sheet seemed to drip blood, like dark condensation on a window pane. Then Leonard couldn't see any more because another man had appeared in the doorway, and like the first, he was fat. Both looked like huge bowling balls that had been set on top of shoes. More men appeared behind these two, but one of the fat men turned and held up his hand, and the others moved out of sight. The two fat guys stepped outside, and one pulled the door almost shut, except for a thin band of light that fell across the front seat of the Impala. Fat man number one went over to the car and opened Fardo's door and said, "You fucks and the nigger, get out." It was the voice of doom. They had only thought the White Tree boys were dangerous. They realized now they had been kidding themselves. This was the real article. This guy would have eaten the hammer handle and shit a 2x4. They got out of the car, and the fat man waved them around and lined them up on Fardo's side and looked at them. The boys still had their drinks in their hands, and sparing that, they looked like cons in a lineup. Fat man number two came over and looked at the trio and smiled. It was obvious the fatties were twins. They had the same bad features, in the same fat faces. They wore Hawaiian shirts that varied only in profiles and color of parrots, and had on white socks and 2 short black slacks, and black shiny Italian shoes with toes sharp enough to thread needles. Fat man number one took the cup away from Scott and sniffed it. "A nigger with liquor," he said. "That's like a cunt with brains. It don't go together. Guess you was getting tanked up so you could put the old black snake to some chocolate pudding after a while. Or maybe you was wanting some vanilla, and these boys were going to set it up." "I'm not wanting anything but to go home," Scott said. Fat man number two looked at fat man number one and said, "So he can fuck his mother." The fatties looked at Scott to see what he'd say, but he didn't say anything. They could say he screwed dogs, and that was all right with him. Hell, bring one on and he'd fuck it now if they'd let him go afterwards. Fat man number one said, "You boys running around with a jungle bunny makes me sick."
"He's just a nigger from school,"
Fardo said.
"We don't like him none. We just picked him up because some White Tree boys were beating on him, and we didn't want him to get wrecked on account of he's our quarterback."
"Ah," Fat man number one said. "I see. Personally, me and Vinny don't cotton to niggers in sports. They start taking showers with white boys, and next thing they want to do is take white girls to bed. It's just one step from one to the other."
"We don't have nothing to do with him playing," Leonard said.
We didn't integrate the schools. No, Fat Man number 1 said. That was old Big Ears Johnson. But you're running around with him and drinking with him.
His cup's been peed in, Fardo said. That was kind of a joke on him, you see. He ain't our friend, I swear. He's just a nigger that plays football.
Peed in his cup, huh? Said the one called Vinny. I like that, Pork, don't you? Peed in his fucking cup. Pork dropped Scott's cup on the ground and smiled at him. Come here, nigger. I got something to tell you. Scott looked at Fardo and Leonard. No help there. They had suddenly become interested in the toes of their shoes. They examined them as if they were true marvels of the world. Scott moved toward Pork, and Pork, still smiling, put his arm around Scott's shoulders and walked him toward the big storage building. Scott said, "What are we doing?" Pork turned Scott around so they were facing Leonard and Fardo, who still stood holding their drinks and contemplating their shoes. "I didn't want to get it on the new gravel drive," Pork said, and pulled Scott's head in close to his own, and with his free hand reached back and under his Hawaiian shirt, and brought out a short black revolver, and put it to Scott's temple and pulled the trigger. There was a snap like a bad knee going out, and Scott's feet lifted in unison and went to the side, and something dark squirted from his head, and his feet swung back toward Pork, and his shoes shuffled, snapped, and twisted on the concrete in front of the building. "Ain't that something?" Pork said as Scott went limp and dangled from the thick crook of his arm. "The rhythm is the last thing to go." Leonard couldn't make a sound. His guts were in his throat. He wanted to melt and run under the car. Scott was dead, and the brains that had made plays twisted as fishing worms and commanded his feet on down the football field were scrambled like breakfast eggs. Fardo said, "Holy shit!" Pork let go of Scott, and Scott's legs split, and he sat down, and his head went forward and clapped on the cement between his knees. A dark pool formed under his face. "He's better off, boys," Vinny said. "Nigger was begat by Cain and the ape, and he ain't quite monkey and he ain't quite man. He's got no place in this world except as a beast of burden. You start trying to train them to do things like drive cars and run with footballs, it ain't nothing but grief to them and the whites too. Get any on your shirt, Pork? Nary a drop." Vinny went inside the building and said something to the men there that could be heard but not understood. Then he came back with some crumpled newspapers. He went over to Scott and wrapped them around the bloody head and let it drop back on the cement. "You try hosing down that shit when it's dried, Pork, and you wouldn't worry none about that gravel. The gravel ain't nothing." Then Vinny said to Fardo, "Open the back door of that car." Fardo nearly twisted an ankle doing it. Vinny picked Scott up by the back of the neck and seat of his pants and threw him onto the floorboard of the Impala. Pork used the short barrel of his revolver to scratch his nuts, then put the gun behind him under his Hawaiian shirt. "You boys are going to go to the river bottoms with us and help us get shed of this nigger." "Yes, sir," Fardo said. "We'll toss his ass in the Sabine for you." "How about you?" Pork asked Leonard. "You trying to go weak, sister?" "No," Leonard croaked. "I'm with you." "That's good," Pork said. "Vinny, you take the truck and lead the way." Vinny took a key from his pocket and unlocked the building door next to the one with the light, went inside, and backed out a sharp-looking gold Dodge pickup. He backed it in front of the Impala and sat there with the motor running. "You boys keep your place," Pork said. He went inside the lighted building for a moment. They heard him say to the men inside, "Go on and watch the movies, and save some of them beers for us. We'll be back." Then the light went out, and Pork came out, shutting the door. He looked at Leonard and Fardo and said, "Drink up, boys." Leonard and Fardo tossed off their warm Coke and whiskey and dropped the cups on the ground. "Now," Pork said, "you get in the back with the nigger. I'll ride with the driver." Fardo got in the back and put his feet on Scott's knees. He tried not to look at the head wrapped in newspaper, but he couldn't help it. When Pork opened the front door and the overhead light came on, Fardo saw there was a split in the paper and Scott's eye was visible behind it. Across the forehead the wrapping had turned dark. Down by the mouth and chin was an ad for a fish sale. Leonard got behind the wheel and started the car,
Pork reached over and honked the horn. Vinny rolled the pickup forward, and Leonard followed him to the river bottoms. No one spoke. Leonard found himself wishing with all his heart that he had gone to the outdoor picture show to see the movie with the nigger starring in it. The river bottoms were steamy and hot from the closeness of the trees and the under and overgrowth. As Leonard wound the Impala down the narrow red clay roads amidst the dense foliage, he felt as if his car were a crab crawling around in a pubic thatch. He could feel from the way the steering wheel handled that the dog and the chain were catching brush and limbs here and there. He had forgotten all about the dog, and now being reminded of it worried him. What if the dog got tangled and he had to stop? He didn't think Pork would take kindly to stopping, not with the dead burrhead in the floorboard, and him wanting to get rid of the body. Finally they came to where the woods cleared out a spell, and they drove along the edge of the Sabine River. Leonard hated water, and always had. In the moonlight the river looked like poisoned coffee flowing there. Leonard knew there were alligators, and gars big as little alligators, and water moccasins by the thousands swimming underneath the water, and just the thought of all those slick darting bodies made him queasy. They came to what was known as Broken Bridge. It was an old worn-out bridge that had fallen apart in the middle, and it was connected to the land on this side only. People sometimes fished off of it. There was no one fishing tonight. Vinny stopped the pickup, and Leonard pulled up beside him, the nose of the Chevy pointing at the mouth of the bridge. They all got out, and Pork made Fardo pull Scott out by the feet. Some of the newspaper came loose from Scott's head, exposing an ear and part of the face. Fardo patted the newspaper back into place. "Fuck that," Vinny said. "It don't hurt if he stains the fucking ground. You two idiots find some stuff to weight this coon down so we can sink him." Fardo and Leonard started scurrying about like squirrels, looking for rocks or big heavy logs. Suddenly they heard Vinny cry out, "God almighty fucking A! Pork, come look at this!" Leonard looked over and saw that Vinny had discovered Rex. He was standing looking down with his hands on his hips. Pork went over to stand by him. Then Pork turned around and looked at them. "Hey, you fucks, come here." Leonard and Fardo joined them in looking at the dog. There was mostly just a head now, with a little bit of meat and fur hanging off a spine and some broken ribs. "That's the sickest fucking thing I've ever fucking seen," Pork said. "God almighty," Vinny said. "Doing a dog like that. Shit, don't you got no heart? A dog. Man's best fucking goddamn friend, and you two killed him like this."
"We didn't kill him,"
Fardo said. "You trying to fucking tell me he done this to himself? Had a bad fucking day and done this." "God almighty," Vinny said. "No, sir," Leonard said. "We chained him on there after he was dead." "I believe that," Vinny said. "That's some rich shit. You guys murdered this dog, God almighty." "Just thinking about him trying to keep up, and you fucks driving faster and faster makes me mad as a wasp," Pork said.
"No," Fardo said. "It wasn't like that. He was dead and we were drunk and we didn't have anything to do, so we—"
"Shut the fuck up,"
Pork said, sticking a finger hard against Fardo's forehead.
"You just shut the fuck up. We can see what the fuck you fucks did. You drugged this here dog around until all his goddamn hide came off. What kind of mothers you boys got anyhow that they didn't tell you better about animals?" "God almighty," Vinny said. Everyone grew silent, stood looking at the dog. Finally Fardo said, "You want us to go back to getting some stuff to hold the nigger down?" Pork looked at Fardo as if he had just grown up whole from the ground. "You fucks are worse than niggers doing a dog like that. Get on back over to the car." Leonard and Fardo went over to the Impala and stood looking down at Scott's body in much the same way they had stared at the dog. There in the dim moonlight shadowed by trees, the paper wrapped around Scott's head made him look like a giant papier-mâché doll. Pork came up and kicked Scott in the face with a swift motion that sent newspaper flying and sent a thonking sound across the water that made frogs jump. "Forget the nigger," Pork said. "Give me your car keys, Ball Sweat."
Leonard took out his keys and gave them to Pork, and Pork went around to the trunk and opened it.
"Drag the nigger over here."
Leonard took one of Scott's arms,
and Fardo took the other, and they pulled him over to the back of the car. "Put him in the trunk," Pork said. "What for?" Leonard asked. "'Cause I fucking said so," Pork said. Leonard and Fardo heaved Scott into the trunk. He looked pathetic lying there next to the spare tire, his face partially covered with newspaper. Leonard thought, if only the nigger had stolen a car with a spare, he might not be here tonight. He could have gotten the flat changed and driven on before the White Tree boys even came along. "All right, you get in there with him," Pork said, gesturing to Fardo.
"Me?"
Fardo said. "Nah, not fucking you. The fucking elephant on your fucking shoulder. Yeah, you, get in the trunk. I ain't got all night."
"Jesus, we didn't do anything to that dog, mister. We told you that. I swear, me and Leonard hooked him up after he was dead. It was Leonard's idea."
Pork didn't say a word. He just stood there with one hand on the trunk lid looking at Fardo. Fardo looked at Pork, then the trunk, then back to Pork. Lastly, he looked at Leonard, then climbed into the trunk, his back to Scott. "Like spoons," Pork said, and closed the lid. "Now you, what's it, Leonard? You come over here." But Pork didn't wait for Leonard to move. He scooped the back of Leonard's neck with a chubby hand and pushed him over to where Rex lay at the end of the chain, with Vinny still looking down at him. "What you think, Vinny?" Pork asked. "You got what I got in mind?" Vinny nodded. He bent down and took the collar off the dog. He fastened it on Leonard. Leonard could smell the odor of the dead dog in his nostrils. He bent his head and puked. "There goes my shoe shine," Vinny said, and he hit Leonard a short one in the stomach. Leonard went to his knees and puked some more of the hot coke and whiskey. "You fucks are the lowest pieces of shit on this earth, doing a dog like that," Vinny said. "A nigger ain't no lower." Vinny got some strong fishing line out of the back of the truck, and they tied Leonard's hands behind his back. Leonard began to cry. "Oh, shut up," Pork said. "It ain't that bad. Ain't nothing that bad." But Leonard couldn't shut up. He was caterwauling now, and it was echoing through the trees. He closed his eyes and tried to pretend he had gone to the show with the nigger starring in it, and had fallen asleep in his car and was having a bad dream. But he couldn't imagine that. He thought about Harry the janitor's flying saucers with the peppermint rays, and he knew if there were any saucers shooting rays down, they weren't boredom rays after all. He wasn't a bit bored. Pork pulled off Leonard's shoes and pushed him back flat on the ground, and pulled off the socks and stuck them in Leonard's mouth so tight he couldn't spit them out. It wasn't that Pork thought anyone was going to hear Leonard. He just didn't like the noise. It hurt his ears. Leonard lay on the ground in the vomit next to the dog and cried silently. Pork and Vinny went over to the Impala and opened the doors and stood so they could get a grip on the car to push. Vinny reached in and moved the gear from park to neutral, and he and Pork began to shove the car forward. It moved slowly at first, but as it made the slight incline that led down to the old bridge, it picked up speed. From inside the trunk, Fardo hammered lightly at the lid as if he didn't really mean it. The chain took up slack, and Leonard felt it jerk and pop his neck. He began to slide along the ground like a snake. Vinny and Pork had jumped out of the way, and they watched the car make the bridge and go over the edge and disappear into the water with amazing quietness. Leonard, tugged by the weight of the car, rustled past them. When he hit the bridge, wooden splinters tugged at his clothes so hard they ripped his pants and underwear down almost to his knees. The chain swung out once toward the edge of the bridge and the rotten railing, and Leonard tried to hook a leg around an upright board there, but that proved wasted. The weight of the car just pulled his knee out of joint and tugged the board out of place with a screech of nails and lumber. Leonard picked up speed, and the chain rattled over the edge of the bridge, into the water and out of sight, pulling its connection after it like a pull toy. The last sight of Leonard was the soles of his bare feet, white as the bellies of fish. "It's deep there," Vinny said. "I caught an old channel cat there once, remember? Big sucker. I bet it's over 50 feet deep down there." They got in the truck, and Vinny cranked it. "I think we did them boys a favor," Pork said. Them running around with niggers and what they did to that dog and all. They weren't worth a thing. I know it, Vinny said. We should have filmed this, Pork. It would have been good. Where the car and that nigger lover went off in the water was choice. Nah, there wasn't any women. Point, Vinny said, and he backed around and drove onto the trail that wound its way out of the bottoms.
More Sinned Against by Karl Edward Wagner. Theirs was a story so commonplace that it balanced uneasily between the maudlin and the sordid, a cliché dipped in filth. Her real name was Katharina Oglethorpe, and she changed that to Candace Thornton when she moved to Los Angeles, but she was known as Candy Thorne in the few films she ever made, the ones that troubled to list credits. She came from some little Baptist church and textile mill town in eastern North Carolina, although later she said she came from Charlotte. She always insisted that her occasional and transient friends called her Candace, and she signed her name Candace in a large legible hand for those occasional and compulsive autographs. She had lofty aspirations and only minimal talent. One of her former agents perhaps stated her mot juste, a lady with a lot of guts, but too much heart. The police records gave her name as Candy Thornton. There had been money once in her family, and with that the staunch pride that comes of having more money than the other 1,000 or so inhabitants of the town put together. Foreign textiles eventually closed the mill. Unfortunate investments leached the money. Pride of place remained. By the time that any of her past really matters, Candace had graduated from an area church-supported junior college, where she was homecoming queen, and she'd won 1 or 2 regional beauty contests, and was almost a runner-up in the Miss North Carolina pageant. Her figure was good, although more for a truck-stop waitress than suited to a model's requirements, and her acting talents were wholehearted, if marginal. Her parents believed she was safely enrolled at UCLA, and they never quite forgave her when they eventually learned otherwise. Their tuition checks kept Candace afloat as an aspiring young actress model through a succession of broken promises, phony deals, and predatory agents. Somewhere along the way she sacrificed her cherished virginity a dozen times over, enough so that it no longer pained her, even as the next day dulled the pain of the promised break that never materialized. Her family might have taken back, if not welcomed, their prodigal daughter, had Candace not begged them for money for her first abortion. They refused. Candace got the money anyway, and her family had no more to do with her ever. He called himself Richards Justin, and there was as much truth to that as to anything else he ever said. He met Candace when she was just on the brink of putting her life together, although he never blamed himself for her subsequent crash. He always said that he was a man who learned from the mistakes of others, and had he said profited instead, he might have told the truth for once. They met because they were sleeping with the same producer, both of them assured of a part in his next film. The producer failed to honor either bargain, and he failed to honor payment for a kilo of coke, after which a South American entrepreneur emptied a Browning high power into him. Candace and Richards Justin consoled one another over lost opportunity, and afterward he moved in with her. Candace was sharing a duplex in Venice with 2 cats and a few thousand roaches. It was a cottage of rotting pink stucco that resembled a gingerbread house left out in the rain. Beside it ran a refuse-choked ditch that had once been a canal. The shack 2 doors down had been burned out that spring in a shootout between rival gangs of bikers. The neighborhood was scheduled for gentrification, but no one had decided yet whether this should entail restoration or razing. The rent was cheaper than an apartment, and against the house grew a massive clump of jade plant that Candace liked to pause before and admire. At this time Candace was on an upswing, and reasonably confident of landing the part of a major victim in a minor stalk-and-slash film. Her face and teeth had always been good. Afternoons in the sun and judicious use of rinses on her mousy hair had transformed her into a passable replica of a Malibu blonde. She had that sort of ample figure that looks better with less clothing, and best with none at all, and she managed quite well in a few photo spreads in some of the raunchier skin magazines. She was not to be trusted with a speaking part, but some voice and drama coaching might have improved that difficulty in time. Richards Justin, Rick to his friends, very studiously was a hunk, to use the expression of the moment. He stood 6'4" and packed about 215 pounds of health club nurtured muscle over wide shoulders and lean hips. His belly was quite hard and flat, his thighs strong from jogging, and an even tan set off the generous dark growth of body hair. His black hair was neatly permed, and the heavy mustache added virility to features that stopped just short of being pretty. He seemed designed for posing in tight jeans, muscular arms folded across hairy chest, and he often posed just so. He claimed to have had extensive acting experience in New York before moving to Los Angeles, but somehow his credentials were never subject to verification. Candace was a type who took in stray animals, and she took in Richards Justin. She had survived 2 years on the fringes of Hollywood, and Rick was new to Los Angeles, still vulnerable in his search for the elusive big break. She was confident that she knew some friends who could help him get started, and she really did need a roommate to help with the rent. Once he found work, of course. Rick loaded his suitcase and possessions into her aging Rabbit, with room to spare, and moved in with Candace. He insisted that he pay his share of expenses, and borrowed $400 to buy some clothes. First appearances count everything in an interview. They were great together in bed, and Candace was in love. She recognized the sensitive, lonely soul of the artist hidden beneath his macho exterior. They were both painfully earnest about their acting careers, talking long through the nights of films and actors, great directors, and theories of drama. They agreed that one must never compromise art for commercial considerations, but that sometimes it might be necessary to make small compromises in order to achieve the big break. The producer of the stalk-and-slash flick decided that Candace retained too much Southern accent for a major role. Having just gone through her savings, Candace spent a vigorous all-night interview with the producer and salvaged a minor role. It wasn't strictly non-speaking, as she got to scream quite a lot while the deranged killer spiked her to a barn door with a pitchfork. It was quite effective, and a retouched still of her big scene was used for the posters of Camp Hell. It was the high-water mark of her career. Rick found the big break even more elusive than a tough, cynical, streetwise hunk like himself had envisioned. It discouraged the artist within him, just as it embarrassed his virile nature to have to live off Candace's earnings continually. Fortunately, coke helped restore his confidence, and unfortunately, coke was expensive. They both agreed, however, that coke was a necessary expense, career-wise. Coke was both inspiration and encouragement. Besides, an actor who didn't have a few grams to flash around was as plausible as an outlaw biker who didn't drink beer. Candace knew how discouraging this all must be for Rick. In many ways, she was so much wiser and tougher than Rick. Her concern over his difficulties distracted her from the disappointment of her own faltering career. Granted, Rick's talents were a bit raw. He was a gem in need of polishing. Courses and workshops were available, but these cost money too. Candace worked her contacts and changed her agent. If she didn't mind doing a little T&A, her new agent felt sure he could get her a small part or two in some soft-R films. It was money. Candace played the dumb Southern blonde in Jiggle High, and she played the dumb Southern cheerleader in Cheerleader Super Bowl, and she played the dumb Southern stewardess in First Class Only, and she played the dumb Southern nurse in Sex Clinic, and she played the dumb Southern hooker in Hard Streets. But always this was Candy Thorne who played these roles, and not Candace Thornton, and somehow this made the transition from soft-R to hard-R films a little easier to bear. They had their first big quarrel when Candace balked over her part in Malibu Hustlers. She hadn't realized they were shooting it in both R and X-rated versions. Prancing around in the buff and faking torrid love scenes was one thing, but Candace drew the line at actually screwing for the close-up cameras. Her agent swore she was through if she backed out of the contract. Rick yelled at her and slapped her around a little, then broke into tears. He hadn't meant to lose control. It was just that he was so close to getting his break, and without money all they'd worked so hard together for, all they'd hoped and prayed for. Candace forgave him, and blamed herself for being thoughtless and selfish. If she could bawl off camera to land a role, she could give the same performance on camera. This once. Candace never did find out what her agent did with her check from Malibu Hustlers. nor did the police ever manage to find her agent. The producer was sympathetic, but not legally responsible. He did, however, hate to see a sweet kid burned like that, and he offered her a lead role in Hot and Horny. This one would be straight X, or triple X, as they like to call them now. But a lot of talented girls had made the big time doing their stuff for the screen, and Candy Thorne just might be the next Super X superstar. He had the right connection, and if she played it right with him... It wasn't the big break Candace had dreamed of, but it was money, and they did need money. She worried that this would damage her chances for a legitimate acting career, but Rick told her to stop being a selfish prude and to think of their future together. His break was coming soon, and then they'd never have to worry again about money. Besides, audiences were already watching her perform in Malibu Hustlers, so what did she have left to be shy about? The problem with coke was that Rick needed a lot of it to keep him and his macho image going. The trouble with a lot of coke was that Rick tended to get wired a little too tight, and then he needed downers to mellow out. Smack worked best, but the trouble with smack was that it was even more expensive. Still, tomorrow's male sex symbol couldn't go about dropping lewds and barbs like some junior high punker. Smack was status in this game. Everybody did coke. Not to worry. Rick had been doing a little heroin ever since his New York days. No needlework, just some to toot. He could handle it. Candace could not, either the smack or the expense. Rick was gaining a lot of influential contacts. He had to dress well, show up at the right parties. Sometimes they decided it would be better for his career if he went alone. They really needed a better place to live, now that they could afford it. After making Wet and Willing, Candace managed to rent a small house off North Beverly Glen Boulevard. Not much of an improvement over her duplex in Venice, but the address was a quantum leap in class. Her biggest regret was having to leave her cats. No pets allowed. Her producer had advanced her some money to cover immediate expenses, and she knew he'd be getting it back in pounds of flesh. There were parties for important friends, and Candace felt quite casual about performing on camera after some of the things she'd been asked to do on those nights, and that made it easier when she was asked to do them again on camera. Candace couldn't have endured it all if it weren't for her selfless love for Rick, and for the coke and smack and pills and booze. Rick expressed concern over her increasing use of drugs, especially when they were down to their last few lines. Candace economized by shooting more, less waste, and a purer high than snorting. She was so stoned on the set for Voodoo Vixens that she could barely go through the motions of the minimal plot. The director complained. Her producer reminded her that retakes cost money, and privately noted that her looks were distinctly taking a shop-worn plunge. When she threw up in her co-star's lap, he decided that Candy Thorne really wasn't star material. Rick explained that he was more disappointed than angry with her over getting canned, but this was after he'd bloodied her lip. It wasn't so much that this financial setback stood to wreck his career, just as the breaks were falling in place for him, as it was that her drug habit had left them owing a couple thou to the man, and how were they going to pay that? Candace still had a few contacts to fall back on, and she was back before the cameras before the bruises had disappeared. These weren't the films that made the adult theater circuits. These were the 15-minute or so single-take shots in motel rooms for the 8mm home projector porno peep show audiences. Her contacts were pleased to get a semi-named porno queen, however semi and however shop-worn, even if the films seldom bothered to list credits or titles. It was easier to work with a pro than some drugged-out runaway or amateur hooker, who might ruin a take if the action got rough, or she had a phobia about Dobermans. It was quick work and quick bucks, but not enough bucks. Rick was panic-stricken when two large black gentlemen stopped him outside a singles bar one night to discuss his credit and to share ideas as to the need to maintain intact kneecaps in this cruel world. They understood a young actor's difficulties in meeting financial obligations, but felt certain Rick could make a substantial payment within 48 hours. Candace hit the streets. It was that, or see Rick maimed. After the casting couch and exotic partners under floodlights, somehow it seemed so commonplace doing quickies in motel rooms and car seats. She missed the cameras. It all seemed so transient without any playback. The money was there, and Rick kept his kneecaps. Between her work on the streets and grinding out a few 8mm films each month, Candace could about meet expenses. The problem was that she really needed the drugs to keep her going, and the more drugs she needed meant the more work to pay for them. Candace knew her looks were slipping, and she appreciated Rick's concern for her health, but for Rick, the big break was coming soon. She no longer minded when he had other women over while she was on the streets, or when he stayed away for a day or two without calling her. She was selling her body for his career, and she must understand that sometimes it was necessary for Rick, too, to sleep around. In the beginning, some small compromises are to be expected. A pimp beat her up one night. He didn't like freelance chippies taking Johns from his girls on his turf. He would have just scared her had she agreed to become one of his string, but she needed all her earnings for Rick, and the truth was the pimp considered her just a bit too far gone to be worth his trouble. So he worked her over, but didn't mess up her face too badly, and Candace was able to work again after only about a week. She tried another neighborhood and got busted the second night out, paid her own bail, got busted again a week later. Rick got her out of jail. She was coming apart without the H, and he couldn't risk being implicated. He had his career to think about, and it was thoughtless of Candace to jeopardize his chances through her own sordid lifestyle. He would have thrown her out, but Candace paid the rent. Of course, he still loved her, but she really ought to take better care of herself. She was letting herself go. Since her herpes scare, they seldom made love, although Candace understood that Rick was often emotionally and physically drained after concentrating his energy on some important interview or audition. They had lived together almost 2 years, and Candace was almost 25, but she looked almost 40. After a client broke her nose and a few teeth in a moment of playfulness, she lost what little remained of her actress-model good looks. They got the best cosmetic repair she could afford, but after that neither the Johns nor the sleaze producers paid her much attention. When she saw herself on the screen at fifth-rate porno houses, in the glimpses between ducking below the rows of shabby seats, she no longer recognized herself. But Rick's career was progressing all the while, and that was what made her sacrifice worthwhile. A part of Candace realized now that her dreams of Hollywood stardom had long since washed down the gutter, but at least Rick was almost on the verge of big things. He'd landed a number of modeling jobs, and already had made some commercials for local TV. Some recent roles in what Rick termed experimental theater promised to draw the attention of talent scouts. Neither of them doubted that the big break was an imminent certainty. Candace kept herself going through her faith in Rick's love and her confidence that better times lay ahead. Once Rick's career took off, she'd quit the streets, get off the drugs. She'd look 10 years younger if she could just rest and eat right for a few months, get a better repair on her nose. By then, Rick would be in a position to help her resume her own acting career. Candace was not too surprised when Rick came in one morning and shook her awake with the news that he'd lined up a new film for her. It was something about devil worshippers called Satan Sluts. X-rated, of course, but the money would be good, and Candace hadn't appeared even in a peep show gangbang in a couple months. The producer, Rick explained, remembered her in Camp Hell and was willing to take a chance on giving her a big role. Candace might have been more concerned about filming a scene with so small a crew and in a cellar made over into a creepy B&D dungeon, but her last films had been shot in cheap motel rooms with a home video camera. She didn't like being strapped to an inverted cross and hung before a black-draped altar, but Rick was there, snorting coke with the half-dozen members of the cast and crew. When the first few whiplashes cut into her flesh, it took Candace's drugged consciousness several moments to be aware of the pain, and to understand the sort of film for which Rick had sold her. By the time they had heated the branding iron and brought in the black goat, Candace was giving the performance of her life. She passed out eventually, awoke another day in their bed, vaguely surprised to be alive. It was a measure of Rick's control over Candace that they hadn't killed her. No one was going to pay much attention to anything Candace might say, a burned-out porno star and drug addict with an arrest record for prostitution. Rick had toyed with selling her for a snuff film, but his contacts there preferred anonymous runaways and wetbacks, and the backers of Satan Sluts had paid extra to get a name actress, however faded, to add a little class to the production. especially a star who couldn't cause problems afterward. Rick stayed with her just long enough to feel sure she wouldn't die from her torture, and to pack as many of his possessions as he considered worth keeping. Rick had been moving up in the world on Candace's earnings, meeting the right people, making the right connections. The money from Satan's sluts had paid off his debts with enough left over for a quarter-ounce of some totally awesome rock, which had so impressed his friends at a party that a rising TV director wanted Rick to move in with her while they discussed a part for him in a much-talked-about new miniseries. The pain when he left her was the worst of all. Rick had counted on this, and he left her with a gram of barely caught heroin, deciding to let nature take its course. Candace had paid for it with her body and her soul, but at last this genuinely was the big break. The prime-time soaper miniseries, Destiny's Fortune, ran for 5 nights and topped the ratings each night. Rick's role as the tough steelworker who romanced the mill owner's daughter in parts 4 and 5, while not a major part, attracted considerable attention and benefited from the huge success of the series itself. Talent scouts saw a new hunk in Richards Justin, most talked-about young star from the all-time hit Destiny's Fortune. Rick's new agent knew how to hitch his Mercedes to a rising star. Richards Justin made the cover of TV Guide and People, the centerfold of Playgirl, and then the posters. Within a month, it was evident from the response to Destiny's Fortune that Richards Justin was a hot property. It was only a matter of casting him for the right series. Network geniuses juggled together all the ingredients of recent hits and projected a winner for the new season: Colt Savage, Soldier of Fortune. They ran the pilot as a 2-hour special against a major soaper and a TV movie about teenage prostitutes, and Colt Savage blew the other 2 networks away in that night's ratings. Colt Savage was the new hit, blasting to the top of the Nielsen's on its first regular night. The show borrowed from everything that had already been proven to work. An homage to the great adventure classics of the 30s was how its producers liked to describe it. Colt Savage, as portrayed by Richards Justin, was a tough, cynical, broad-shouldered American adventurer who kept busy dashing about the cities and exotic places of the 1930s, finding lost treasures, battling spies and sinister cults, rescuing plucky young ladies from all manner of dire fates. Colt Savage was the protege of a brilliant scientist who wished to devote his vast fortune and secret inventions to fighting evil. He flew an autogyro and drove a streamlined speedster, both decked out with fantastic weapons and gimmickry, rather in advance of the technology of the period. He had a number of exotic assistants and, inevitably, persistent enemies, villains who somehow managed to escape the explosion of their headquarters in time to pop up again 2 episodes later. Colt Savage was pure B-movie corn. In a typical episode, Colt would meet a beautiful girl who would ask him for help, then be kidnapped. Following that, there would be fights, car chases, air battles, captures and escapes, daring-do and exotic locales, rescues and romance, enough to fill an hour show. The public loved it. Richards Justin was a new hero for today's audiences, the new Bogart, a John Wayne for the 80s. The network promoted Colt Savage with every excess at its command. The merchandising rights alone were bringing in tens of millions. Rick dumped the director who had given him his start in Destiny's Fortune long before he moved into several $1,000,000 worth of Beverly Hills real estate. The tabloids followed his numerous love affairs with compulsive and imaginative interest. Candace blamed it all on the drugs. She couldn't bring herself to believe that Rick had never loved her, that he had simply used her until she had no more to give. Her mind refused to accept that. It was she who had let Rick down, let drugs poison his life and destroy hers. Drugs had ruined her acting career, had driven her onto the streets to pay for their habit. They could have made it if she hadn't ruined everything for them. So she quit, cold turkey. Broken in body and spirit, the miseries of withdrawal made little difference to her pain. She lived 10 years of hell over the next few days, lying in an agonized delirium that barely distinguished consciousness from unconsciousness. Sometimes she managed to crawl to the bathroom or to the refrigerator. Mostly she just curled herself into a fetal pose of pain and shivered beneath the sweaty sheets and bleeding sores. In her nightmares, she drifted from lying in Rick's embrace to writhing in torture on Satan's altar, and the torment of either delirium was the same to her. As soon as she was strong enough to face it, Candace cut the heroin Rick had left her to make 5 grams and sold it to one of her friends who liked to snort it and wouldn't mind the cut. It gave her enough money to cover bills until Candace was well enough to go back on the streets. She located the pimp who had once beat her up. He didn't recognize her, and when Candace asked to work for him, he laughed her out of the bar. After that, she drifted around Los Angeles for a month or two, turning tricks whenever she could. She was no longer competitive, even without the scars, but she managed to scrape by, somehow making rent for the place on North Beverly Glen. It held her memories of Rick, and if she let that go, she would have lost even that shell of their love. She even refused to throw out any of his discarded clothing and possessions. His toothbrush and an old razor still lay by the sink. The last time the cops busted her, Candace had herpes, a penicillin-resistant clap, and no way of posting bail. Jail meant losing her house and its memories of Rick, and there would be nothing left for her after that. Rick could help her now, but she couldn't manage to reach him. An old mutual friend finally did, but when he came to visit Candace, he couldn't bear to give her Rick's message, and so he paid her bail himself and told her the money came from Rick, who didn't want to risk getting his name involved. She had to have a legitimate job. The friend had a friend who owned interest in a plastic novelties plant, and they got Candace a factory job there. By now she had very little left of herself to sell in the streets, but at least she was off the drugs. Somewhat to the surprise of all concerned, Candace settled down on the line and turned out to be a good worker. Her job paid the bills, and at night she went home and read about Richard's Justin in the papers and magazines, played back videocassettes of him nights when he wasn't on live. The cruelest thing was that Candace still nurtured the hope that she could win Rick back once she got her own act together. Regular meals, decent hours, medication, and time healed some wounds. The face that looked back at her from mirrors no longer resembled a starved plague victim. Some of the men at the plant were beginning to stare after her, and a couple of times she'd been asked to go out. She might have got over Richard's Justin in time, but probably not. The friend of a friend pulled some strings and called in some favors, and so the plant where Candace worked secured the merchandising rights to the Colt Savage Soldier of Fortune action pack. This consisted of a plastic Colt Savage doll, complete with weapons and action costumes, along with models of Black Blaze, his supersonic autogyro, and Red Lightning, the supercar. The merchandising package also included dolls of his mentor and regular assistants, as well as several notable villains and their sinister weaponry. The plant geared into maximum production to handle the anticipated rush orders for the Christmas market. Candace found herself sitting at the assembly line, watching thousands of plastic replicas of Richard's Justin roll past her. She just had to see Rick, but the guards at the gate had instructions not to admit her. He wouldn't even talk to her over the phone or answer her letters. The way he must remember her, Candace couldn't really blame him. It would be different now. His birthday was coming up, and she knew he would be having a party. She wrote him several times, sent messages via old contacts, begging Rick to let her come. When the printed invitation finally came, she'd already bought him a present. Candace knew that her confidence had not been a mistake, and she took a day off work to get ready for their evening together. The party had been going strong for some time when Candace arrived, and Rick was flying high on coke and champagne. He hugged her around the shoulders, but didn't kiss her, and half carried her over to where many of the guests were crowded around a projection television. "Ladies and gentlemen, here she is, our leading lady, the versatile Miss Candy Thorne." All eyes flicked from the screen to Candace, long enough for recognition. Then the cheers and applause burst out across the room. Rick had been amusing his guests with some of her films. Just now they were watching the one with the donkey. Candace didn't really remember how she managed to escape and find her way home. She decided not to leave a note, and she was prying the blade out of Rick's old razor when the idea began to form. The razor was crudted with dried lather and bits of Rick's whiskers, and she wanted to get it clean before she used it on her wrists. A scene from another of her films, Voodoo Vixens, arose through the confusion of her thoughts. She set the razor aside carefully. Candace made herself a cup of coffee and let the idea build in her head. She was dry-eyed now and quite calm. The hysterical energy that had driven her to suicide now directed her disordered thoughts toward another course of action. She still had all of her mementos of Rick, and throughout the night she went over them one by one, coolly and meticulously. She scraped all the bits of beard and skin from his razor, collected hair and dandruff from his brush and comb, pared away his toothbrush bristles for the minute residues of blood and plaque. She found a discarded handkerchief, stained from a coke-induced nosebleed, and from the mattress liner came residues of their former love-making. Old clothes yielded bits of hair, stains of body oils and perspiration. Candace searched the house relentlessly, finding fragments of his nails, his hair, anything at all that retained physical residues of Rick's person. The next day, Candace called in sick. She spent the day browsing through Los Angeles' numerous occult bookshops, made a few purchases, and called up one or two of the contacts she'd made filming Voodoo Vixens. It all seemed straightforward enough. Even those who rationalized it all admitted that it was a matter of belief, and children have the purest belief in magic. Candace ground up all her bits and scrapings of Richard's Justin. It came to quite a pile, and reminded her of a bag of Mexican heroin. Candace returned to work and waited for her chance. When no one was watching, she dumped her powdered residue into the plastic muck destined to become Colt Savage dolls. Then she said a prayer of sorts. Beneath the Christmas tree, Joshua plays with his new Colt Savage doll. Pow! An electron cannon knocks Colt out of the sky, crashes him to the rocks below. Jason pits Colt Savage against his model dinosaurs. Yah! The dinosaur stomps him. David is racing Colt Savage in his car, Red Lightning. Kerblam! Colt drives off the cliff at 100 miles an hour. Billy is still too young to play with his Colt Savage doll, but he likes to chew on it. Mark decides to see if Colt Savage and Black Blaze can withstand the attack of his atomic bomb firecrackers. Jessica is mad at her brother. She sees his Colt Savage doll and stomps on it as hard as she can. Tyrone is bawling. He pulled the arms off his Colt Savage doll, and he can't make them go back on. Richard's Justin collapsed on set, and only heavy sedation finally stilled his screams. It quickly became apparent that his seizures were permanent, and he remains under sedation in a psychiatric institution. Doctors have attributed his psychotic break to long-term drug abuse. Nothing excites the public more than a fallen hero. Richard's Justin, The Untold Story, by Candace Thornton, rose quickly on the bestseller charts. Reportedly, she was recently paid well over $1 million for the film rights to her book. Return of the Neon Fireball, by Chet Williamson. "Picture it," Michael Price said over chowder at Mario's, the shishi Italian restaurant that had once been Sam's Grill. "Triple features. It came from outer space. Francis joins the Navy. High noon. Cartoons. Old newsreels. And Jesus Christ, the clock. Remember the clock? Only 10 minutes till the next feature. And the dancing hot dogs. Da 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 da. And cups of soft drinks on little train cars. And don't forget the snack bar. Quarter hot dogs. 10-cent cups of Coke and popcorn. Nickel Raisinets and Goobers." "Wait a minute," Lenny Crane said. "Who pays for that stuff?" "They do. The patrons, when they come in. Lenny, the rental on these old films is diddly squat. We'll sell the food at cost so we won't lose money, and we charge to get in $4 a person or 12 a car, whichever's cheaper. We'll make a good profit on that." "Mike, the fucking thing is closing in the first place due to lack of business, and you tell me people are going to pay $4 a head to see stuff they can see on TV? It's not the films, it's the experience. It's closing because they've been showing third-run crap you can rent on cassette. The snack bar sells expensive shit, they don't keep the place clean,
They tore the old playground down. They tried to make an indoor theater outside, and that's where they screwed up. Now what I say is make it what it used to be, and you'll get people. We can use the line, the Fireball Drive-In Theater, where it's always the 50s, or something."
Lenny sucked his lower lip.
"And what stops people from filling their trunks with 5-cent goobers?"
"Tickets they get when they come in that they have to turn in when they buy food. Maybe 2 or 3 items per person."
"You got this worked out pretty fast."
"I was up all night."
And he had been. From the minute he had read of the closing in the paper, he had thought of nothing else but the Fireball. Though he hadn't been there in 20 years, Mike Price loved the Fireball, just as he loved everything he remembered about being young. Awake all night, he still dreamed. He dreamed about himself in high school, lean, muscular, with that thatch of white blonde hair the girls loved to ruffle. He dreamed about winning football games for the McKinley Marauders, pulling the ball magically out of the air and floating across the goal line on the light feet of youth. He dreamed of his '49 Merc, chopped and channeled, its seats filled with his friends, himself sitting tall behind the wheel, wearing his blue and white varsity sweater. But most of all, he dreamed of the Fireball. It had blazed its way through his sleeping dreams at night for years, and now, as his life grew sad and empty, it began to light up his days as well, that bright neon concoction of red and yellow and orange, with a tail of brilliant blue behind it, and the words in letters of fire, "Fireball Drive-In Theater." It was huge and gaudy and high and beautiful, suspended 20 yards in the air above its cement base. Fall was the best season to see the sign, for it was dark when they started the show, and driving down Route 30, you saw its glow from a mile away, brightening as you drew nearer until you could finally see the comet itself streaking across the horizon. But for real fun, summer had been the time. Arriving at 8 o'clock when the gates opened, looking for a spot close to the screen, but not close enough for it to shine too brightly on you and your date. If you were with your pals, it was different. Then all you cared about was parking far enough away from the snack bar and from cars with families, so that you could drink your bottle of beer and whoop and swear and make cracks at the love scenes without anybody calling the manager. You'd sit back, watch The Blob, 5 Guns West, Psycho, House of Usher, and feel the warm breeze, the bottle cool against your forehead, and want the screen, the white marquee, the neon Fireball, to shine forever. But it wouldn't, not if it was sold to anyone but him. It would be stripped away, and a housing development would rise where the old speaker posts and snack bar used to be, or a factory would rear itself up upon the rows that rippled like the waves of the sea when you drove directly toward the screen after the movie. And that night he sat and thought about how another treasured chunk of his youth would be wiped out, just like the old high school, or the soda fountain down on Bainbridge Street, where they had made the best goddamn vanilla cokes on the planet. The next morning he had called Lenny Crane.
"How much they want for the thing?"
Lenny asked. Mike pulled out a slip of paper and slid it across the table.
"I checked this morning."
"Jesus, that's a lot."
"It's worth it."
"Can you afford half of this?" Mike nodded. "I don't believe you."
"If I sell the store, I can."
"Sell the store?"
"It's a shitty store. I don't want it anymore."
"What do you mean you don't want it anymore? What's wanting got to do with it? For Christ's sake, that was your old man's store, Mike. You don't piss away a family business like that."
Lenny shook his head.
"Sylvia was still alive, you wouldn't be acting like this. You're acting like a kid, Mike."
"Don't lecture me, Lenny."
"But why a drive-in theater?"
Mike puffed a sigh wreathed in age.
"I'm not having any fun, Lenny. I want to have fun again. The Fireball was always fun."
"Yeah,"
Lenny agreed.
"We had some good times there. But I don't know. I mean, can you really afford to take a chance like this? What if it flops?"
"So who am I saving my money for? God damn it, Lenny, I got no kids. Sylvia's gone."
"You might get married again."
"Shit. Look at me."
"What? You're 45, same as me."
"Bullshit. You're good-looking and rich. I'm bald and fat and not rich."
"Come on, knock it off."
Lenny waved his hands in the air.
"What about all the time it would take, Mike? After all, I got a finance business to run."
"We'd only be open weekends, Friday through Sunday. I do all of the work needed doing during the week. Advertising, maintenance, all that.
What, you want to be a fucking janitor too?
Why not?
Lenny sighed.
Some guys with money buy model trains or gliders or expensive stamps. Me, I play racquetball and tennis and put it in the bank and get laid by pretty girls now and then, and that's about all. Maybe I need a hobby.
He gave a lopsided grin and shook his head.
But holy shit, a drive-in theater? You let me think about it, huh?
Remember, Lenny, convertibles and summer nights, Vertigo and the Deadly Mantis and...
Okay. Go sell some clothes, all right?
All the way back to his shop, Mike Price thought,
please God, let him do it. Let him do it.
Praying for the lost good times to come back again. And somebody heard him. The next day, Lenny called and told him that although it was a hell of a time to start a new business in this deader-and-shit town, he couldn't resist giving it a try. Besides, if it turned out to be a bust, it wouldn't have to be a complete loss. They could always sell the land. They bought the theater and all the equipment the following week. Mike sold his store to come up with his half, but not for as much as he had hoped. He had to cash in his bonds and take out a big chunk from the IRAs he'd set up for his retirement. He didn't tell Lenny about it. But goddamn if it wasn't worth it several weeks later, on that warm, breezy Friday evening in mid-May when the neon fireball lit up again, and cars lined up for a quarter-mile to get in. Lenny sold the tickets, and Mike ran the snack bar with the help of 3 giggly teenage girls. There was a double feature, The Fireball, a 1950 Mickey Rooney movie about roller derbies, and It Conquered the World. Neither of them classics, but the names looked glorious on the marquee, and Mike had gotten photographers from the 3 local newspapers to come out and record it for posterity. It was a great night. The weather cooperated. The 3 security men Lenny had hired arrested no one. Children played in the well-lit playground. People mobbed the snack bar at intermission, and at the end of the show, a winning ticket stub holder received a dustbuster plus vacuum cleaner, the first prize in a series of drawings to be held every Friday night. After everyone else went home, and the Del Vikings' last notes faded away on the PA system, Lenny and Mike remained to count the cash.
Looks like you were right,
Lenny said, smiling.
If it keeps up.
It'll keep up,
Mike said quietly.
Hey, what's wrong?
Wrong?
For a successful impresario, you don't seem too happy.
Mike shook his head.
I'm happy enough. It went fine.
It sure as hell did,
Lenny laughed, gesturing to the piles of bills.
It's just that...
Just that what?
It wasn't as much fun as I thought it would be,
Mike said with a sigh. Lenny nodded.
I know. I think I know what you mean. But it's never going to be what it was. We were young then. But what it is now is pretty damn good. Hell, partner, we made the 50s live again.
Almost.
Yeah, almost.
Lenny looked down again at the money on the table and with the tip of his finger shot a coin across to Mike.
There. That's your souvenir. 51 Franklin half.
Mike picked it up.
You get this tonight?
Lenny nodded. Car full of kids, really up for it. Came in an old car, all dressed up like the 50s. One of the girls had a poodle skirt on, for Christ's sake.
And they gave you this?
Uh-huh. Bought tickets with it. I said, hey, you know this is a valuable coin. But the kid just looked at me like I was crazy and said, yeah, it's worth a whole 50 cents. So I thought, what the hell if he didn't want it? Keep it if you want.
Lenny stretched, yawned, and stood up.
Well, I'm going home. If you can take the stuff into the bank tomorrow, I'd appreciate it. I got clients in the morning.
After Lenny left, Mike sat for some time turning the $50 over in his hands. It was bright and shiny and showed little wear, and he began to go through the stacks of coins looking for other old ones. He found 2, both quarters, the first a 1945 Standing Liberty, the other a 1953 Washington. With the 50-cent piece, they totaled $1. Then he started on the bills. It was nearly 2 in the morning before he found them all, a 5 and 6 ones, all dated 1956 and before. Other than those, the oldest bills in the pile went back only to the mid-70s. 1 5, 6 ones, $1 in change. $12 altogether, the admission price for one carful. A carful of kids, according to Lenny, who were really up for it. That night Mike dreamed about double-dating with Becky Geyer. They were watching the movie out of the corners of their eyes, most of their attention devoted to necking. Mike had his hand under Becky's sweater and on top of her bra, and from the panting in the back seat, Phil Strickier, his class president, was doing pretty well with Chrissy Medwick, the prettiest of the cheerleaders except for Becky. If Mike looked real hard out of his right eye, he could just make out Phil's hand losing its definition, becoming a lump that crept snake-like under the material of Chrissy's skirt, higher and higher until the poodle embroidered on it seemed to shift in discomfort, while Chrissy moaned an insincere protest. The poodle... Mike awoke, sweating, felt his way to the refrigerator, and drank half a can of beer to cool himself off. The next evening, Saturday, Mike sat in the ticket kiosk with Lenny, leaving the snack bar to the girls. Only one car of 50s vintage came through, a 55 T-Bird with classic plates, occupied by a local real estate broker and his wife. The crowd was even larger that night, and afterwards, when the cars had gone and the two of them were counting the receipts, Mike asked casually if Lenny remembered what kind of car the kids with the old coin had been driving.
"Didn't look too close," Lenny said. "Ford, Merc, something like that."
"Pretty old?"
"Shit, yeah. Had that clumsy round styling, you know. Didn't look like a reconditioned one, though. Dull paint job, and the interior looked worn."
"You think it might have been a Merc?"
"Maybe."
Lenny looked up from the piles of singles.
"Why?"
"Just wondered," Mike said. That night he dreamed about Laverne Baker wailing from the Merc's tinny speaker, while he screamed down the back road playing chicken, swerving at the final moment, skidding off the blacktop into the field, corn shocks scattering like frightened birds, and laughing while his heart beat so fast that it filled the car, buoyed it up, made it fly, with a fiery comet's tail dragging behind it that froze in the cold upper sky, hardening to thick bright tubes of neon. There were fewer cars on Sunday, but the attendance was still respectable and highly profitable, and Mike thought with deep satisfaction that he was not the only one who needed to escape, to retreat into a bright and peaceful past. Monday through Thursday, while Lenny worked in his office in town, Mike played janitor, accountant, and purchasing agent, faithfully recording income and expenses, buying the snack bar food for the next weekend, repairing the speakers that had been snapped from their wires, and walking down the softly curving rows, picking up the beer bottles, soda cans, popcorn boxes, candy wrappers, and yes, one used condom, by God, and dropping them into his wheeled cart under the warm May sun. He didn't mind it. He had never worked beneath the sky before, and he liked the scent of approaching summer, the crunch of the loose stones under his feet, the sounds of birds roosting in the grove behind the last row of the theater. When he closed his eyes, the breeze brushed his face so lightly that he could almost believe it was once more smooth and beardless, young. He dreamed at night, imagined by day, and waited for Friday, when the fireball would shine again. Lenny frowned when he saw Mike approaching the kiosk.
"Hey,"
he said.
"What's up?"
"I thought you might be lonely," Mike answered.
"Don't you think you ought to be at the snack bar?"
"The girls can handle it."
"They screwed up last Saturday. Not enough doggies out of the freezer, remember?"
He looked pointedly at Mike.
"You want to take tickets tonight or what?"
"Would you mind? Just trading for tonight? I'm a little tired." Lenny sighed.
"Yeah, okay."
He climbed off the stool, then looked at Mike again.
"You feel sick or anything?"
"No."
"Mike, tell me, this place getting to you?"
"No," he said defensively.
"Okay."
Lenny nodded, but there was doubt in his eyes.
"Just don't take things too seriously, you know? I mean, this is just fun, a fun way to make a buck, right? When we were kids it was fun too, but it wasn't all that great. It wasn't everything."
Lenny nodded again, agreeing with himself, and walked to the snack bar, leaving Mike alone in the ticket kiosk. The cars started to arrive within a few minutes, and Mike took the money, counting heads and giving out change and food tickets automatically, waiting, watching for one special car. It was nearly dark by the time it arrived. A 49 Merc, chopped and channeled. The color was a faded baby blue, accented by bright orange flames painted on the rear fenders. The front bumper bore a blue and white McKinley High sticker. Mike recognized the car, and thought he recognized the people inside. 4 of them.
$12,
he said in a harsh whisper. The driver took out a light tan wallet with a Western design on the leather and counted out some bills, then reached behind him to take the money the boy in the back seat was offering. "There you go, partner," the driver said, giving Mike the money and keeping his hand extended for the change. "Do you—" Mike cleared his throat roughly. "Do you kids go to McKinley?" "Yeah," the driver nodded. "McKinley. Why?" Mike shook his head. McKinley. It had been John F. Kennedy High for almost 20 years, one martyred president's name replacing another's in white metal letters above the tired entrance. "Hey," Mike looked at the driver, "how about the change?" Mike handed the boy 3 singles and the snack bar tickets, which the boy looked at strangely. Then he shrugged. "Thanks, Daddy-O." The car pulled away from the kiosk fast, making loose gravel fly up in narrow twin geysers. Mike watched it go. It was not until he saw the car park in the center of the lot, 5 rows back from the screen, that he responded to the driver of the next car. "Hey, buddy," he finally heard the man say. "Are you okay?" Yes, fine." He took money and made change, glancing every few seconds, his heart pounding and stomach churning, toward the middle of the 5th row where the Merc sat. Time and again he wiped the sweat from his forehead and prayed that the car wouldn't disappear, not before he got to it, not before he could talk to them again. Night came. The screen glowed. The stream of cars became short and staggered groups, then a single car every minute or so. Mike thought he could still see the tubular whale-like shape of the Merc, imagined he could see the 4 heads within. At last there were no more cars coming in, and he turned off the kiosk light, locked the door, and walked down and across the rows until he was behind the Mercury. The 2 heads in back were together, kissing. Those in the front were together too, but watching the film. Kirk Douglas in Indian Fighter. He didn't want to startle them, so he rapped on the left rear fender before coming to the window. The pairs of heads parted like a shadowy mitosis, and as Mike moved up the length of the car, he saw, by the light of the screen, the white poodle on the skirt of the girl in the back seat. The driver looked at Mike and frowned. "So what is it? Necking illegal?" No, I just—" Mike gave a short, brittle laugh. "I just thought I recognized you." "You recognized us." They were all looking at him now, questions on their dark faces, discomfort in the smoky air of the car. The boy in back took a drag on his cigarette and blew in Mike's direction. "Yes, I know you." He looked at the girl in the passenger seat. "Becky," he said. "Becky Geyer." He turned his head toward the back seat. "Phil Strickler. Chrissy Medwick." Then he looked at the driver and could not speak. "So far so good," the boy said. "What about me?" He smiled like a shark, showing white, even teeth that complemented his white blonde hair, as his hands tightened on the steering wheel, and the muscles of his arms and chest stood out tautly. Mike could not say it. You tell me." "He's Mike Price," grunted the boy in the back seat. "You know who he is. You know who we all are. Now what's your beef, Dad? You want to check us for beer or what?" Mike shook his head, suddenly feeling very old, very tired, but very excited as well. No trouble. I just want to talk to you." "Why?" the driver asked. "Because I'm one of you." The girl in the back seat laughed. "One of us," the driver said flatly. "Yes. You're not one of us." "But I am. Let me explain. Let me talk to you." He grasped the door handle. "Let me in." The boy pushed the cylinder down, locking the door. "After the movies, when everyone's gone. We'll wait." He put his arm around the girl and turned back toward the screen, away from the older man. Michael Price walked back to the ticket kiosk, and sat inside in the dark. When the first feature ended, he did not go into the snack bar to help Lenny and the girls. He only waited. 10 minutes into the second feature, he heard footsteps on the loose stones.
"Mike,"
Lenny said beside him.
"what are you doing out here? You sick?"
"Just thinking."
"We could have used some help in there. Busy as hell."
"I'm sorry."
"You coming in?"
"Not right away."
Neither spoke for a moment.
"Lenny, do you think if you want things bad enough, they come to you?"
Lenny sucked his lower lip.
"Nothing comes to you. You get it for yourself. I'm going in. Why don't you come with me?"
"No, I'd rather stay here."
"Come on in, Mike. Things look too different out here."
Lenny turned and walked back to the snack bar. Mike stayed in the kiosk. The movie finally ended, and the cars formed into a long procession, red and white lights gleaming as they left the presence of the darkened screen. When all the cars but one had vanished, Mike walked across the empty lot to where the Mercury sat, its engine running, its lights on. The driver looked at him with a strangely blank expression.
"One of us,"
he said again, as though no time had passed.
"Yes, I am."
"If you want to be one of us,"
the boy said,
"there's only one way."
He raced the engine and patched out of the space, yanking the wheel around and roaring down the gentle curve of the fourth row. Mike threw up an arm against the barrage of stones that shot from beneath the tires. The Mercury slowed as it reached the row's end, then turned completely around so that it faced down the fifth row, its headlights shining directly into Mike's startled eyes. He stood for a moment, pinned in the high beams, before he understood. The Merc's engine roared out its challenge, and he turned and started toward his Buick, parked next to the snack bar. Lenny met him halfway there.
"Mike, what the hell are those kids doing?"
It's okay. They're waiting for me."
"For you?"
He got into step beside Mike, moving toward the Buick. The Merc roared again, lurched like a caged beast. Stones flew.
"Jesus Christ,"
Lenny swore.
"What's with them? They're acting like—"
A dim memory moved within him.
"like they want to—"
Mike was in his car now, his engine running.
"play chicken."
Mike put the Buick in reverse and started to back out, but Lenny shot an arm through the window and grabbed the wheel, making him brake.
"Let go."
"What are you doing?"
"They're waiting for me, Lenny."
Who are they?"
"Phil, Chrissy, Becky Geyer."
"In that car? You're nuts. Those are kids."
"You remember, Lenny. You remember what they looked like. You saw them the other night."
"I only saw the driver, for Christ's sake."
"That was me. Me and my friends."
"You? Your friends?"
Lenny shook his head, confused.
"Hell, Mike, they were never your friends. They didn't even talk to you."
"Me, Lenny. Me and my car. My Merc."
"God damn it. What is wrong with you? You never had a car, Mike. You always came in my car. You and me."
"But it was me,"
Mike sobbed.
"You remember me."
"The blonde kid? That was never you,"
Lenny said, near tears himself now, remembering the pudgy, unpopular junior he'd pitied and befriended, remembering Michael Price.
"That wasn't you."
"Let go,"
shrieked Mike, slamming a fist down on Lenny's knuckles so hard that Lenny cried out and released the wheel. Mike hit the accelerator, and the Buick surged backwards with a rattle of stones, then swung left, raced down the row, swerved, fishtailed, straightened out, moved toward the screen, turned again, and stopped. The two cars faced down the 100 yards of gravel that defined the fifth row, the curve of it making the beams of their headlights cross several rows further back. Speaker posts marked the boundaries of their arena, the worn metal surfaces gleaming dully in the beams of the headlights. The Merc roared, and the sound seemed louder than before. The Buick tried to respond, but its tone was ratchety, unskilled, its fuel-saving engine unable to issue screaming challenges in the night. At last, Lenny realized what was going to happen.
"No,"
he cried, running toward Mike's Buick.
"You can't! Mike, goddammit, stop it! Stop!"
"I've done it before,"
Mike yelled through the open window.
"I know how."
"Never," answered Lenny. "You never!"
The Merc streaked forward like a sprinter from the blocks, and Mike slammed his foot to the floor. The cars rushed toward the center, the beams of their headlights straightening, meeting, driving the light before them until it met in the center of the row, a rising flare of whiteness. Neither turned. The impact shook the world.
"Oh, Christ,"
whispered Lenny.
"Oh, Christ Jesus."
He started to walk toward the spot, then ran, then slowed and walked again. Stopped. There was no Merc. There was only the Buick, its lights extinguished, crumpled as though it had run into an invisible wall, a dead beast lying in a pool of darkness. They had to cut Mike out of the car with torches. In the office behind the snack bar, Lenny told the troopers that he had heard the crash, run outside, and found the car.
"There must have been another vehicle,"
a trooper said.
"I didn't see it."
"He had to have hit something." Lenny shook his head, and the troopers frowned. There hadn't been a sign of another car, no impressions in the stones, no shattered pieces from whatever it was the dead man hit at 40 miles per hour.
"We'll check the body shops around here," the trooper said. "We'll find out who he hit or who hit him."
Lenny shook his head again. Again the troopers frowned. The Fireball was closed the next week, but the following Friday it opened with an Abbott and Costello double bill. Lenny hired a ticket seller and stayed with the high school girls in the snack bar. He didn't want to be alone. 20 minutes after the first film began, the new girl came in from the kiosk with the money. "Look at this," she said, dumping change into Lenny's hand. He looked down at the 40s and 50s coinage and felt ice on his spine.
"Who gave you these?"
he asked so harshly that the girl's smile vanished.
"Some kids in an old car."
"A Mercury?"
I don't know old cars."
"Two guys, two girls?"
I think so, yeah."
Lenny walked out into the night and made his way through the maze of cars to the 5th row near the center. The Mercury sat there undamaged. He made himself walk on until he stood by the left rear fender, until he could see the face of the driver reflected in the outside mirror. Then he turned and walked back toward the safer light, wondering how much he could get for the land after he'd torn down the screen and dismantled and destroyed the brilliant neon fireball, trying desperately to forget the driver's face, that fleshy 45-year-old face smiling at the movie, at the girl beside him, trying without success to forget Michael Price, happy among his friends at last, and for the first time.